Welcome to the Lost Lowdown, podcast number 10, the big 1-0, with your host, Claude, that's me, and Justin.
That's me.
So, today we are starting our Season 2 retrospective. And with this retrospective, since Season 3 is starting in less than 2 weeks, we've decided to do sort of a less informal, or I should say more informal.
Less formal.
Less formal, more informal podcast of Season 2. We're going to get through them quickly. We're going to try to do 8 episodes per podcast, which puts us at 3 podcasts for the Season 2 retrospective. As many of you know, we have just finished our Season 1 retrospective. So now we're going to try to get through Season 2 quickly, just in sort of in a general way, talk about the big things from having just recently gone through Season 1 again. And then we want to do this so that we can gear up for Season 3, so everyone can be ready for the new mysteries and challenges and romances that our Lostaways are going to face. So, also, this podcast will mark the first time we try to do a quote-unquote live podcast, or should I say a commentary cast, as other podcasters out there have done. With Episode 8, Collision, you can listen along with us. We'll give you a cue for you to fire up your DVD, and we will podcast about that episode as you listen along. So, let's start here. Episode 1, Man of Science, Man of Faith. Great title. I wonder who's who. I think Charlie's Man of Science.
Oh, God.
And I think Kate is Man of Faith because, Kate looks a little mannish. I don't know.
Yeah.
So, let's start with reading the illustrious, always interesting, official synopses from the DVD set.
Yes, we have a new batch of them that came with the new DVD set.
Yes.
And it's very exciting.
So everyone at home, get out your Season 2 DVD set booklet and read along with us, and let's laugh at how inaccurate they synopsize the episodes. All right, here we go. Episode 1, Man of Science, Man of Faith. The opening of the hatch leads to a disagreement between Jack and Locke. While searching for Walt's dog, Shannon has a frightening vision. Locke and Kate defy Jack and return to the hatch. Jack follows them and makes a shocking discovery.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah. It's
okay.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, it is a shocking discovery, but it's a little more than that.
Yeah. That wasn't that bad, actually.
Oh, it gets worse.
I've heard much worse. The worst is when they say stuff that I never even thought about the episode.
Yeah. In this episode, Saeed tries to find the best position for his tent. It's like, okay, well, I guess that, I don't know. So,
oh, God.
So like we said earlier, we didn't take a lot of notes for these podcasts. We just want to talk about them generally, and more in terms of the show overall, and not necessarily be really episode specific. So we've got a couple things for each episode, but we really want to talk about the big overall mysteries and stuff as we go along, recapping Season 2. So, in the future,
stuff that'll hopefully be relevant for Season 3.
Exactly. In the future, we will hopefully go back through and do a true Season 2 retrospective, episode specific, and detailed like we did for Season 1. But right now, folks, don't be alarmed. We're going to go briskly, and we're going to be general and talk about little details that we found out, but we won't harbor over the little details like we love to do.
Right. Yeah, you may have noticed when we talk about specific episodes, we can spend a lot of time on very trivial matters. So, and it's fun to do, and I definitely want to do it in the future, but basically, if we're going to talk about what we need to talk about before Season 3, we got to just kind of, brush over that stuff really quickly, or maybe not at all, and just kind of go through the actual important things.
Definitely. And hopefully you guys are watching Season 2 along with us. The DVD set just came out, so if you don't have it, go grab it. Very interesting stuff on there. But as you know from seeing how Season 2 evolves or develops, some of the stuff in the beginning of season 2 doesn't actually gel with what we find out at the end of season 2. So it'll be interesting as we point some of those things out. So let's go ahead and jump in here. Episode 1. I'll just start with a couple little things that I didn't really notice the first time I watched these episodes. Little things that, from having seen the whole season and everything, and watching season 1 again, you sort of catch. So,
right.
At the beginning, we find Sarah, who is in a car accident. She hits another car, and Jack has to decide who to save. And he decides to save her. And, as we all know, they ended up getting married. But one of the things, if you're paying close attention, and you will find out later, but if you're paying close attention in this episode, the man who gets hit, his name is Rutherford. Right? So, who else is on the island named Rutherford? A tall blonde, maybe? Who everyone thinks she's useless, but she's really not, so get it straight, okay? So, basically, if you're paying close attention, you'll find that the man that Sarah hits is Shannon's father, Boone's stepfather, and, of course, that is sort of spelled out more explicitly in Shannon's flashback episode, I believe, Abandoned.
Right.
But anyway, I thought it was interesting that the little detail was there. They obviously, and one of the things that I really found, watching season 1 and season 2 again, is that they really, pre-plan episodes in advance. When you watch, I would say the first 5 or 6 episodes of season 2, there's details that they set up that pay off later, especially around the other 48 days and things like that.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Little bitty things that we'll talk about. But anyway, I also questioned the scene when Jack is running up the steps. I forgot, what do they call that? Do you remember?
Oh, it was like a tour de stade?
Tour de force, I don't know. Yeah, it's one of those things where you run up all the stairs in a stadium, which seems very cool and interesting if you can do it.
Yeah.
It's all about stamina.
Can you really do that? Do they let you in stadium?
That was my question is, how do you have access to that stadium? I would imagine that, if anything, it was a school stadium, like a university maybe, or maybe even like a high school. I can't imagine, and it didn't look like a sort of professional national, like baseball or football or any professional sport team stadium. I would imagine that would be some sort of local type deal, the high school stadium or something like that.
It's actually, I think it's actually like a college football stadium.
Yeah, I would buy, any university or college I would buy, but not like a, professional sports team stadium. Because they don't let you in there when they're not open.
Yeah, the gates are locked.
Yeah, you can't get in.
Forget about it.
Anyway, when he meets Desmond for the first time, he says, he tells Jack that he's going to fix her, right? Oh, wait, no, he says, what if you did fix her?
Right.
Right. And it's weird because in this, in the way the scene plays out, I always thought that Jack had already found out that the operation didn't go well, and he had sort of given up and resigned the fact that he failed. But then Desmond seems to know that it's not over because he's like, well, what if you did? And then later we find out he did. So I thought it was sort of weird because, the way the scene plays off, it seems like it's done, it's over with, he gave it his best shot, and it's, there's nothing that more could be done. But then Desmond says, well, what if you did fix her? Even though Jack just said I didn't. So I thought it was interesting that Desmond sort of said that. What if you did fix her? And I don't know if he, I wrote in my notes, did he have something to do with that? Did maybe his idea that Jack fixed her have anything to do with the fact that she actually did, was able to walk again or something like that? I don't know. There's some weird stuff going on with Desmond, and I think we're going to get some more with him, but I don't know, this is a little thing. What do you got for this episode?
Yeah, that was a weird thing to say, because he specifically says, like, I told her I'd fix her and I couldn't, and I failed.
Yeah, but then Desmond said, but what if you, or he said, he either says, what if you didn't fail, or what if you fixed her?
Yeah, no, according to this, he says, right, just one thing. What if he did fix her?
Yeah, okay.
That's a weird way to respond to that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like a lawyer saying, "I just lost the case," and someone says, "Well, what if you didn't lose the case?"
Yeah,
and it's like, well, why would you say that? I just told you I lost it.
What are you supposed to say to that? That was really weird.
Yeah.
I mean, Desmond doesn't. I mean, he can't have the power to reverse a surgery.
Well, I don't know. I don't really mean that. I just wonder if I mean, I guess I don't know what I'm trying to say, but just the fact that he sort of had doubt that Jack failed, and then of course he didn't fail. I'm just trying to find some connection there. I don't know if he was just being positive or what, or if he knew, because it really is sort of a miracle, like Jack said, like everyone said, that she was actually, able to walk again. Especially, it's funny because, he goes in and he does this surgery. And usually a doctor will know whether or not either they're like, okay, we failed, I didn't repair what I was able to repair, or I did my job, now we're gonna have to wait to see if it works, or the outcome of the surgery is that it works, that like everything should be fine, But he says he failed. He didn't say, I did my best and we're gonna have to wait and see. He says I failed, like I wasn't able to do it. Yet she was able to walk. So it seems like a sort of a clear-cut miracle, if I can say that.
I agree.
So you got to wonder what the miracle was about. How did it happen? Did it have anything to do with the fact that, Locke lost his legs, or the ability to use his legs, I should say. So I don't know what that's about, but I just thought that was interesting that Desmond questioned whether or not Jack failed and that he didn't fail.
Right. Right. I mean, I always wondered when I first watched this if Jack, knew if he, I mean, he seems to know that he failed.
Yeah.
And so it's just like, was he just wrong? And, he, it seemed to me like, it seems like in the episode, it seems like either he really did fix her and he just, was being pessimistic or something, or he really didn't fix her and it really is just an actual miracle where it had nothing to do with his skills. It was just a just. And
then you gotta wonder, if it was a miracle, what for? Like what? I mean, I don't know if miracles have to have a purpose, but what did it lead to? I mean, besides, the big thing is that they got married. What did the fact that she was able to walk again, in the long run, what did it lead to? What did it benefit anybody? It just really wreaked havoc on his life. He, got in a situation where he, proposed to a woman or, married a woman he didn't really want to marry. Was in a relationship I guess he sort of grew to love, but then she ended up, cheating on him and leaving him. Yeah. So it was almost would have been better off if he didn't fix her, in terms of the emotional stress that came from it,
For him, probably.
For him.
For her, no.
For her, no. I mean, for her, she's happy and she's dancing and she's great.
I think she'd rather have a divorce than
no legs. Well, beggars can't be choosers.
Yeah, I guess not. All right, yeah.
All right, so let's go to the next thing. What do you got?
Okay. What do I got? Oh, boy.
Give me what you got for a poke chop.
God, I don't really have a lot.
That's cool.
This episode. Yeah. Do you want to do your thing?
What's my thing? I'm done.
You're done?
I'm done, buddy. Yeah, we don't have we're moving through this quickly, so don't worry.
Sorry. Yeah, I have to admit I really don't have notes and I'm barely recalling this episode. Okay, I remember something I wanted to bring up. I think it's weird how at the beginning, Jack's like, we're not going down there.
Yeah.
But not just I'm not going down there, but Locke, you're not going down there. I think it's weird that he's telling him not to go. I mean, I don't see
there's a lot going on in so far in these few episodes with people, because I have a note about somebody else doing that, telling a grown person what they can and cannot do. I thought that was really strange. I mean, I understand it from Jack's perspective. He doesn't know what's down there. I think Jack at this point, he's on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Like Boone just died. I think he's still a little not in his right mind from that, and loss of blood and all that. That was just a few days ago, and the fact the others are supposedly coming. He's the man in charge, as it were, and he's trying to protect these people, his flock. And he's basically telling Locke, you're not going down there because, I don't want to go. There's no reason for us to go down there. They had that discussion before when they went to get the dynamite. Locke made a comment about wanting to go down there to see what was down there, but Jack was like, well, no, we're going down there because we need a shelter, not for any other reason,
Right.
And the only reason they really, Jack allowed the dynamite expedition was because, they needed a shelter. And luckily for Locke, there was a reason for Jack to want to get in there, because if Jack didn't want to get in there, then the whole Diamond expedition really wouldn't have happened, and they would have never gotten in there. But I see what you mean. Yeah, the fact that he's like, you're not going down there. No, you're not. And
I mean, if he was like, I'm not going to go down there, I got to go. I mean, I don't see why Locke had to go back. I mean, it's like, Jack, you can tell him. You can go tell the people at the camp, whatever, we opened it, or whatever he wanted to tell them. And I guess what he's thinking is, I think at this point he's still pissed off at Locke about the Boone situation. I mean, he's been annoyed with Locke ever since that. The whole expedition, there was all sorts of exchanges, and I guess at this point, they're sort of setting up that conflict that occurs throughout the season between them.
Definitely.
And so, I think on some level, he just doesn't want Locke to get what he wants. He just wants to, make him wait. Even though... Basically, I think Jack is saying, we've got other priorities than to go on and have fun trying to get down this hatch, Right.
And I think he's like, we need to go back. We need to go back with the others, let them know what's going on, and start standing guard because the others are coming.
Right. And I think, when Kate goes down there, I think then he's thinking, okay, great. Now we've got Kate and Locke down there, and he's thinking, now maybe Kate's going to die, and then he'll be mad at Locke for that because he'll blame Locke somehow for Kate wanting to go down there.
Mm-hmm.
And so I feel like he just wants to blame anything he can on Locke, and he just can't stand for Locke to get what he wants. And so it just struck me as weird because I'm not used to in the show people saying you can't do this.
You're not? Have you watched the show? Usually,
I know.
Usually, whoever has the gun is saying that.
I guess so.
But I know what you mean.
Maybe it happens more often than I think. But yeah, anyway, okay. That's you know what else I want to mention? The fact that Shannon sees Walt.
Yes, sees him twice over the next couple episodes.
Yeah, well, even 3 times.
Oh, the last time, forgot 3 times.
Yeah. She sees him here on this episode. In this episode, though, before she sees him,
yes,
she hears the whispers.
Yes,
right.
Yes.
The others whispers.
We got a lot to talk about that.
So, and that's weird. And the other time, he appears in the tent, and he just sort of appears.
He just sort of appears.
The first time, he's wet. The second time in the tent, he's wet. The third time, he's not wet. And
you sure?
Saeed sees him too.
You sure he's not wet the third time?
I didn't think he was wet. He didn't look wet to me.
I thought he was wet all 3 times. I can't be sure the third time, but I thought he was wet all 3 times.
He looked dry to me the third time, but okay. All right. The third time, the others were around, at least somewhat. That was why Shannon got shot in the first place. It didn't seem like they were around in the tent, though. There weren't any whispers involved around that time. So, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of stuff about that, but I just wanted to bring it, I don't understand a lot of stuff about why Walt's appearing, period.
Yeah.
I don't understand why Walt's appearing to Shannon specifically. I don't understand what he's trying to do with this. Having seen the whole season, I still have no idea what that's about.
I just want to quickly say he's definitely wet because it's raining. That third time, it's like really pouring down rain, so he's wet regardless.
No, but the weird thing is it's not raining like right before the shooting. Like it starts raining almost immediately before the shooting. So I think when they see him, it's not raining yet.
No, it's rain. I'm watching it. It's raining when they see him.
Really?
Yeah. Actually, if you notice, because I didn't know it was going to happen, but if you notice, like right when Shannon is sort of going into the jungle and Saeed's trying to stop her, it's really sort of dark and like you can. And I thought to myself, oh, it's about to rain. Like it's about 33 minutes into the episode. I'm like, wow, it looks like it's about to rain. And then later it rains. I was like, oh wow, they sort of did that on purpose because it actually rains a lot later. But no, it's definitely raining when they see him, and he's definitely wet regardless because it is raining. So
wow. My memory of it has
now, if he was dry during that would have been interesting. That would have been very interesting if somehow he was miraculously dry when everybody else is wet because it's raining. That would have been cool.
Right. Yeah, well, no, I thought, like, it wasn't raining yet. Like, it just started raining.
Right. I mean, she gets shot, like, 45 seconds after she sees it.
I know. That's the thing, though. I thought it started raining, like, that quickly after.
No, it's already raining.
Okay. Are you looking at the DVD?
Yes, I am.
Chance? Okay. Just want to make sure. I wanted to think maybe they edited it or something. Okay. All right. So there's all those details, but besides that, like, specifically why Shannon and...
Yeah, I thought that Walt appears... Okay, why Walt's appearing to Shannon, I don't know. I think it has some... I thought it may have something to do with the fact that he gave her Vincent. Maybe he has some connection to her or something. I don't really know. Maybe I think part of a big thing is the fact that they're writing Shannon off the show. Mm-hmm. They need something, and it's very. I think if anybody, it's good to have her go through that because she's gonna die soon. Right. But then of course Saeed sees him. But does Saeed even believe it? I don't know. He's too logical. I don't even think he believes what he saw.
Yeah, I know. That was weird. It seems like they've had that a few times where people see stuff and then the other person sees it, and when you have two people seeing it, it's like, okay, it's not a hallucination.
No.
But it does seem as though Saeed is sort of forgotten or either that or he just didn't he just thought they were both hallucinating. I don't know. Yeah,
it's weird. But I'm trying to figure out what the whole whispering thing is. Now, several times through these episodes when we've heard in season 2 when we've heard the whispers, I cut the captions on to see what the subtitles to see what they say about the whispers.
Yeah.
And on screen it says disembodied voices, which I thought was very interesting. It doesn't say, whispering or whispers. It says two separate times I did this in 2 separate episodes, and it said disembodied voices.
Okay.
So I'm wondering if now I don't know who's responsible for doing the captioning. I don't know, where that comes from, but I'm just wondering if we had theorized that the whispers were sort of telecommunication telepathic communication. I guess telecommunication works too.
Sort of.
Yeah, sort of. Telepathic communication between the others. But I'm also wondering if they have some ability to, what is it called? Be outside of their body, sort of see things and be places where their body isn't, which is, of course, related to the remote viewing that people have associated with the show in terms of Walt's appearances specifically.
Right.
So I think something like that's going on where maybe the others. But see, there's sometimes when you hear the whispering and then you don't see the others, and then sometimes you hear the whispering like towards the end of season 2 where they actually show up.
Right.
So I don't know if those occasions are always the same, but maybe sometimes when you just hear the whispers, it means that the others are sort of viewing that area next to who's ever hearing the whispers. I sort of thought that when Walt was appearing, he was basically appearing telepathically to Shannon, and that sort of explained the whispering. that it wasn't necessarily the others that we heard whispering, but it was sort of that the whispering sort of denoted telepathic communication. You know what I mean? So it wasn't like the others specifically whispering, but it was the fact that Walt was communicating with her telepathically. That's why we were hearing it, and then he shows up. But then again, why her? Why not Michael? Why not somebody else? Maybe we'll find out why her. I don't know. Maybe there's some specific reason why it was her.
Yeah. Well, just because it seemed. I mean, the weird thing about it to me also is just considering the timeline. Of course, I don't know exactly what the timeline is, but this appears to be very shortly after he was taken.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like a day or two, if at the most. Oh no, I think they had been gone 4 days at one point. They had been gone. The raft was out for 4 days, but Walt was taken that night, right?
Now, yeah, that's the thing. I assumed in the season 1 finale that when they showed Walt being taken and they showed them, blowing up the hatch door or whatever, I assumed those were simultaneous. The way they sort of
I think they were simultaneous,
or approximately simultaneous. In which case, like, they go back that night, and when they go back, that's when she, hears it. So, it's that same night.
Oh, okay.
As when they blew up the hatch door that she has that vision. So, we're talking about Walt's been taken, no more than however many hours it's been since they blew up the thing.
Yeah.
It's all approximate because we don't get a clock that tells us when things are, but
I don't know. Maybe he had that sort of ability all along, and since this is a dire situation, he enacts that. Or I don't. Maybe it wasn't even Walt. Maybe that was the others playing tricks, or something. Or maybe the one time that we see Walt without the whispers, it really is Walt or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think this is the kind of thing where speculation won't even help because you just don't have enough to go on.
Right. When I first watched this, I assumed that was leading somewhere.
No.
Walt's off. He's off the island now, and I still don't know what he was doing.
I think at the beginning of season 3, sorry. When we go to the others' camp, wherever their real home is, I think we're going to find out more about what they were doing to the children and what they were doing to Walt specifically. And I think we'll be able to plug that into what was going on with his appearances.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can figure that out, and if it was him on the computer with Michael.
Oh, yeah.
Those are the two things I really need to know, personally. All right. I think that's it for me for this episode.
And I was just speculating maybe, well, that didn't make any sense. I was going to say maybe Walt was trying to warn Shannon that the others were going to come after her. Maybe they decided to take her or something, but that doesn't really make any sense, but I don't know.
Okay.
It doesn't make any sense with the evidence we have, but I just thought, I don't know.
Right.
So, episode 2, Adrift. Sawyer and Michael on the high seas.
Yeah.
It was. This is a pretty decent episode. I gotta say, one of the best Sawyer lines ever is, "What are you gonna do? Splash me?"
Oh,
you gotta love that. Oh man.
Why, yes. Don't mind if I do.
Don't mind if I do, please. Splash, splash, splash. All right. Episode 2, Adrift. Sawyer and Michael find themselves stuck in the middle of the ocean on what is left of their raft, with no sign of Walt or Jen. Claire confronts Charlie about a discovery she made along with his belongings. Ooh, I wonder what that is. Locke and Kate face the man in the hatch and discover the significance of the numbers. Really? Okay. I didn't know that's what we discovered.
Yeah, that's really phrased.
Okay.
That's so. Oh boy.
If that's where the numbers end, the significance ends there, then that's pretty crappy.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Back in the ocean, Michael and Sawyer put aside their differences long enough to reach land where more trouble awaits. Now, I just thought about that. What if the number? Okay, I don't really believe this. What if the numbers would bring broadcast? So that like whoever's in the Swan Hatch or whoever needs to know on the island always knows the numbers, or there's no question about the numbers, or there's what I mean. Like maybe that's why the numbers were being broadcast, or it was for someone on the island to pick it up, or something like that. Maybe.
For what reason?
So that they could input it into the computer.
Oh.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe the numbers change. I don't think it's this, but maybe the numbers change. At every number of years or months or whatever, and so. Because remember, actually, if I think about it, in the first orientation film, he doesn't tell you what the numbers are. He just says input the numbers, right? So maybe the numbers change every research cycle or every whatever, and so these numbers were being broadcast because those were the numbers that were going to be input into the computer by that research team in the Swan Hatch, and so maybe when they start a new cycle, a new cycle of these experiments, they change the numbers and they broadcast those numbers, and maybe the people who are in the experiment are told, because there's no place in the hatch for the numbers to find the numbers, really, right?
Well, it is written on the hatch.
Now that's the other thing. That's the hole in this theory, is that those numbers are etched on the hatch.
Yeah,
but
by written I meant etched.
Yeah, but barring that, I think that theory is sort of interesting because that explains why the numbers were being broadcast, and it explains something else you just asked. Something else it explains. I forgot the whole reason for our going on this tangent. What did you say about the numbers? I don't remember. But
I don't remember.
I think it explains a couple things. If the reason numbers were being broadcast is so that the people in the hatch knew what they were and knew what to input.
I have to interject here. It's hard for me to even entertain this because I have seen this. This Lost Experience video where they tell you not only what the numbers are, but also why they were being broadcast.
Oh, I forgot you saw that thing.
Yeah, and so that's ruining my whole thing.
Well, but that's not necessarily the real answer, though.
That's true, but I kind of believe it is.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I mean...
Hey, I just want to know, is it better than my half-ass theory?
I'm going to say that it is.
Yeah.
Because I think it's a little more interesting.
Yeah.
Although, like I said in the last podcast, I'm a little disappointed as far as I want the numbers to be more than that.
Yeah.
But I like it better than your theory.
Well, my theory wasn't very well formulated. I just came up with it. Thank you.
Yeah, well,
Anyway, that's cool. Then I guess I should go. Should I watch? I shouldn't watch that thing, right?
I mean, it's...
Yeah, I don't want to. Let's not...
I'm going to say no, but, yeah, I think probably not. Not unless you just... Yeah. It's a little depressing. I don't know. We'll have to see how much they use it on the show. If they don't use it on the show at all, maybe they can go back and do something else, and then I'll be happy. But if they actually stick to that, I don't know.
Here's a couple things that I wanted to point out about this episode.
Okay.
The boat that the others have, that Tom and them use to kidnap Walt, I think it was Sawyer who surmised that it has a range of about 100 miles. So when they give the boat to Michael, assumingly wherever they're going is going to be within 100 miles of the place.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, I remember that line. Yeah, and it made me think, like, wow, they're using that boat to leave. I hope they don't have to go far.
That's the thing. And I'm wondering if they even if he set him on a course that he knew will, like, bring him back to the island or something, or if he's really going to let them go. I guess we'll have to find out and see if that course he told them to take is really going to get them out of there.
Yeah, I think it will, but that's the thing. I don't think we're going to find out about Michael for a long time.
You think so?
Yeah, I think they're gonna let us wonder about that for a very long time.
Probably.
I'm guessing at least season 4 before we even
I think
know
at the
anything more.
end of season 4, they're gonna find a statue of Walt's face that's like 300 years old.
Oh God.
Yeah. And then they're gonna have a flashback, Walt's flashback when he was king of the island in a past life. He was the young island king. And then it's gonna be like, oh, that makes total sense.
Oh, I hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah. Well, I'm not a writer on the show, so.
Go get me a banana!
Now! I'm king of this island. Okay. So, the other thing I wanted to point out was Desmond asks, when he's in the hatch and all the guys are there, and it's all the excitement of the scene that we see like 15 times.
Oh, God.
Gotta
we can
love
never
that.
Get out of it.
Every angle. Desmond asks if anyone was sick. Now, correct me if I'm wrong here, but Desmond finds out at the end of season 2 that there is no sickness.
Right. At least that's what we thought he found out.
At least that's what we thought he found out, yes.
And, not only does he ask that, but he's still taking the medicine.
He's definitely taking the medicine. Now, you gotta wonder what that's about. That means that when Kelvin when he sees Kelvin disrobing out of the quarantine uniform thing, and basically doesn't Kelvin tell him that there's no sickness?
Well, I don't know if he ever said that specifically. I think they might have just let his actions do the talking.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
where just showing him doing that and then having him and Desmond leave and they're not getting sick. I feel like that was the because I think he says something like I had to do it so you would stay there and replace me or whatever. But then he's like, you want to come with me? That whole thing was
I forgot about that. You need to stay here and push the button just in case if it's real. But hey, that's okay. You gonna come with me?
Yeah. He's late at night talking about like how the button does this and it does that and blah blah blah. And then he's like, hey, come with me. Who knows if it does anything?
Yeah.
Like he didn't remember that he just said what he thought it did.
And that's what he goes to go. Screw the button, man. Who knows if it's real? And then Desmond's like, that's not what you said when you're going on and on about dams and electromagnetics and fail-safes. And he goes, well, I was drunk.
Yeah,
great. That was his
great.
excuse. I lied to you because I needed a sucker to save the world after I left. But want to come with me?
Yeah, that's the thing. You needed him to save the world, which means the button does do something. But come with me. Who knows if it does anything?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Anyway.
There's so many problems, but is anybody sick? That's
That's one of the things, and I guess maybe, oh God, I mean the whole sickness is a topic worthy of discussion because okay, we got Danielle talking about it, right? That's her excuse why she had to kill her team.
Correct.
She claims the others were the carriers.
Right.
Now. We also have the quarantine that's written on the inside of the Swan hatch and the Arrow hatch. They both say quarantine on the inside. Okay?
Yes, right. Good to know.
And you got to wonder why it's written on the inside of the Arrow because from Goodwin's assessment, it's a storage facility, and it didn't look like it was a habitable environment. It wasn't set up like the Swan hatch for any amenities.
Right.
It did sort of look like a place you would just store stuff. But then who would you be telling to quarantine if there's really no one supposed to be in there?
And why build a hatch and give it a name if it's just a storage facility? I don't even see why.
I can understand why they would give it a name. It's a station. It's just a storage station. I can buy that.
I just feel like the ones that have names should do something,
Yeah.
And that should be just like just the storage facility number 1 or whatever.
Well, and maybe it wasn't a storage facility. Maybe it was something else, and that's just what it seemed to be. Maybe they gutted it out or something, and so that's why it looked really bare.
I took Goodwin at his word because he's another.
And well, then of course I asked myself, had Goodwin actually ever seen this hatch? Has he seen any hatches?
I think he has.
I think he has too. But I don't know if he specifically saw that hatch. But then again, if he did, or either way, he could just be lying. Like, oh, this looks like a storage facility. Never mind that.
Yeah.
Never mind that like printout on the wall that tells you what this is for. Let me just take that so you don't see it. This is a storage facility. So he could have been lying. Most likely he was lying. But
he did lie a lot.
I mean, the medical hatch, when it was abandoned, looked pretty bare, too. You know, you really couldn't tell what it was for, you know, except for the fact that the logo, you know, was the medical thing.
Well, and it did look more functional just in that, like, the way the hallway looked and the doors, like, this thing just looks, like, really run down.
And it looked really small, too.
Yeah.
Now, let's wait. I guess we should wait till a couple episodes to talk about that, or do you want to talk about that now? Because I got a couple questions about that hatch and what they found.
Yeah, because we really don't get there until a couple episodes later.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Well, we'll. I think I wrote it down, so we'll come back to that. So anyway, the sickness. Should Desmond even be asking about that? He should know. Okay. So.
Oh.
Rousseau mentioned it. She says the others are the carriers. No one that we know of has gotten sick.
Right.
Kelvin told Desmond that, you know, there was a sickness, you can't go outside, and, you know, he was having him take the vaccine. Desmond saw Kelvin go outside without his mask on, without his suit on, so which should mean that he was lying. And you I don't remember the line, but you said that Kelvin said as much, that I just needed you to stay in there.
Yeah.
Did he actually said that?
I thought so.
Okay. Well, I think we theorized that at one point, but anyway, at least that's
maybe he didn't say it. But,
at least that's I mean, at the very least, when you put quarantine on the inside of a hatch or any sort of thing, you know, you could surmise that you want to keep somebody inside.
Oh, yeah.
Now, the funny thing is, you would think that having to press the button every 108 minutes would be incentive enough to stay in the hatch. But I guess they're like, well, just in case they want to leave, you know, we got this sickness thing.
Well, if there's two of them there, then one of them can leave, you know. And I think there's supposed to be more than one person. One person isn't supposed to do it.
Why not just lock him in there? Why not just tell him that, you know, if the hatch is breached, you know, then it's going to, you know, I mean, come on.
Well, because they got to go get supplies from the supply drops.
Oh, I forgot about the supply drops. Yeah.
Remember that whole fucking ordeal?
Oh, God, I can't wait to get back to that episode.
Maybe the blast doors came down because
of the supply drop. Oh, remember that was a whole ordeal with everyone speculating that the blast door came down because you know, it wants to keep the people inside. And
in retrospect, like, it seems like it just doesn't matter at all.
It doesn't. It was an accident.
God, that was a whole thing.
That was one of the best episodes ever.
How did the supply drop work? Yeah, it really was.
God, I can't wait to get back to that. Anyway,
so I wanted to say about the sickness, you know, I've come around to believing that it's possible that it did exist. So
folks at home who are keeping score, for the last 9 podcasts, Justin has been 100% certain that there was no sickness, and DJ Mr. Monkey, MD, will know that, and some of you others will know that Justin, part of our trivia contest, that he was 100% certain there was no sickness. But things change, you know, day becomes night, night becomes day, and Justin flip-flops on his ideas. So now he's letting room for doubt there.
I would like to justify it simply by saying it seems as though we have independent sources talking about a sickness. Mm-hmm. And I don't feel like that would happen if it didn't exist.
True.
That, to me, that's the best evidence for the fact that it did exist. Because Danielle, you know, I don't see her talking about it, and you've got, you know, Kelvin talking about it, and really you have the others talking about it, at least when, you know, they took Claire. That was the whole thing. You know, we have to give the baby vaccine or it's going to get sick. Mm-hmm. And, you know, so they were talking about it too. Now you could say, well, the others came from Dharma. Dharma knows about the sickness, but that doesn't explain Danielle. So.
Well, she claims, like our theory before was that she claims the others were the carriers, and I sort of thought the only reason she could say that is because she overheard them talking about it, because apparently she can sort of understand the whisperings. Yeah. So she just associated the sickness with them because she heard them talking about it. And like we said before, they could have very well said, that we engineered this or we whatever and claim responsibility, and that's why she says they're the carriers. So those things could be really easily connected together. But I agree, there are sort of separate sources, and it's come up quite a bit to be not true. But then again, it could certainly be not true. You gotta wonder why no one has gotten sick. We haven't seen anybody sick.
Definitely.
Like before, like Danielle or anybody has, she never got sick. Kellen wasn't sick. Desmond wasn't. No one was sick.
Right, and I'm actually of the opinion that I'm still of the opinion that it does not exist now. Mm-hmm. The only thing I've come back on a little bit is to say that maybe at some point there really was a sickness. Mm-hmm. And then if somehow, I don't know how this would really happen, but somehow it just isn't around anymore.
Oh, it migrated with the boar.
Yeah, oh God.
It went north with the boar because they
sensed a new predator in the environment.
Yeah, a new predator came around.
The most dangerous predator of all.
Man.
God. So, and not only that, like, I don't 100% believe that I don't even 100% believe that it did exist. I guess I'm just, like, actually open to the possibility. Whereas before,
you don't want to be wrong when somebody on the island gets sick and we find out it's true.
Yeah, that's not really it. It's just that I've seen theories where it seems plausible. Whatever. Anyway, I'm justifying something, and you knew what I meant anyway.
Of course.
Okay.
Episode 3, orientation. Are you ready?
Wait, we didn't do a drift yet.
We did. We were talking. I'm done.
Oh, you're done. All right. I know I got.
I got one more. I got one more thing now.
All right, go.
What was really interesting is that it's funny how you forget stuff. You watch one episode and 20 episodes later you forget what you saw. In this episode, this is, of course, when they're still in the hatch and we were playing that scene and Kate gets up in the ducts, right? And she crawls from the storage room to basically to where the computer is because that's where Jack is at gunpoint. It takes her quite a long time to crawl from point A to point B. Yet, in the lockdown, when Henry does the exact same thing, he does it in about 5 seconds. Mm-hmm. 10 at most. So I'm wondering what that was really about. He couldn't have climbed too much faster. She wasn't going breakneck speed, mm-hmm. But I just thought it was really funny that she climbed the exact same path as he did, and It took her a lot longer.
Right.
So I don't know if that's just sort of a inconsistency in general, or if that's supposed to mean something. I don't know.
I think it's that. I do want to point out a couple of things. First of all, if you watch Man of Science, Man of Faith, when Jack comes in, if you listen closely, you can hear Kate calling to him.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, but the music is going.
That was a nice touch. Just having it, and you see Locke's shoes, like you said, they did a pretty good job.
I love that. Yeah, like when Jack first comes in, you see these shoes, and you're like, okay, that's weird. And then later you see when Locke comes down that his shoes were wet and they were sloshing, and so he took them off.
Right.
They did a very good job at planning these episodes out in advance, and especially like we said, around the other 48 days with all that stuff, they did a very good job.
Right. So I wanted to say, this barely fits here, but there's this theory going around that Henry is Radzinski. Uh-huh. And, I don't know if I believe that or not, but there's also this theory going around that's sort of a corollary to that when Henry, crawled out, and the lockdown happened, that he flipped on the black lights that show the map.
Oh, really?
As a reward to Locke for trusting him or something.
Yeah, well, see, that's where the theory falls apart for me. As a reward to Locke for trusting him? No.
Well,
why would Henry want Locke to find the question mark unless... Well, first of all, can I just poke some...
That's the thing, that he was leading him there, and that's why he wasn't surprised in the season finale. And he knew about the map, of course, because he started it, and blah, 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 blah. Because other people were pointing out when lockdowns happened later, the lights didn't come on.
We pointed that out. We said as much. What I'd like to wonder about that theory, it's an okay theory. I'd like to question, why would the switch for the black light be in another room? Usually light switches are in the same room that they're, in. And if you're Henry or Rosinski, if you're Rosinski and you want to work on the door, does that mean you got to go in the other room and cut the black light on first, and then initiate the hatch thing, and then crawl in? You know what I mean? Like, the sequence of events is a little weird.
Well, when we saw Kelvin doing it, he didn't have the light on. He was just working.
Exactly.
I guess.
Exactly. And you would think that Rosinski would, and see, that's the other thing. If Henry's Rosinski, how did Henry know about the black light? Because he obviously never showed it to Kelvin, or Kelvin would have used it, right?
I didn't assume that. Of course, how could he?
Okay,
why would he work on a map that he could never see? That makes no sense. He must have seen the lights.
No. I think this is what I think. I think if Rosinski started the map, Rosinski showed Kelvin where things were on the map, and they were both working blind. Kelvin picked up the same thing, because why wouldn't Kelvin call on the black light when he's working on it with Desmond? And if it's because he didn't want to let Desmond see the thing. Here's the thing: if Kelvin knew about the black light, and the reason he didn't want to cut it on in that scene when he's working on the map is because he didn't want Desmond to see, then first of all, then that means he's not used to working on the map blind, so he wouldn't know what he's doing because he's not used to it, and it obviously looked like he was used to it. And the second thing is, why even work on the map at all? If you don't want to show Desmond, what the map is about, and that's why you don't want to cut on light, just work on it when Desmond's asleep, or work on it when he's somewhere else. You wouldn't go work on a map blind that you're used to working on with the black light. I just don't believe that. So I don't think Kelvin knew about the black light at all, or else I think he would have used it. Now, Rosinski may have known about the black light, but I still don't think he did. Because I think Kelvin would have known.
I think that's silly. They wouldn't make a map that shows up in a black light specifically if they didn't know about it.
Well, then why did they never use it?
It just happened to be a black light there, and they made the perfect map to show up. Like, there's no way. That's
why did they?
ridiculous.
Why did they never use it? And why did? I mean, did he? I don't remember that episode well, but Desmond.
I don't have a reason why he didn't use the light when he was working on it. That's something I can't explain. But to me, the other way is too absurd. To me, the other way is too absurd. Like, there can be a reason why he didn't use the light.
I mean, they could have had a portable black light or something, but I don't know. But I'm just saying, like, why would he not? Okay, then why did Desmond not even ask? Did Desmond even ask? Like, you can't even see this light. Like, I mean, you can't even see this map.
Yeah, he didn't even ask.
Like that was what's weird.
He seemed to know what it was, which made me think like he did show him at some point. Like, I remember at the time, I thought that he was trying to hide it from the cameras and the Pearl or something like that. Mm-hmm. He didn't want them to see it. But the
cameras are all over. Cameras are all over the Pearl. That's the thing. And that's the thing. Okay, even if. Okay, I agree. It doesn't make any sense to use these chemicals to create an invisible map if you're never going to see it. But why would he not work on it? And even if Desmond knew about it, why in that scene did he not cut on the blacklight then?
See, I mean, that's the only thing I can't explain. But to me, it's too absurd that there's blacklights right there, and your map is constructed that it perfectly shows up under the blacklights.
It's already absurd that there's blacklights in here anyway.
Well, that part is absurd, yeah. And it makes it even more absurd if they work on a map, they don't know the blacklights are there, and it just happens to show. Like, no way. That's just too ridiculous. The thing as to why he was working on with the lights out, that could be, some plot problem they messed up. There could be some weird reason that we're not thinking of that would be really silly or whatever. But to me, that hole is much less of a problem than the other side of the coin. Where he doesn't know. Okay,
I still don't buy that. Well, I don't buy that he turned it on for Locke, and I don't want to buy that the switch to the blacklight is in the computer room. That doesn't make any sense to me. And
I mean, it doesn't make any sense because if you lower the door to work on it, then you can't turn it on.
Yeah.
The only way you'd be able to turn it on is if one person was in there and another person was outside.
Which makes me wonder. Wasn't Kelvin using something to keep the computer room door open with something when they were working on the hatch? Right? Yeah, they had, because one of the doors that comes down on top of something, and then you can go back and forth underneath. So I guess that's how you could do that.
Yeah.
But I mean, it sort of makes sense that Henry could have turned on the light because there was a delay in when the light came on.
Right.
But okay, then why would Henry want to show that to Locke? Did Henry? I mean, I don't think Henry was clever enough to sort of say, okay, I'll show him this, and then he'll go not.
Yeah,
he'll go not want to find it. He'll go want to find it, but then give up, and then Echo will help him find it, and then they'll go about all the last part of season 2. I don't buy that.
Exactly as planned.
Now maybe Henry didn't know where the question mark hatch was, and maybe he said, okay, I'll show this guy, and maybe he. I mean, I don't buy that either. That he thought maybe Locke could find it.
I think with all his stuff about telling Locke he didn't push the button and that it didn't do anything. I feel like he was trying to lead Locke into not pressing it, but as far as showing in the map, there's no way he could think that that's going to result in him not pushing the button.
That's the thing, yeah.
I mean,
if he doesn't want
just
Locke to push
silly.
the button, then why show him this thing that's way more intriguing and related to what's going on in the hatch?
Right.
Yeah,
I know. It doesn't make any sense. I do feel like he did want him to push a button, but
How about
it doesn't
this?
necessarily. That theory, I don't even. It's just. It's something people are tossing around.
I think most of what happened with the whole lockdown makes sense if you just take the black light and put it on its own thing and say that was just so we could see it and Locke could see it.
Yeah.
It didn't have anything to do with anything else. I mean, like we said, it makes sense that Brzezinski and or Kelvin used it at some point so they could see the map that they were doing. But I don't know. But that's the other thing. They could have. I don't buy it. But they could have been doing a map. Because, see, that's the thing. He had the map sort of. When he was working on it, he seemed like he had parts of it memorized. And so maybe he never really saw it, but he had it memorized already. So he didn't need to see, what it said. He knew what was already on there. And so it was just sort of I don't know what it would be. You know what am I making sense?
Just a record for posterity or
exactly.
something?
Yeah, almost like the mural. Well, not really like the mural, but it's just like a record of what's going on, and he's just keeping track. But he already had it. He seemed to have it memorized when he was working on it. I mean, if you're going to work on it blind, you got to have some parts of it memorized, else you're going to be painting over something else, that you've already painted.
Right.
So I don't know. We'll come back to that whole thing when we get to Lockdown. I'm sure it'll be.
Yeah. We're way off anything that's even remotely related to these episodes.
Well,
but,
luckily we're still in season 2, so.
Yeah, that's true. Oh God. Oh, but that stuff's good to talk about. Okay, so what was your thing about Adrift?
Oh, I'm done with Adrift. I'm ready to go.
Oh, I thought you had a thing.
I said it was with Kate. Kate's crawl in the ducks being the same as Henry's crawl.
Oh.
It's a pretty long crawl. I mean, just the distance itself is pretty long.
Okay.
And that, Henry should have, that should have been the same crawl, but I guess it was just a continuity thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think they wanted it to be slower here and they wanted it to be faster later. And
if Henry was Brzezinski, it wouldn't surprise me. I'm not really against that because I feel like we will, when Kelvin said Brzezinski shot himself, I didn't believe him. I think if he ends Brzezinski, it makes sense. He knows the numbers. He's part of Dharma. It makes sense. So I won't be surprised if that's true. I think we will see Brzezinski. We pretty much see every character people mention. So
yeah, we have to at some point, except Hanzo and.
We'll see him last, and he'll be the real Henry Gale.
Yeah,
it was a fake driver's license.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Oh, that's too much.
That's why they'll do it.
Wow. I was coming to the island on a balloon,
Mm-hmm.
and
Well,
God.
Richard Branson flies around the balloon, and he's rich. So why wouldn't Hanzo do the same thing?
Yeah, fair enough. I don't even know who that is.
CEO of Virgin Records, the big British guy who's really rich.
Okay. I did know that. Never mind.
Yeah, no problem. I think it's Richard Branson. I think that's his name.
Yeah, probably.
So you ready to go to orientation, or you got some more on Adrift?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, the thing is, Adrift is one of these episodes that just, you gotta have it there, but...
Oh, you gotta have it there. You gotta have some splashy.
Yeah, but I don't know what it does. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I would bring up about this if we had time.
Oh, we'll come back to season 2. We'll do our real retrospective, our in-depth retrospective, I should say.
Yeah.
But in other terms, let's move on to episode 3.
Yeah. Oh, one more before we leave. I just want to say how angry or something it makes me that they let us think that the tail people were others.
Oh, you mean when they come storming on the beach?
Yeah.
And Echo. I mean, does Echo not look like another? I'm sorry. He's got the tattered clothing, and he's a big guy. He's got a stick in his hand.
Yeah.
And that later when you haven't seen that. Never mind. That's gonna be in our collision episode.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later. Anyway,
yes.
Episode 3, orientation. I agree. It made me mad too. Well, it didn't make me mad, but when you're watching it, it's very interesting, and it's like, oh wait, they're not others. They're because what else are they gonna do? They come around the beach, and Echo's like, hey, we're the survivors of Flight 815.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, that'd be crappy.
I know it's better. It's just when you say others, I want to see some others.
Yeah, well, blame Jin because he said it.
Yeah, I know. I blame Jin. It's weird because I'm like, how does Jin even know about that? But because he seemed to be completely out of the loop on everything. Well, he didn't even talk to Sun until he was about to leave.
I'm sure, but I'm sure they. I mean, there was other stuff about the others going on, for a while. So I'm sure Sun mentioned that. Plus they had didn't they get attacked or something?
But before he knows about Sun speaking English, Sun shouldn't know any more than he does, so she shouldn't be telling him stuff.
But at that point, Russo has already mentioned to Saeed that there's others, and people know. Locke gives that big speech. We're not the only ones on the island. I mean,
yeah.
So.
Well, I know people know, but I'm saying he shouldn't know because she shouldn't know.
She should know because other people know.
But she's not. But according to him, she doesn't speak English. So
but that's the thing. That's the thing. She can overhear things. Oh, I see what you're saying. She can't say I heard that.
Yeah. She can't tell him until he knows she speaks English, and once he does that, he stops talking to her. So I feel like he just shouldn't know about the others.
I think somehow they picked it up, or Sun may have said, maybe we're not alone on this island, and she sort of said something to him. I mean, obviously he knows.
I know.
And he's picking up English, and I think it's safe to say that as much as he's around them talking, that he can sort of pick up on the gist of what's going on, and so it's a little bit of a stretch, but.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I think they really just had it because they wanted him to say that because it's all very dramatic. So
what's also dramatic is episode 3, orientation.
Episode 3, orientation.
Yeah. Kate damages the Hatch computer in a struggle with Desmond. Oh, I knew it was Kate's fault. Desmond tells Jack and Locke how he arrived at the island and shows them a film detailing the Dharma Initiative. Yeah. Michael, Sawyer, and Jin are imprisoned with a woman they recognize from the airport. No, they don't recognize her. Sorry, that really upset me. That's not true. Desmond flees the hatch.
Oh, wait, who recognizes
Michael, Jin, and Sawyer apparently recognize Ana Lucia from the airport.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I didn't know. I must have missed that scene.
Wow, that did not happen.
That did not happen. Anyway,
wow.
Desmond flees the hatch, leaving Jack.
Wow!
Isn't that that's blatantly wrong?
That's astounding. They just lied.
They just lied. Desmond flees the hatch, leaving Jack and Locke at odds. This is the official synopsis.
Oh my god, they just made shit up.
So, let me start up. Desmond flees the hatch, leaving Jack and Locke at odds. They're always at odds.
Of course.
Saeed races. Yeah.
He didn't need to do anything to make that happen.
Saeed races to fix the computer in time to enter the numbers and save the world. And I just gotta say, Saeed didn't do shit. Okay?
No, he really did.
Desmond fixed the computer. If you watch that episode, like, Desmond fixed the computer, and then Saeed comes in and it's like, oh my god. And then, like, he's like, well, the problem's not the computer, because he replaced the motherboard, which I don't think he replaced. Because I didn't see him replace a motherboard. He didn't really do that. And then
maybe in the 70s, motherboards were
were in jar. You could put them in a jar.
Yeah.
And then Saeed says it's a power issue. And basically, the person who fixes it is Kate. Because she redoes the breaker and the computer magically works. Saeed didn't actually do anything.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, but I love him anyway.
Yeah.
So let's talk about orientation. One of the big things I want to talk about that we hear said a lot once the whole Hatch stuff starts. Locke and Hurley both several times in these episodes say this isn't supposed to happen. This is not what's supposed to happen. Locke says it a lot in this episode because he knows, and I think it's because he knows he's on the wrong path. I mean, he doesn't know it intrinsically, but he understands, like, okay, the audience was supposed to tell me, was telling me to do this thing, he thought, and he thought, then there was going to be some outcome, and the outcome isn't what he expected. He's like, okay, well, this isn't what was supposed to happen. I wasn't supposed to get in this hatch, and this guy pressing a button and all this stuff. And this, this is what we talked about before with Locke, with the hatch taking Locke off the course the island wanted him to be on.
Right.
And I think the fact that, but then as you'll notice with the orientation film and everything, Locke starts to embrace it. He wants to push the button. He at first he's like, okay, this is what's supposed to happen, but then he's like, well, maybe it is. Maybe this is. And then Hurley says it quite a bit. This isn't. About things changing. That was his big phrase.
Oh, right.
Everything's gonna change, and everything does change when they find the hatch. Things become. Sawyer becomes a good guy. People like him for a couple episodes.
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah, sort of. But so anyway, I just thought that was interesting. Locke saying this isn't what was supposed to happen, and then I think he has a scene where he's like, what do you want me to do, or something. He's crying out to the island or something, or maybe that was in the first episode. I don't remember, but I'm done. What do you have?
Are you talking about when he was like hammering on the hatch?
No, there was another thing. There was something else. I thought there was another scene with him. Was he in the hatch when he said that? I don't remember. I thought there was another scene when he was wondering what he was supposed to be doing, but I don't remember now. So what do you got for orientation?
What do I have? Well, I have the following. So Desmond gives us an abbreviated version of his story that we see in full detail in the season 2 finale. Mm-hmm. And
so I know you had a bone to pick with that.
Yeah. So what he says here, it was 3 years ago. I was on a solo race around the world, and my boat crashed into the reef, and then Kelvin came. Okay, good so far. Kelvin.
Yeah, so far so good. I got a little question about the solar race. I don't know what was solar about his boat.
No, solo.
Oh, solo.
Yeah.
Oh, I always thought he said solar.
According to this, it's solo.
Oh, okay. I thought you said solar too.
Yeah, I mean, this is a transcript, so, but they said solo.
Okay, I'll buy that.
Anyway, okay. Then Locke says, Kelvin? And then Desmond says, Kelvin, he comes running out of the jungle. Hurry, hurry, come with me.
Yeah.
All right, the problems begin.
Yes.
Now, if you watch episode 29 and you see the actual version of the event.
Episode what?
I'm sorry, I said 29.
Did you add 4 and 5? What did you do?
I'm thinking of Twin Peaks. The season 2 finale is episode 29.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. So, okay. So in episode, I don't even know what number it is. This finale of season 2.
23 and 24.
Thank you. We actually see this happen. What he's supposedly describing. And he was actually passed out on the beach.
Yeah.
He wasn't even conscious, and Desmond Calvin drags him. Like, he doesn't say, hurry, come with me, he drags him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's in the suit. He doesn't even mention that. All right, so that doesn't quite line up, right? So all right. The rest of this, I guess, is okay. He brings me down here. The first thing he does, because there's beeping already, he types in the code. He pushes a button and it stops. What was all that about? I say, just saving the world. He says.
Yeah, I'd like to say that in his defense, I think it's a minor difference that he says, you know, hurry, hurry, come with me. Is that he was sort of passed out, but I don't know if he was specifically like unconscious and not able to hear. You know, so you know, Desmond could have been like, you know, I mean, Kelvin could have been like, hurry, hurry, come with me, as he picks him up and drags him into the jungle. You know, and he could have, you know, it's one of those things when like you're sort of passed out, but you're halfway conscious type thing. And so he could have heard him say something to that effect, you know?
Yeah.
So I'll give him a little...
if he really said it, like they should have showed it. It would have been better if it lined up.
Well, but the way they were doing that part, you know, it was all from Desmond's perspective, and it was all crazy footage and like stuff like that. So.
Yeah, well, I know that's what made me think he wasn't like, you know.
But that was the thing. He was semi-conscious because he saw him come out of the jungle, and he saw him being, you know, he saw himself being dragged. So he was semi-conscious. So
okay,
I could see Desmond like, you know, very, you know, being like, what's going on? What are you doing? You know, and then Desmond's like, come on, we gotta go. You know, hurry. You know.
Right. But I mean, it's weird. He's dragging him. Like, if he's dragging him, he's not gonna say hurry.
Well, but that's the thing. He says he brings me down here. I mean, he could have said he drags me down here, but, you know, minor point. But I agree. It's just one of those things that it played out a little bit differently than at the end of the season, you know, like 21 episodes later, 21 episodes later, so.
I agree it's a minor point. I just, like, when they talk about stuff and then they do it later, like, I just wish they'd go back and, like, it would have been such a simple matter to make it line up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, I guess maybe the problem is this time they didn't know, and when it came time to do it, they're like, well, we don't want him to be conscious. It's nice.
Yeah, I think that's probably part of it is, you know, they love to do that thing where someone unconscious falls somewhere and then they get picked up or rescued or whatever and taken. But I think it could have been a situation where some writer in the writer's room was like, hey, but remember in Season 3, Desmond says, you know, Kelvin said, hurry, hurry, come with me. And they're like, yeah, well, we'll just do it this way because it's more interesting. So
yeah, I think that's probably very likely.
And they'll be like, no one will notice. So what else you got for this thing? Because I'm done. I don't know.
You know what I wanted to mention about Man of Science, Man of Faith?
Okay, let's rewind real quick. Let me jump into my time machine.
This is what happens when I don't take notes. My brain is very scattered.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to say about that opening part where we see Desmond like messing around, you know, living life in the house,
oh god, gotta love that.
It's very good. But it's weird how the hatch looks in that.
It doesn't look the same.
Yeah, like it's like you can recognize the places because you know them after a while. It's like, oh, that's where Locke washes dishes. But, like, the sink is pristine. Like, it was a nice sink. It looks all nasty later.
Well, what's funny is that, you know, Desmond, like, hops out of bed and gets on a chair and rolls to the computer. And I didn't think the computer was that close to where they sleep.
Right,
you know,
I didn't either.
He just, like, hops and rolls, like a short little roll, and he's there typing.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, well, I don't know if I buy that. I think they may have made it bigger or something when they realized how much time they're going to be down there.
Yeah. The house looks different in different times.
Yeah.
Like I remember in the season finale, like, that room with the computer looked really different for some reason.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But just, like, with the lights on, it pretty much just looks like a regular apartment.
Yeah.
Until there's that, you know, they blow up the door and then the dust comes down or whatever. But it just made me wonder, like, why they never turned on the lights.
What do you mean?
Know? It seems like the lights make it a lot nicer in there.
They do turn on the lights. What are you talking about?
Really?
It's not always dark like it was. Desmond, I think, turned off all the lights when Locke and them were coming down into the thing. That's why it was all dark and gloomy in these first couple times we see the hatch.
But I thought it was dark and gloomy for the rest of the season. Did they really turn on those lights again? It never looks like that again.
It's relatively... I mean, it wasn't that bright when... It wasn't that bright when we see Desmond the first time.
I don't mean bright. I mean just, like, clean. Like, it just looks really
Yeah. Well,
nice.
I don't know.
You know, and it never looks like that again. And it seems like the lights really, like, brighten it up in there. I feel like I never saw them use the lights again.
I remember the bathroom later on looking very clean. I think parts look clean. That corridor when you come down from where the hatch is, like that always looked nasty because it's just there's something leaking that they should fix.
Yeah.
There's this leaky, and I think that's just for atmosphere, you know. Because if Kate and Locke came down in this nice pristine hallway, like with carpet and like floral arrangements on the wall, that'd be very strange.
That would be pretty interesting.
Yeah,
actually.
well, it would be weird. They'd have a lot of explaining to do.
Yeah, yeah. I just like I'll have to see when we watch season 2. But I feel like they never made serious use of those lights in the walls that make it look like there's sunlight coming through. You know?
Oh, no, I don't think they. That light seemed to have different qualities to it. Because, like, the first time when we see it, when it's just Desmond, you know, it looks like sunlight. And then when Locke goes down there, he's exploring, and he opens the thing, it just looks like a crappy fluorescent light.
Yeah.
I think they sort of changed the quality of that. So, yeah, I agree. I don't think you ever see that artificial sunlight ever looking as good as it did the first time. Because the first time they wanted you to be convinced that it was daylight.
Yeah.
And they used probably the specific daylight lights, and then they just switched on to crappy artificial fluorescent lights.
Yeah. I guess that's the problem.
Yeah.
I'm just like, it'd be so much nicer down there if they used, if they had it looking like it did, initially.
I'm so glad you're concerned about their well-being down there.
Well, I just want them to be comfortable.
Oh, you know what else is comfortable?
Oh, God. Episode 4?
Episode 4.
You don't have anything else on this one?
I'm done.
I mean, I feel like we got to talk about the orientation film someday, but...
What's there to talk about? Yap, yap, yap. They're always yapping. I do love when Locke was like, we got to watch that again.
Yeah.
And then Jack's like, no.
And it's, oh, yeah, Jack's like, yeah, whatever. But,
Yes?
It has a mirror image when they go to the Pearl and they watch the orientation video there, and after it's over, Echo says, do you want to watch that again?
Yeah.
And he's like, no, I've seen enough.
Yeah. I think he means that in more than one way.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Definitely. But it's just a nice, like, whatever, things coming back and whatever.
Quick question. The little thing you watched that explains the numbers, because
oh boy,
what's his name? Marvin Candle. Dr. Marvin Candle.
Please.
He references the numbers as the code. He doesn't say the numbers. He says the code.
True.
So does the idea that they are specifically a code fit into what the theory is about what they are?
I'm gonna say not really.
Okay.
Not very comfortable.
So it doesn't make any sense for him to really call it a code.
It's okay that he calls it a code because, it's a code for the computer.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense to refer to it that way, but it doesn't shed any light or really gel that well with what the numbers appear to be in that video. So,
I mean, to me, code is a very specific thing. I mean, I guess it's a code, but I would, I don't expect him to necessarily call it the numbers, but he could say, enter the number sequence or enter the. I guess code works. Never mind. That's
yeah,
fine.
I think it is a code for the computer.
It's a code, I guess.
You know.
It's also a headache. Causes trouble. What else to talk about the video? I mean,
yeah, maybe there's nothing to say anymore. Like, and we. Just
I think it's all been said. Anything you said about the video is all been said.
It was such a like. I remember when I first saw this. When I first saw that episode, it was like, and that started like the first thing I thought was, wow, like it's come a really long way from finding boar and catching fish and worrying about who's got the water and all those like really mundane things from season one. Like it was at that point where like before that everything I sort of accepted, and then it got to that, it's like, wow, this is coming.
That's what's interesting. They seem to be able to up the show. Like it was very interesting when all they had to do was really care about where the boar was and what Smokey was about, and then all of a sudden now it's about this hatch, and then hopefully in season 3 it's going to be about the statue and what that whole thing is about, and they keep sort of upping what the crux of the show is, which is really interesting. So
right.
I did want to mention, I'm sure people have heard this or whatever, but Marvin Candle says you're going to be on the station at the Swan Station for the next 540 days, which if you divide that by 108, you get 5. So it is 540 is a multiple of 108.
Oh, look at that.
I thought that was interesting.
Good catch. Oh, they could have done 4 and had it tie into the numbers even more, but oh well.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, it's a multiple of 4 too. It's 4 times 135 is 540.
I know, but if it were,
I mean, it's gonna be a multiple of a lot of even numbers.
Well, yeah, that's true. Yes, I could tell you how many, but I won't.
Please, for the love of God, don't tell me how many.
Oh, I really want to.
Oh, I'm sure it's more than 3 and less than 1 million.
Yes. Oh dear. So
we can move on.
Okay, I guess that's it for this episode.
Yeah. Episode 4, Everybody Hates Hugo, especially Claude. God.
Oh.
Hurley worries that his new job will make him the most unpopular man on the island, which is a very dire concern, I'm sure. Sawyer, Jen, and Michael learn that their captors are actually survivors from the tail section of the plane. Claire finds the message bottle from the raft, making her and Son fear the worst. Saeed's exploration of the hatch raises suspicions.
What's that? What?
Saeed's exploration of the hatch raises suspicions. He was already suspicious, that's why he explored.
Okay. And I just want to mention, I thought they said they recognized Ana Lucia from the airport. Like, why? But now, God.
Wait, what are you talking about?
That part where they say they realized they're survivors from the plane crash. In the previous one, they said they recognized Ana Lucia.
Yeah, well, even worse is that they said they recognized her from the airport, not from the airplane.
Not from the airplane.
Not from the airplane, but from the airport. It was like, were you flying out of Sydney on that day? Because I saw you at the snack stand getting a Frappuccino. Yeah, it's pretty funny. That's a blatant lie. Michael, Sawyer, and Jen did not recognize Ana Lucia.
No.
Because they never saw her. And that's what was really interesting. I hope we're not skipping ahead. I think it's in these episodes. The whole Goodwin thing. What episode is that? That's the other 48 days, isn't it?
Goodwin? Yeah.
Okay, we'll talk about that whole thing. I didn't see you on the plane. I didn't see you on the plane. Like,
I know.
You guys didn't see anybody on the plane.
Well, and that was weird when he was like, I was in the lavatory.
Yeah, it's just like for 2
the
hours.
whole plane ride?
That makes me, I think they were doing that misdirection thing with Nathan and really wanting us to think that he was the mole because his answer was like, where are you from? Canada. Nobody believes that. Nobody's from Canada.
I know.
Except Evangeline Lilly.
And the fact that his name's Nathan and the other guy was Ethan, and it seemed like they were like because they
little
both said they were
close.
from Canada.
Yeah.
And they both seemed and so it's just like,
Hey, let's save this conversation for a little bit.
Yeah,
I know I started it, but let's save it.
Okay.
Okay, Everybody Hates Hugo. This is Hurley's BS, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things I didn't notice before is that, and if hopefully I'm not mistaken, but Hurley's boss, Randy, is the same guy who was Locke's boss in Locke's flashback.
Yeah. I actually found that out from the Connections feature on the season 2 DVD.
You know, for those of you out there who have season 2, they have a Lost Connections interactive little thing that's very interesting, because I also found out that one of the girls that Sawyer was with was the hostess of the Lotto show.
Yeah,
which is it's one of those details that you don't care about because it doesn't seem to matter. But it's really funny that they even put those two things together.
Yeah, it is. It's that's so small that, like,
yeah.
I mean, I would have never thought to look at the woman reading the lottery things, like,
never ever, you know,
and think, like, have I seen her before?
Where have I seen her? Yeah.
Because she was barely in that one scene, too, like, with Sawyer.
Exactly. She's barely anywhere.
Like,
it seems like one of those things where, like, she had, I mean, I don't know if they specifically had that in mind, where, okay, well, the girl that was with Sawyer, we're going to have be the Lotto girl. Or if, like, you know, that actress auditioned for the part, and then they just said, hey, let's bring her back, or if she just, like, auditioned again, and she was like, hey, this is a small role, nobody will notice me, and, you know, I don't know. But,
and they just, okay.
So I thought that was weird. So that must mean that this must have been after he was Locke's boss, right? Or was this before? What's the time frame here?
Well, when he was Locke's boss, that was pretty close to when he went, to the island, because, he went to the Walkabout from that job. And Hurley won the lottery. Fairly close to. So it seems like they should be actually.
Hurley won the lottery, and then he sort of, that scene where he owns the box company. Maybe when he bought the box company, like, whoever was the new manager or something fired Randy or something, and Randy went to the chicken job.
But Hurley worked at the chicken job before he won the lottery.
Oh.
So he needs to go. He needs to go from the chicken job to the box job. It should have been in that order, which makes me think, like, Hurley hired him even though he hated him or something. Which would be really weird.
Hurley hired who?
Hurley hired Randy, the guy we're talking about.
Oh, at the box company.
Yeah.
Oh, but no, I don't think Hurley had any connection to his investments.
I don't either, but it just seems odd that he got hired at his own.
Well, that's
company.
one of the lost connections.
I guess so. Oh God, they were connected in multiple ways.
I hate that intro to the lost connections. The guy's like, the stranger you pass on the street might be the friend that you talk to on the phone.
It's
like,
Carlton.
Yeah, I know, but it's really crappy.
I know.
It's really crappy.
And you know what I really hate about it? Just to be annoying, he misuses begs the question.
He does.
I hate when people do that.
I heard when he said it, and I'm like, Justin's not going to like that. It doesn't beg the question, it raises the question.
It raises the question, exactly.
Yeah, I know. I heard it.
Begs the question does not mean raises a question.
Yeah. Hey, for our listening audience, well, tell us the difference between begs the question and raises the question.
All right. Begging the question is a specific logical fallacy. When you beg the question, it's when you're setting out to prove something, whatever it may be, and in the process of proving it, you actually assume what you were trying to prove. Mm-hmm. So it's this sort of circular reasoning. That's called begging the question.
I see.
All right, that specific thing. So raises the question just means,
something happens which leads to a question.
Yeah, when people hear begs the question, I think they think it means, like, it
It's asking
begging,
for the question to be asked. Yeah.
But the usage of begs and beg the question is not that. It's a different usage of beg that isn't in usage anymore.
Now, can you give us an example of begging the question?
Can I give you an example of begging the question? Oh boy. Let me think. I actually read one on Wikipedia today, and I really didn't like it because I don't think it's a good example.
I hear typing.
I'm hoping I can sort of save myself here and get a good one really quick. Oh, here we go. Here's one. All right. God must exist. How do you know? Because the Bible says so. Why should I believe the Bible? Because the Bible was written by God.
That's a really crappy one.
So, yeah. Or here's another one. If such actions were not illegal, then they would not be prohibited by the law. So, yeah, anyway.
If they were not illegal, they would not be prohibited.
Yeah.
If they were not illegal, they would not be prohibited. That's true. Right? I'm confused.
Yeah, I mean, it's true because you're saying if something, then that something. I mean, you're not actually.
But it's only prohibited because it's only prohibited because it's prohibited.
Yeah, it's not saying anything.
It's not saying anything. You're right. I get it.
It's totally circular.
Cool.
So yeah. Anyway,
well, folks, you heard it here first. Now you can go out and spread the word about the difference between begging the question and raises the question. You're only going to get those facts from us, folks. Not only are we the Lost Lowdown, we are the Grammar Lowdown.
Yes, I'm on a crusade. It's that and Immaculate Conception. Those are my
yes
pet peeves, I guess.
I'd like to let everyone know that YOU''RE means you are. And YOUR is a possessive, meaning you're. They possess it. They're not the same, folks. Get it straight. Okay, let's get back to Lost. We're losing our audience here.
Oh, and while we're at it, would of doesn't work. Okay, let's move on.
Yeah. Now you gotta explain it.
Would OF not
Please
not a valid
don't ever
expression.
write a sentence that you say WOULD and then OF because that's not a phrase.
No.
It's would
It's
have.
Exactly. Would have, and the contraction form would be WOULD apostrophe VE.
Yes.
That's what you want to write when you write would of.
Which, if you're saying it not articulately, sounds like would have.
True.
So that's where the problem comes in. And the problem also comes in because Hurley quit his job because he was mad that his boss caught him stealing, which I thought was really weird. Sorry, I just wanted to segue back in here.
But what's not a lower bound was Hurley's. Oh, God. Just to bring it back to our first podcast.
I thought it was really... Okay, we'll talk about that later. I thought it was really funny that Hurley decided to quit because Randy was pissed that he was stealing. He's like, I'm not going to stand for being yelled at because I steal. I'm going to leave this job.
Well, I got the impression that he quit because he won the lottery, and that just gave him an excuse.
Well, true. I mean, that was the excuse, but it seemed like he was reluctant to cash because, he didn't want things to change.
Yeah.
He was reluctant to cash in his winnings, and I think he would have worked that job longer if he hadn't gotten fired. But of course, he was being berated, and he realized, hey, I don't have to take this.
Yeah.
But it was still part of the reason he quit was because he was stealing from his company.
Right.
It wasn't like his boss came over, in an office space fashion. Was like, hey, we're gonna need you to come in on Sunday. Like, it wasn't that kind of thing where he was just being a total ass.
Right.
He had cause to be fussing at him. So.
And those reports that I said I needed them by Friday? Yeah, I'm gonna need them by today.
I'm gonna need you to press that button every 108 minutes. Yeah, and I'm gonna need you to not ask why.
Yeah, he's not like he was in Locke's flashback, where he was just like, a total ass for no reason.
He hated Locke.
Like, Locke did nothing, and he's just like, you can't do anything. Like, what an ass. So yeah, anyway, in this thing, it's like, yeah, he is stealing. I mean, you know, whatever, you know, in terms of the company, it's a pretty minor thing, but still, at least he has like a legitimate complaint. With Locke, it was just like, he was just going after him for no reason.
I do love, I'll just say it here, I do love when, this is this episode, sorry. Look at me bringing up something on topic.
Hey!
When Hurley's complaining that he doesn't want to do the job of having to organize the food pantry, and Locke was like, I had to do a lot of jobs I didn't like. And I love that line because we know that Locke had a lot of really crappy jobs in the past. Yeah. But it's also one of those lines that, Locke, I don't care if you did jobs you didn't like. I'm saying I don't want to do this one.
Right.
Like that's not an argument. Like I don't want to do this thing. Well, I did a lot of things I didn't want to do, so you should want to do your thing. Like you know, it's like And that goes back to what we were saying about, you know, people telling other grown-ups what they can and can't do. Locke told Hurley, you cannot not do this job.
Right.
Like, he's like, I'm sorry, Hurley, you're going to have to do it. I'm like, how is Locke going to make him do it, you know? And obviously, you know, it's just really a writing thing so that Hurley, you know, we see Hurley doesn't want to do it and he's sort of forced to do it. And then, you know, so it can sort of play out. But, like, it's really, really crappy in real life because, like, there's no way Locke can make him do it. What is he going to put him at gunpoint?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it's very silly. It reminds me of my least favorite argument ever where you say, but that isn't fair, and they say life isn't fair.
Yeah, exactly. And then you're supposed to go, I guess you're right. Well, life's not fair, and this is life, so...
Yeah, this isn't fair, shouldn't be... Okay.
I guess
everything shouldn't be fair then, because life isn't fair.
Yeah, you go, oh, I forgot life isn't fair. Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, let me go do this thing I didn't want to do.
Oh, God, yeah. So anyway, no, you're right. That's a good... I forgot. It didn't even occur to me. Even though I was bothered by Jack, it didn't occur to me that how weird was that Locke had to...
Oh, man, Locke was even worse. He's like, no, you're gonna do it, buddy. Like... Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, I have to convince people to push a button, and you know, so everybody's got their jobs, and it's like, whatever,
I love Kate. Man. Kate's like, at least we have jobs, right? Hit.
Oh God. Yeah. Oh, Kate. Yeah. Okay. So let's move on here.
I got a very small thing. You know, when Sayid is exploring the hatch, which raises suspicions, they have that scene where, you know, Jack comes in and Sayid has that piece of titanium. He's banging on the concrete wall trying to get through. Mm-hmm. And then Sayid basically says, hey, you know this thing I'm doing right now? Yeah, it's not going to work, but I got another idea. Right. And I'm just like, Sayid had already knew it wasn't going to work, yet he was still banging on it when Jack came over. Mm-hmm. And obviously it's just, you know, it's just a TV thing. But it was just really funny because he had already known. It's not like he was banging and then was like, Jack was like, hey, how's it going? He's like, I don't know, man. I don't think this is going to work. And then they think of something else. He's like, yeah, this thing I've been doing for the last 5 minutes, it's not working. But I already got another idea we can try right now. Like,
yeah, he immediately says that the concrete is 8 to 10 feet thick.
Yeah.
Was he seriously going to try to hammer?
Yeah, he's like, I'm hammering, although I already know it's... And I don't know how do you judge how thick a concrete wall is?
Oh, don't even ask.
I mean, only Sayid and probably Locke could do that.
Yeah, Locke would. Oh, yeah, it must be 8 to 10 feet. That's what they tend to use on...
Yeah, in my box company, I learned that. And, you know, in Mousetrap, we always used 8 to 10 foot.
Oh, God.
But anyway, I just thought that was a really small thing, and it was really sort of funny. You think that's the kind of thing that would come up when you're shooting a scene, like, you know... Mm-hmm. You know, the actors are like, well, why is Sayid banging on this when he already knows that it's not going to work, and I'm coming in just so he can tell me? But anyway, one of the interesting things that we apparently forgot, because this came up a lot when we've been talking about the show, is how they have power. And they explain how they have power because apparently there's a geothermal generator somewhere in the hatch.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
So all that theories about there should be an electric generator somewhere on the island, or maybe the cable that Saeed and Hurley found was electricity and all that crazy stuff.
Right.
They explained in one fell swoop when, hey, there's a geothermal generator.
Now, is that geothermal generator providing power to everything on the island?
Now that is the next question. The first question is that plausible? And I'm not a geothermal dynamic specialist engineer.
What?
I know it's on my business card, but it's not true. I'm not. So I don't.
This is not the podcast partner I signed up for.
I know. Everybody hates Claude now. Jeez, everyone thought I was a geothermal dynamic engineer, which is the title I just came up with. I don't know the plausibility of that. I feel like to access geothermal energy from movies that I've seen, you got to have some sort of piping system and drilling system and all that goes pretty damn deep into the earth.
Yeah.
And I guess if they can pour concrete over everything 8 to 10 feet thick, then they've got the digging and drilling and engineering resources to build that. So I mean, I don't think he's lying, but I'm just saying in terms of that being plausible, I don't know. But I'll take it as his word. It explains why they have power. So that is that. Now, okay, the second question is it providing power for all the hatches on the island and all that stuff? I would want to say yes and no. I mean, it would seem to me, I don't know how much power something like that can generate, but it would seem that it would be more efficient to have one place that's generating all the power for the other ones, because then you have to have like 6 or 7 or how many stations there are. You have to have that many generators.
Right.
And that seems like something complicated to do. And it also seems like something that needs constant regulation. I mean,
that's what I was thinking.
I don't know a lot about geothermal energy, but it seems like something you would want to monitor, and there's levels, and just like any sort of electric or power generation, there's things you got to monitor and make sure it's running correctly.
Right.
And so I guess the idea is that's either electronically controlled by some computer, which could they really have built that in the 70s, 80s when this station was built? I don't know. Mm-hmm. And then the other thing is maybe some other place on the island or off the island or somewhere is there's someone monitoring that. I don't really buy that either.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I think it's interesting to discuss. I mean, I don't really know if it even matters anymore based on the season 2 finale, but I'm definitely curious as to what's behind all that concrete.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, Saeed says, well, the only time I heard of people pouring concrete is Chernobyl, which I didn't really know what that meant. I know Chernobyl was the, nuclear thing.
Right.
But does that mean they were pouring concrete over areas that had been exposed to radiation? Is that what he's saying? Like this thing is generating some sort of radiation and that's what the concrete is blocking? You'd think you would want to line it with lead, if anything. And maybe it is lined with lead closer to the core. I don't know. And so I didn't really know what he meant by that. Like, at the Chernobyl site, did they pour concrete all over it, maybe, or something like that? I didn't really know what his reference meant.
Yeah, I don't know enough about Chernobyl.
If anyone out there in our listening audience majored in Chernobyl in college, if you could email us at lostlowdown@gmail.com.
I think they just recently added that at South Carolina University.
They did. They've had it at Brigham Young for a while.
Yeah, well, of course.
Wow.
That is the center of Chernobyl studies.
Well, the Mormons get everything
Northwest
first.
region. But yeah, well, of course they do. They're divinely inspired.
They're immaculately concepted.
Yes, that's right.
Which really begs the question.
Yes, it certainly does. Let's see. I'm really trying to read Wikipedia about Chernobyl, but it's really long.
Yeah, let's focus on something else.
Yeah, all right. I just thought I'd give it a shot.
Let's all read the Wikipedia entry on Chernobyl together. No.
Yeah. We're not lost.
Ooh, don't diss other podcasts,
Sorry,
please.
No, I wasn't dissing. I was just saying that's what they do. We don't do that.
Okay.
Not that it's bad. We just don't do it.
We don't do it.
That's all I'm saying.
And, we do want to say that we do everything that's good, and since we're not doing that, that might mean that that's bad by the transperative, properties of good and bad. But anyway...
Well, I think that begs the question.
I think wow. I'd like to point out that it's Locke's fault that everyone hates Hurley, or everyone would have hated Hurley, because he told Charlie, because no one else knew about the food except for, the people who originally found the hatch, and of course, Rose, who was brought into the fold. Yes, Rose, you've done well this fall washing laundry. You deserve to be brought into the inner circle.
I feel bad for Rose. It seems like all she ever does is these awful chores.
Yeah, well, she's old and I don't know.
It's like she can't ever do anything fun. She's just always like...
I think she likes it. I think she seems like the person that wants to feel useful. And because, when she's washing all those clothes, I feel like... I mean, obviously those aren't all her clothes. So I feel like she's sort of, like she's washing clothes for the community. I feel like she just wants to be useful. Even later when they get more with the food supply job, she sort of sets up the pantry. And so I don't think she cares. When you're on an island like that, last time I was stranded on a desert island, I was looking for stuff to do. So I wish I had laundry to do. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So I think she's fine. But, you're right. She gets some boring stuff. But, boring stuff is better than nothing when you have nothing else to do.
Yeah, I guess so.
It passes the time, keeps it... everyone can't read like Sawyer, so...
Yeah.
But anyway, my point was that Locke, and what's really strange, because Locke never does this, is tell people stuff they... Someone asks a question and Locke actually gives the right answer. He never does that. But this time he wanted to be straight to Charlie, and so Charlie asks all these questions, and he tells him about the food. And then Charlie goes, in a very bitchy fact, I realized that Charlie is a bitch, man. Like, if you don't give him what he wants, or if you don't, fit into his model of expectations, he just goes off, man. He just, goes off, and you're pathetic, and I thought we were friends, and, he just, totally does a 180 on Hurley. Hurley's like, yeah, man, I can't tell, and he's like, oh, I thought we were friends, oh, blah, blah. Just totally berates him and makes him feel bad, which is why I don't like Charlie, one of the many reasons.
Yeah.
But, anyway, it's really stems from Locke's fault that Charlie found out about it, which in terms, other people found out about it. So Hurley, in typical Hurley fashion, decides to remedy the situation and blow it up.
Right.
Because usually when I have a problem, I get dynamite to blow it up.
I forgot that he did that.
Yeah, it was pretty... I love that look in his eye, though. Because I forgot he did it too, when I was watching this episode again, Locke was like, "You just got to do the job, Hurley. You got to do it." And Hurley looks. They have a close up, and he's like, "Okay, I'll do it." And then I thought that he was basically, that was his incentive to go give the food out. He's like, "Okay, well, if I got to be in charge of the food, I'll just give it out to everyone." But no, his first thought is to blow it up.
Yeah, that's so ridiculous.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just it's even more of a colossal waste than that scene in Dave where him and Libby pour out all the food he had stashed, and not only is it a colossal waste, I mean he's letting off dynamite in the hatch.
Yeah. Now, to his credit, it is all lined with concrete, and that door seems pretty sturdy. I think I would have withheld the blast quite well, but, I think it was one stick of dynamite. But still, who knows how thick the walls in that room are. Who knows what happened. But it obviously was really stupid. But to his defense, if I can defend him a little bit, I was really sort of thinking about, when he was ranting about, if I give Charlie peanut butter, then Steve's going to want the chips. And how come Kate didn't get any chips? And how come Kate gets the shampoo? And if you think about it...
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you're going to say how much you hate Kate for taking the shampoo?
Yes,
two things she did, man. First, she took the shampoo. He's like, Kate, you can't. Oh, thanks, Charlie.
Yeah, nice.
It's just one bottle.
Yeah.
And then later, she's the first bitch to hop in the shower when everyone's been dirty for 40-something days.
Yep.
And Jack's like, oh, you took a shower, She's like, I had to see if it worked. Yeah, right. You knew it worked.
Yeah.
You cut it on and saw that it worked. Anyway,
I know.
that was pretty bitchy, but hey, women are bitches. Just kidding,
Yeah.
ladies. Just kidding.
I hated her for not. She wasn't even. She didn't even. He could have said anything. She was just gonna go take it.
Yeah,
She didn't even,
hey, Kate, that's actually battery acid. Thanks, Hurley. Gotta go.
She didn't even pretend to respect any sort of authority he might have had.
She's using her charms, man.
She just exactly.
But,
she's just gonna charm her way into the. And I just
she's Canadian. They're charming.
Yeah,
it's the nasal quality. I love Canadians. They're so northern. I did want to say, okay, my point was, I was thinking about what Hurley was saying, and how would you ration out that kind of food? Because it's more than just, okay, we've got 6 bags of chips, It's more about the quantity, not just the items themselves, Right. I mean, with small things like the candy bar, maybe you can do, more of, okay, we'll split the candy bars up. But with chips, when you've got, 25, 30, 50 chips in a bag, how do you ration that sort of thing out, If there is only 3 bags of chips, okay, everyone's probably going to want some chips. And it's how do you ration that out? You really can't. You won't be able to please everybody. Even if, okay, Steve gets the chips and, and Charlie gets the peanut butter and, Rose gets the, waffles. But it's okay, but Rose wants some chips too. And,
Right.
and then it would be a very hard task. And I think a sort of more rational person than Hurley would have found a better way, fill out the list, and it would have been sort of a first come first serve type thing. Okay, guys, we've got this much food to give out today. Who wants what type thing.
Yeah.
But that would have been
that would be ideal. Find out who wants what, and then figure out what the most equitable way is to distribute.
But then Hurley goes, well, there's only enough food to feed one person 3 meals a day for 3 months, which is it goes on the list of one of the worst arguments ever. Because it's that might be true, but if it can feed 40 people for 2 weeks, then that's still good.
Yeah.
That doesn't. That's not an argument, Hurley. That it's. I mean, obviously it is going to run out, but why not enjoy it while it's there?
Yeah.
But then, of course, we get that scene when he sort of gives food out to everybody, and we are, sort of made to think that he gave all the food out. But we'll soon come to find out he really didn't give all the food out, and it doesn't really matter anyway because we get another supply drop later on,
rendering this entire episode pointless.
Yeah, exactly. I thought it was really funny that they have that nice little montage of Hurley giving out all the food, what I like to call everyone loves Hugo montage.
Right.
And he gives Charlie the peanut butter, and Charlie's just smiling all bright. And I'm like, Charlie, you should be that happy. He's giving out food to everybody. I can understand you being thrilled that he gave you what you wanted, but, he's giving it out to everybody, man. You're not special, Thought that was funny.
Yeah. Yeah. I hate that he got what he wanted.
Yeah, nobody likes Charlie.
Because he was such a bitch earlier.
He was a bitch,
he didn't
man.
Deserve it.
Yeah. What was that? I don't remember which episode it was, but... it was when he was talking to Locke, and he was like, I would have gone on the Diamond Expedition if somebody would have asked me, all bitchy. And then he was like, I got Claire's baby back. And I'm like, well, you really didn't. Saeed was the one who led you to where the smoke was. If it wasn't for him, you wouldn't have been able to get there,
Yeah, if it wasn't for him, you'd be dead with your head bleeding.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But that's the kind of thing that I actually like that he said, because it fits with his character, because it's really not true. It's an exaggeration of what really happened, and that fits with his character. He just sort of says what he needs to say at the time. Right. So, a writing standpoint, I'm glad he said it, but in reality, it's just you're a bastard.
Yeah. I think he actually referred to it as the A-Team mission or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
It seemed like it seemed like the kind of language that the writers would use.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, this is our A-Team doing this, and then we'll have our B-Team doing that, and then it made me think of the season 2 finale. The A-Team is going off with Michael, and they end up captured by the others.
Can I stop you right there?
Okay, yeah.
I think by A-Team he means the TV show A-Team.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because
I thought he just meant like A-Team is in like the
No, I think
most
it's
important team.
It's a pop culture reference.
Oh.
Because I don't think in his it would be weird for Charlie to think in terms of different teams doing things because he's in the middle of all this action, and it would be weird for him to think that getting Claire's baby back was less important than the dynamite. Just from his perspective. I mean, he might think that other people think that, but I don't think he would use that phrase. I really think by A-Team, it's a pop culture reference to the TV show A-Team.
So why were they... Okay. Yeah, I guess you're right. I interpreted it differently. Anyway.
Yeah, it's easy to do.
Yeah. So it is. So, you know what's not the A-Team? Episode number 5, and found.
Well, I wasn't done with 4.
Oh, sorry. I tried.
I didn't. I was wondering, and during that whole montage, you pretty much see everybody out on the beach getting food, eating food, and I'm wondering who's pushing the button. And I don't remember seeing Locke, so maybe he's back there pushing the button. But I just thought it was funny that sort of everybody's busy eating, no one's pushing the button. And then I love that thing where everybody's having fun and it's all nice, and it's peaceful. Things can't be better, and then you pan over to Sun, who's desperately clamoring to bury that bottle, bury the secrets. And I'm thinking, oh, Sun, more secrets. Haven't you had enough secrets in your life? Stop with all the secrecy. I mean, that's why you're on the island, because you keep secrets. Isn't that right, Sun? You're being punished for the secrets that you keep.
But it's complicated.
Oh, it's always complicated. With Sun, everything's complicated. Okay. I guess we'll talk about the bottle thing when it comes back up, but the bottle thing had a couple of funny things I want to point out.
Yeah.
So, they said that there was 23 survivors on the tail section, right? Mm-hmm. Which is a number. Mm-hmm. Now, how many original fuselage people were there? Was it 42?
I think it was 44.
Okay. But does that include, like, the marshal who died and stuff like that?
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I couldn't
remember. I don't
remember.
know what the count was from.
Anyway, I don't know how much you kept track of, and we'll get to this later when we get to the 48 days, but I wanted to see if their math with the tail section people was right, because there was 5 people left when our guys find them. And which leaves 18 from the original 23.
Only 5?
Well, Ana Lucia, Echo, Libby, the stewardess lady, forgot her name. Cindy, and Bernard. Those are the only 5 people left. By the time, Michael, Jen, and Sawyer get there.
Which means the others took
18 people.
18.
Which I don't know. The math didn't add up to me, because I believe they said the first night they took 3, but really they only took 2.
Nathan died, so you can cross him off.
Yeah, Nathan died. Okay, now I hope the 23 isn't counting Goodwin.
Yeah, it really shouldn't.
It might, since.
We don't know how they counted.
Yeah.
Because they might have counted when they thought Goodwin was one of them and never thought to change the number.
Exactly. So that could be down to 16. They said they took 3 the first night, which they really didn't. They only took 2 because Echo. They tried to take Echo, but he beat him
and failed.
So that's 2 off of that, which would make the lowest number possible 14. Mm-hmm. And then they said they took 9 later. I believe it was. I believe it was 9.
Which episode is that? Do you know?
Ooh.
I was hoping I could find it.
I think it's this episode.
Let's see. Oh, yeah. Oh, forgot about that. You sure?
Maybe not. No. I think it's this episode. I think it's another one. This is when they say 23.
I found it. It's abandoned.
Yeah. Okay. The next one.
Shannon's episode. The first night they came. The first night that we got here, they took 3 of us.
Mm-hmm. They really
nothing. Yeah. Nothing happened for 2 weeks. Then they came back. They took 9 more.
Yeah. Because the only reason I'm certain that they didn't take 3 is because when Ana Lucia is questioning Goodwin about what happened, why they tried to take those 3 people the first night, Goodwin said, well, they tried to take Echo and the strongest people basically, and he said Echo and the 2 other guys. So that's the 3. So they didn't take Echo. So it's really only 2 that they took.
Yeah.
But you think they would get something like that right? You know, that she would say, well, the first night they took 2 of us.
Right.
You know.
I agree. She really should have those numbers right.
Unless I'm mistaken, unless Goodwin said Echo 2 and 2 other guys and then mentioned a 4th guy, but I don't think he did.
Oh, I guess I could look at that too. Let's see. Here.
You want to wait till we get there, or?
Oh, okay. I'll wait. I'm using the transcripts are my notes, so
nice.
I'm constantly looking at them. So okay, all right. That's good. I mean, I never would have thought.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry.
Math,
I'm sorry. I just looked it up since we're talking about it. Goodwin does say the first night they took the strong of us, our quiet friend, 3 other guys. So there was 3 taken. There was 3 taken the first night. They tried to take 4 total.
Okay.
I thought he said 2 other guys.
It still doesn't add up. There's like 5 people unaccounted for, I think, right?
Let's see. So there was 16. There's 16 if you count with Nathan dying. Okay, there's 18 people, right? Out of the 23 minus 5 is 18. With Nathan dying, that's 17. With Goodwin being part of the original 23, that's 16.
Mm-hmm.
With the 3 people taken the first night, that's 13. So it looks like we're 1 off. Oh, then they.
What do you mean 1 off?
I was thinking. I don't know what I was thinking. And then they said 9 more. So that's what? 4.
That's 4. Yeah.
So they're 4. So they're 4 people off.
Yeah.
Maybe they're not counting the 2 children as. I don't know why they wouldn't.
As people.
I don't know.
Okay.
Anyway, they seem to be 4 off. I don't know how to account for those 4 people.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Oh, well, one of the guys died. The guy with the leg.
Yeah, you're right. That guy died.
He died. So that's 3 people. Did anybody else die?
I think they did.
You think those people just died?
I think some other people might have died.
So they didn't all get taken? They just, died?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll buy that 3
stick
people
with
died.
that theory.
Yeah, it fits.
Yeah. Yeah. It's close enough. I mean, if it were 10 people, I'd be like, okay, that's a little silly, but it's close enough. Sure, why not? I forgot about the guy that died. That was weird. They spent all that time, and then he just died.
What do you mean spent all that time?
Well, it wasn't a lot of time, I guess.
They just fixed his leg, and then he...
They have that scene where Libby fixes his leg, and that whole scene, I'm just like, Libby, you're not a doctor. I don't know what you're doing.
Well, she spent that year in medical school, so...
So she claims. I don't know, man. Her.
I guess that was before she met Dave and got married to him and stole his money and then killed him.
Yeah, I know. God.
Okay, so we're gonna go to episode 5. We gotta breeze through this, man. We still gotta... We got
Yeah, we're going too slow.
We're going way too slow. We're gonna have to skip some stuff. All right, so we're gonna go to episode 5 here. And found.
Before we move on, I have one more thing.
Oh, jeez.
That I've just recalled about Adrift, which I know was a while ago.
Adrift, jeez.
But I just want to throw this out there. I don't know if it's relevant or if it's just yet another example of the writers sort of repeating themselves. But in Michael's flashback in that episode, where he sort of fights to keep Walt or whatever, the lawyer in the meeting he has with his with Walt's mom's lawyers, they ask him a bunch of questions about Walt.
I know exactly what you're gonna say. Yeah.
Yeah, like, what his birthday is, what his favorite food is, or I don't remember exactly what the questions are. But anyway, they're like just specific questions about his
Him.
just little things that you would know about him if you were around. And then she says something like, well, for someone who wants to retain his paternal rights, you don't seem to know much about him.
Yeah, I hate that. I thought the same thing. It's the same thing that they did in, 3 Minutes with Miss Blue? Like, she was like, you don't know anything about him, so how could you love him? Like...
Right.
And it's like, love does not equal what you know about the person. He's going to love this kid first for the simple fact that that's his kid.
Right.
Like, he's going to have that innate bond with him. And then, of course, Walt's mother, well, at this point, he's not dead, but... in 3 minutes she's dead, so he's got that connection because he wants to protect him and all that stuff.
Right.
But yeah, that's the thing. Like, it wasn't his fault that... And I felt like he had a really bad lawyer. Like, it wasn't his fault that she...
Oh, he did.
She took him, took Walt all across the... and convinced him, Michael's better if he's with me, it's better if he's with me. And he's just like, okay, you can go to Amsterdam. Okay, you can go to Italy. Okay, blah, blah, blah. And to the point that it was like, okay, well, I don't want you to be the father anymore legally,
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it was a very similar thing that the bitchy lawyer that the mom had was like, oh, you don't know what his favorite ice cream is, do you? Huh? Well, then you wouldn't make a good father.
Right. Well, besides it just being an invalid argument, it's weird that it's basically the same scene he has with Miss Clue. Like,
yeah. Are you saying that lady is Miss Clue?
Well, no.
Oh.
No, but I'm saying like. They're doing the same thing to him, and like it just seems odd to me.
Yeah, and I think it would have been. Oh my God, it would have been so great if when it happens the second time with Miss Clue, if he was ready for that, if he had remembered that someone used the same argument, the lawyer lady used the same argument on him, and he was sort of defeated and adrift. If he would have had a really good comeback in 3 minutes, that would have been really cool. That would have been really nice if he was like, Miss Clue, Walt's shoe size, knowing Walt's shoe size doesn't mean I love him anymore, like, that just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that would have been a nice outcome.
That would have been cool.
Didn't happen. It made me wonder if there was some connection. I mean, I really don't think so, but it just seems like I guess it's just an odd coincidence.
It seems like that's their only way in those situations to sort of make Michael feel like he shouldn't have Walt or something like that. Like that, the only thing they can do is say, well, you weren't there, so you don't know these things, so therefore you don't need him or you don't love him. And it seems like that's their only real argument. Because I think that is their only... I mean, how else do you argue that you don't love your kid or you don't know anything about your... I guess that's the only real thing you can do. So. Yeah.
That's his weak spot, I guess. Just the fact that he's never been around.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's it. I think
episode 5, And Found. One of these nice episodes where they use the title Lost and then the show title to have a nice little cliche phrase.
It's so clever.
And
by clever, I mean...
the opposite of clever? Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's the synopsis. Get ready for fun, guys. Sun is devastated when she loses her wedding ring. Well, who wouldn't be? Causing the survivors to band together to search for it. All of them?
Did she really?
She apparently got all 40-something lost aways to help her look for it.
Wow.
God, these things are horrible. Okay. While helping the Tailies gather food, Michael runs off in search of Walt. Jen and Mr. Echo set off to find Michael, only to encounter the others. What a sort of inaccurate statement that is. I guess they encounter the others, but...
They do encounter the others. What are you saying is inaccurate?
Well, encountering the others is like when they come, later when they come head to head with them, when you first see Tom, or the second time you see Tom.
Hunting party.
Yeah, I mean that's encountering the others too. That's why I said it's a little inaccurate.
What would you call what happened?
Only to have an encounter with the others, maybe. Or maybe Jen and Mr. Echo set off to find Michael, and like are narrowly discovered by or something like that. I don't know. It's fine. It's fine. It's a little imprecise, I think.
Okay.
Okay, so this episode, Sun is, this is obviously Sun and Jin's BS, and, it's funny, like, the first part, Sun loses her wedding ring, God, I feel like Sun,
Yeah.
oh, that was mean, and, it's so, I don't know, you know how we are, we don't really care about the romance and all the, like, heartfelt emotion, of loss. Like, sorry, people who care about that stuff. It's just, that's not what's most intriguing. So when she's all up in arms about, her wedding ring. What's going on? Wedding ring.
You can't say it anymore.
I don't have problems doing that stuff. Wedding ring. I think it's all the whiskey I've been drinking. Sorry.
Oh.
I gotta get ready for the podcast. Party time.
Oh, okay. Well, it's the only way they're fun.
Yeah. So anyway, she's all crying about this, and I'm thinking, oh God, this is the best you guys can do is have her look for her wedding ring. Like, give us something a little bit more interesting than that. But whatever. But what I did want to say was I really liked. Is it this episode with?
Oh boy. Tell me what you liked.
When Jin's about to go for his big job interview at the hotel, and he's with his roommate, I guess Ty. I really like that scene. I really like the camaraderie they had, and the sort of like just bachelor Jin with his roommate, and just sort of fun and young. I just really like how the scene played out, and I like just their interaction was really cool. And I was like, I could watch more of this, like, I don't know, watch them go out in the town or something, or, I don't know, I just really like that scene with them just sort of being, with Jin being totally different than he is than normal.
He was very different.
He was just fun and like he was just, loose. It's a very good term. He was just very loose and like, and then his roommate and all that stuff. Anyway, some of the stuff they were talking about was really crazy, but...
Yeah, I know. I was reading a Destiny book today.
I did like the Destiny book. That was really interesting. I guess in terms of the Destiny book, if his friend Ty wouldn't have told him that, love is orange or whatever, then when he saw the lady in the orange, he wouldn't have turned around to sort of look at her longer. I mean, I guess she probably would have caught his eye anyway. But he, turned around and stared at her a little bit and think, oh, orange or orange, which is
I know,
which is apparently Korean for orange.
It's apparently not much different.
Yeah, which makes
maybe
me
they
think
didn't have that color. I don't know.
Which makes me think they didn't have that color in Korea, and it's one is like iPod or something. It's just like it doesn't really change much. Anyway, so I guess if Ty didn't tell him that, he would have sort of turned around and looked at the lady, and only to turn around and hit Sun. Which it's funny, they both weren't watching where they were going.
Yeah.
How she ran into him, whatever.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's a really small thing I didn't need to mention.
She pulled a Sawyer because he was turned around at least. Like she should have seen someone right in front of him. I have to say, just from a critical standpoint, I actually, as far as Sun and Jin flashbacks, this one, to me, was one of the better ones.
Oh, of course.
Because, especially Jin's half of it.
Do you know why it was better? I can tell you, right? I guess the one reason why it's better. Can you guess? Because Sun and Jin weren't in it together.
Oh!
They were separate flashback, It wasn't about them, the two of them. It was about them separately, so it was a little bit more interesting.
Maybe that was the key, but I just like the scene where he goes in for the interview and the guy's like, I thought I smelled fish on you.
Oh, that was horrible.
I really like, and then he's like, don't let people like you in, and then
he snatches the tag off the tie and like
oh god, the tag off the tie, that was such, oh my god, what an ass.
Yeah, he was awesome.
Him and Randy would get along well.
Oh, if it wasn't for the language barrier, but they, assholes probably speak the same language, so.
Yeah, I know, like, god, I couldn't believe he did that, because he knows why he did that.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? You're going to have to pay for this, bitch.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but I think part of it was like, it would have been worse if he snatched it off and then didn't give him the job. But I think Jin could probably, he could obviously afford it more since he got the job.
Yeah, that's true.
But I think that was,
true.
I think that was part of it was, he's probably going to need that nice tie to wear to work or something. I don't know, but
yeah, he had a uniform. Yeah, I know, but it's just, I don't know. And I like that scene. I like how horribly embarrassing it is to be a fisherman. I can barely relate to that, but
it's definitely a class system. It's definitely a class. And if you grew up in the villages and you that's the thing. He said, "What village are you from?" He already knew.
Yeah. Yeah. He said, "You're obviously not from the city." Wow.
Yeah, I think it probably has to do with like a how they speak thing too. He could probably tell.
Yeah.
Just like if someone was from the South, you can tell. Okay, you're not from New York City, buddy. You're from Georgia.
Right.
But one of the things I want to I like to catch little details this time around, and I did a freeze frame on Jin's resume, and there's a couple things that are written in English, and of course in just regular numbers. Jin was born in '74. This is old stuff. Anybody who was into season 2 when it was around already knows this stuff. This is totally old hat, but I didn't catch this the first time around. Maybe some of our listeners haven't. He would be let's see, he was born in '74, so that'd make him 32 right now. Currently, is that right? Is my math right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and he actually has an email address listed on his thing that I did a little Googling, and apparently people were trying to email it, and the email address, all you see, it's Jinsu. I think it's Jinsu74 at Yahoo. Now, what you don't get is the end of the domain. You don't know if it's .com or, as some people surmise, he's Korean. He would have a Yahoo Korean account.
Oh.
I think it was com.kr.
Okay.
So I think people tried to email the various permutations of that, and I don't think anyone ever got a real response. But what was interesting was the account was created in he's got a profile. So if you go to profiles.yahoo.com/Jinsu74, you'll get this profile, and everything's pretty much in Korean. And but what's interesting, I don't remember the date exactly, but I think it was '99. The account was created before the show came on, but I forgot the details. Sorry, guys. But one of the guys who has something to do with Lost, or used to have something to do with Lost, is now at Yahoo or something. So someone random person on the internet surmised that maybe they got this account for the creators to use or something like that, or basically what I mean. This account already existed. Either it already existed, and the guy who's at Yahoo who used to be with Lost or whatever, let the creators use this account, and they sort of close the account or whatever. Because if you email it, you get like a error type response, or it's a situation where I don't remember what I was saying. What was the first thing I said? Here's the test.
You're trying to explain the scenarios under which this account was created before the show.
Either it was already there and they let them use it. Oh, that's right. Either it was already created a while ago, before the show, and they sort of let the creators take it over and use it, or just sort of close it for them to use, or it was created after the show, or when the show was created, but they just went and technically rolled the date back, with their, because they can do that if they're Yahoo.
Mm-hmm.
So it was one of the two. Anyway, that's not a big deal. I don't know why we're talking about it, but I thought it was interesting with Jin's email address.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, I don't even remember that we got a shot of that. So
yeah, there's a shot.
It went over my head, but that's something. Anytime they have a document, I guess you have to look. I know in that episode with Locke, where he has that detective investigate his mom.
Uh-huh.
There's some documents shown there. One of them's from Santa Rosa, so people know that she was there at one point, and that's just another kind of little document thing that kind of passes by quick, and so they like to do that.
So
just for amusement and entertainment.
What? Where do you want to go from here?
Well, do you have any?
I got some stuff.
Because I think you should go.
Okay, let's talk about the others not leaving tracks, because
Please.
Echo says they don't leave no tracks, buddy.
Wow, he's Southern.
Yeah, he's Southern and said some extra stuff I didn't hear in the episode. This is my question. Okay. First of all, there's been a lot of incongruities about the others and leaving tracks. Okay, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. You know, who knows when they're going to do it? It's all a random occurrence, apparently.
Yeah, and yeah. Sometimes they leave tracks, sometimes they don't leave tracks, and other times they leave like a hard to follow trail.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I can understand if the others, like, okay, let's just take this case when you know, obviously Jen and Mr. Echo are going to look for Michael because he's run off to go find Walt. And they want to, you know, grab him before he gets killed or in trouble or whatever. So they're chasing him, and then all of a sudden Echo realizes the others are near, so they hide in this underbrush or whatever. And they see, you know, a group of others go by, along with what looks like at least at least one kid, but I think there was a couple kids, it seemed like. And first of all, I want to say they were making all kinds of noise. I heard like branches, you know, little branches breaking and like things breaking on the ground when they were stepping on it, because they're stepping on it. Mm-hmm. It was sort of eerily quiet when they were walking by, but you could hear them. I mean, I could hear them breaking stuff, and I'm like, does that not count as a trail when they're breaking, you know, stuff on the ground? That's usually what trails are, you know. And but that aside, you know, I don't understand how they don't leave footprints or a trail, because, I mean, I can understand if maybe the adults don't do it because they've been trained to not do it, but how do you make it where kids don't do it? How do you make it where those kids know what to do or what not to do to leave a trail or to not leave a trail?
Well, especially if they've just been taken.
Exactly, they've just been taken. Like do you take them and first of all, why are they even tracking kids across the jungle? You would think they would keep the kids
they were supposed to be
doing. Keep the kids in one spot or wherever they're supposed to be, you know.
Like, it seems to me that was just a shot so we could see the bear and then sort of like remember it remember it later when we see it again, and, you know, when the kid's still around. I feel like that was just one of those oh wow kind of things where it doesn't really make any sense that they're traveling around with the kids. At least,
yeah, especially since the idea that we get is that they obviously don't dress like that all the time. They obviously aren't doing that all the time.
Right.
And you would think they would have the kids wherever the kids are being tested or kept or whatever. And why would you need to track them across the jungle? It didn't make a lot of sense. It didn't make any sense that the kids wouldn't leave footprints either. You know, or tracks either.
It
so
doesn't.
I just wanted to point that out because it was weird. You know, I don't know if we're supposed to think they're trained not to do it, or they don't do it because they're mystical in some way, or they have these powers that enable them to not do it. You know, they got some splaining to do with that. Hopefully, we'll get that if they care.
I want to believe they're supernatural, but I don't. I think the explanation is probably just they're supposed to be trained not to leave.
Is that what it is?
Or to leave as little trail as possible, and so that translates to they don't leave tracks. But you know, literally that can't be true because you can't unless they are extremely supernatural. But to me, if they're supernatural enough that the ground doesn't register them walking on it,
they're going against the laws of physics.
Yeah, I feel like Henry Gale should have been able to escape, and you know,
well,
Ethan shouldn't
all
have
we
been
can
so
say is that
dull,
if he did escape, he wouldn't have left tracks. I think that's the only conclusion we can make.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's some. I think that's one of the biggest incongruencies of the show is really the others in general, but specifically the track thing.
Yeah.
Okay. The other.
Yeah, it's one of those on again, off again things. They seem to use it when they want to and forget about it when they don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, exactly. Different writers, I guess.
Yeah.
The other thing I want to
sorry,
you're still talking about it. I'm ready to move on, but come on.
I'm sorry. This is going ahead. like say when they first find Henry Gale, like he's an other, right? So when he's walking, I mean, you get to see him walk a little bit. Like, if they look at the ground, are they really not?
I think when he's walking like that, he wouldn't be using whatever techniques he would use in another. Yeah, there would be sort of no need to.
Right. Okay. So it's not something that happens all the time. It's something they have to make an effort to do.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway,
I would imagine. I mean, if it's a trained skill, then they can do it when they want to, and then not when they don't. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So another thing I want to point out that I thought was just mildly funny is that apparently no one. It's funny. Like if I mention, okay, say we're on the island, right? We were in a plane crash. You know, we're one of the losties. And when the raft set out, you know, we knew that they had a bottle with the messages in it. So if I came to you, you know, a couple days later and I mentioned a bottle, you would probably know right off what bottle I meant, right? I'm assuming. Yeah. So it was just funny. Here's this little line. This is when, you know, who is it? Claire found the bottle, right? And comes to Sun. And this is the scene where Sun is telling Kate, she goes, you know, I'm sick of everyone saying he's all right. He's not all right. Claire found the bottle. Cut to Kate, looking stunned, looking puzzled. The one with the messages inside. Cut to Kate, still not getting it. The one from the raft. And then Kate goes, where is it? You know? It's this weird thing where it's like, you should only have to say Claire found the bottle. And then the one with the messages. But Kate still didn't get it. And then she goes, the one from the raft. And then it like dawns on her what she's talking about. And they do the exact same thing in the next episode, with Shannon and Saeed. Like Shannon tells Saeed, we found the bottle. And then Saeed goes, the bottle with the messages that they brought with them? And I'm just like, why are they so specific about this? And I guess it's for the audience sake, I'm assuming.
I was just going to say that.
Like, that you have to be that specific. Like, if Shannon says we found the bottle, Saeed should know what she's talking about. But he goes, the one with the messages that they brought with them? I don't know. I just thought that was really, really way too specific. It's like, you know, it's like that TV show Ghost Rider, you know, where they would spell things out, like literally spell things out sometimes, just so the kids could understand. And it's funny that they're doing this in the show because you'd think you could give people the benefit of the doubt that they would remember the bottle, you know, from the thing.
No, they don't. You know, I was just reading the other day a post by Greg Nations on the Fuselage.
Greg with 2 G's because it's not Gregory.
Exactly. About this topic. Not that specifically, but they were basically asking about them sort of over-explaining things that are obvious if you watch the show. Mm-hmm. And he said that they try to strike a balance because they know most people that watch the show aren't like hardcore fans and aren't sort of going to remember everything from... I mean, I know I forget stuff that happened.
Yeah.
I consider myself a pretty big fan. But every now and then I forgot, you know, whatever happened in season 1, and then they refer to it again. And he said, like, they throw in little treats for people who did see the early episodes, but certain things they want the audience, everybody to get. They will sort of explain. They say, so the people who are hardcore fans kind of have to sit through this, you know, just so it can be more accessible.
Well, it gives us something to podcast about. Anyway, what next?
So I think it sounds really silly and unrealistic, and I think it really is just them trying to make sure more audience members who maybe didn't even see that episode will know what they're talking about.
Yeah, I guess so.
I don't like it either. I wish they could just say that, but you know.
Okay, here's the other thing. When Jen and Echo catch up with Michael, you know, he doesn't want to go, obviously, and then, you know, Michael's explaining, they took my son, you know, they took him right out of my hands. I'm not going back without him. And then Jen comes up and says, you find Walt, Michael. And then, which to me meant, you go find, we understand, you go find Walt, we're going to go back with the other tailies, you know. But then, of course, Michael comes back with them. Mm-hmm. And I thought, and it says here in the transcript, then the intention when Jen says you find Walt, Michael, that it says in the little parentheses here, the intention here is you will find Walt, but you need to come with us now. And I just thought that was really weird for him to say, because obviously if anyone, I guess a native English speaker says you find Walt, it means you go find him now,
Right.
And I just, I thought they could have done that a little bit better.
Well, no native English speaker would phrase it that way.
Well, exactly. But, I mean, you think they could have put a will in there? You will find Walt, or
if he was able to handle that tense, I would be pretty surprised. I think him phrasing it that way is pretty realistic, actually.
Really?
I'm surprised he can say that much. Yeah, because it's pretty common. Like people that I've encountered who are native English speakers, and particularly from Asian countries, like their verb system is very different. It's not like Latin or whatever, it's sort of similar to what we do. It's totally different, and so the way they want to phrase things is the way they do phrase them. And so, it comes out sounding strange, but I think this is...
Well, he could just say, that's fine, I agree. He could just say, you find Walt, and then say, come us now. Like, just make it clear what the intention is, because to me, it seemed disjointed that he seems to be telling him, you go find Walt, because Michael just said, I am not going back without him. And then Jen comes up. I mean, obviously, I guess Jen didn't really understand what that meant. But, that's the thing. Like, Michael says, I'm not coming back without him. And then Jen basically seems to say, you go find him. But then Michael comes with him. So it seems like, okay, that's weird. I guess if Michael didn't say, I'm not going back without him, then I think it would be a little easier to understand what Jen meant, Because you're putting two opposite things together. And with what Jen said not being exactly, accurate.
Right.
So I just thought that was weird. I guess it's just I'm just sort of surprised they did that too. I think they, especially what you just said about them trying to get everybody on the same page. You think
I know.
They could have made that a little bit more clear. I mean, it's a very, very minor point, but I think they could have made that a little bit more clear. Put in an extra word or put in another small sentence to make that clear what Jen really meant. But I don't know how I don't know how he knows what find means or the English word for find.
I know. To me, it's even a stretch that he could say, "You find Walt."
Yeah.
Like that's a real, like, it's weird. Jen is like,
but I can understand he's hearing Michael say, "I gotta find Walt. I gotta find Walt." He's hearing "find" and "Walt" a lot, so he just puts it together.
Yeah. Okay. Michael does say it a lot.
Yeah.
Although, okay.
Anyway, that's all I got for this episode, buddy. I know we got to sort of get through these fairly quickly. We got 3 more episodes to get through, and not a lot of time.
Right. Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm ready to move on.
Oh, you don't have anything else about this episode?
I don't.
Cool. So,
I really don't.
Episode 6, Abandoned. This was the best episode ever. Except for all the other episodes that they have on the show. I've said that before. I know. Yeah, I remember saying that.
This was really not the worst episode.
An intimate evening between Saeed and Shannon is interrupted by a brief sighting of Walt. Claire worries about her parenting skills and tells Locke some troubling information about Charlie. There it is again, being very imprecise. Ana Lucia and Mr. Echo lead their party on a trek to unite with the rest of the survivors just as Shannon heads into the jungle to look for Walt. Their paths cross, leading to a tragedy.
I knew they were going to say tragedy.
Well, what else would it be? It's Shannon!
Yeah.
Shannon Rutherford! Mrs. Rutherford? Shannon Jarrah. No. Anyway, what did you think about this episode?
What did I think?
Yeah, wasn't it boring as hell?
Yeah, it was okay.
Yeah, it was okay.
I mean, I think Walt appearing is really weird, and this is more. Like, he appeared once, and it's like, all right, maybe they just threw that in there, but he appears twice in this episode, and the second time Saeed sees him, and they never did anything with that, and it's really disconcerting because it's. I mean, are we just gonna have to sit here and like, just are we supposed to just say, oh, he just appeared and, oh well, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, the thing, I think people have translated what Walt has said. I'm just reading here because apparently it's just been backwards pretty much.
Yeah.
Apparently, when she sees him, which I guess is the second time, right? Because when she sees him in the tent, that's the second time.
Right.
After the post-coital.
Yes.
Apparently, he says they're coming and they're close, which is not exactly true, right? Because they don't actually come.
Who does he mean by they?
Maybe
the
others.
The tail section.
Why would he tell Shannon that? And why would he be scared? He seemed to be scared he was saying that.
He's not, well, I mean, she can't understand him because he's speaking backwards, so his information is useless anyway.
Yeah.
That's the thing. That's why since he says it backwards, I consider those lines not a part of the show.
What? Not a part of the show?
Yeah, I consider it not relevant what he says.
The writers took the time. You mean because it's such a small thing? Or not a small thing, but like it's like the shark with the Dharma logo, you think like that doesn't mean anything either?
No, what I'm trying to say is, I'm not saying it didn't happen.
Of course.
I'm saying that it's not a part of the show in the sense that it doesn't matter what he said. He in the context of the show, he just said some weird garbled thing, and it doesn't matter what he said.
I think, yeah, I would agree to the point that it doesn't necessarily matter what he said so much as how he said it and the situation regarding that. The fact that he sort of appeared there is the most important thing, not specifically what he said. I would agree with that.
Yeah, that's all I'm trying to say.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, like the fact that he appeared and the way he was behaving and the fact that he's wet, I think those are all sort of relevant.
Yeah. Okay, I'll buy that.
Yeah, it's just because I think I think they expected that people would figure out what he's saying and all that, but I think if it were really important what he was saying, we would be able to understand him.
Well, I feel like it also could be the case that they put it backwards, so that it would be hard for people to understand, but nevertheless it might be important, or it might come. I mean, obviously it doesn't seem like it's come to anything, but I think just because it's backwards doesn't mean it's not important, because they put little clues in there that see that. But that's the thing, they do go to the trouble if it is really important, they will make it clear. They'll make it clear. In the long run, they'll make it clear, though. So that's the thing. It might not have come to anything yet.
Right.
They've still got time.
Presumably, as we said many times, somehow we'll understand more about what was going on with Walt once we go behind the scenes with the others, and maybe that trip will somehow illuminate his appearances.
Yeah.
I really can't imagine how, but that's all I can hope for, because it's just so bizarre. I mean, it's this is like purely supernatural. Like the stuff with the others whispering and all that, you can explain that away all you want, but this is just too ridiculous to not be supernatural.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
Oh well, no, go ahead. You're talking.
No. I was out of steam. Go ahead.
I guess that's why I sensed that. I was just gonna say, I think what ruins it for me, as far as it being 100% supernatural, even though I think it is the third time Shannon sees him and she chases after him and he sort of runs away. I felt like if it was really supernatural, he would have just sort of disappeared or something, or I mean, even if we didn't, I don't even think we needed to necessarily see him disappear. But the fact that we saw him physically run away just sort of takes the steam out of that for me. Because if it was really supernatural, he could just disappear or stay there, and he's really not there, and she could pass her hand through him or something like that, kind of thing.
Yeah, that'd be crappy.
I just don't
okay.
like the fact that he ran away. I just don't like that.
I actually like that, but I think the third time he appears is different from the first two.
In what way?
He seems to be really there the third time. Whereas the first two times, there's no way he was there.
Well, see, that's the
literally.
thing. I think the fact that he ran away helps to make it seem like he was really there.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, and that's what takes it out of me for all three occurrences to be being supernatural.
What about the first two?
Well, the first two seem supernatural because he just appeared out of nowhere and then disappeared.
Well, exactly.
You didn't see him run away.
Right. So what I'm saying is, I'm willing to buy that the third one wasn't supernatural, but I think the first two.
I don't think there's any way he would have got out of the other's custody, physically. I don't think there's any way that he was really there. First of all, how would he find the camp?
Okay,
by
hold
himself?
Hold on. Now I'm really confused. I thought you were saying, oh boy. So you were saying the third appearance wasn't supernatural, but you're saying he's also not really there. So.
No. I'm saying the third appearance ruins it for me having all three being supernatural, because the third one seems like he was really there because he physically ran away. I'm saying I really wish they would have had either cut away from him and he's, when we cut back he's not there or something. I don't like the fact that he ran away, because it takes it out. It doesn't make it seem like that specific occurrence was supernatural. But I don't think that... Okay, I guess I'm trying to make this clear. I think it was supernatural specifically because I don't think he was really there. Because I don't think there's any way first of all, he would have got out of the other's custody. And secondly, I don't think he could have found his way by himself from where the other's camp is, wherever they were holding him, to the Lost Aways camp. I don't think there's any way a little boy could find his way by himself. And specifically, that specifically, even if he did escape, they would have known very quickly that he escaped. Plus, they would have known how to get there faster than he would. So I don't know. I just don't think that he really would have been able to escape. So I don't really think he was there. But what I'm saying is it's an inconsistency. It sort of takes it out because he did physically run away, which makes it seem like he was really there. So hopefully I clarified what I meant. Do you understand what I'm saying now?
Well, yeah, but I don't. I guess.
I don't think.
But aside from your criticism or whatever, I'm just getting at. You agree the first two are supernatural, right? Or clearly supernatural.
I believe the first two clearly seem supernatural.
Okay.
I believe the second one seems mostly supernatural. The third one seems mostly supernatural.
I agree.
If we didn't see him physically run away, then I think it would be wholly supernatural.
But all I was saying was that it's a supernatural occurrence, and it only needs to happen one time. For the other time that you don't like as much, forget about that. Just when he appears in the tent, for instance, it's. I guess you can fit it in with Locke's dad appearing, or some of the
whose dad appearing? Jack's dad?
Jack's dad appearing. Wow, am I going to do a Jack Locke thing like you do Walton Locke?
Walton Locke? I just can't, yeah.
Wow. Jack's dad appearing, and, I guess, I don't know, the horse maybe.
Jack's dad isn't dead.
What?
Walt isn't dead.
Okay. I understand he's not dead, but I just mean that they're both supernatural appearances of someone who shouldn't have been there. There's differences. It's not the same situation.
Yeah.
But
I think they're wholly different, and I think we've seen other people who should be dead on the appear on the island. Versus what Walt is doing is different. The fact that he was wet, I think, is important. The fact that he was talking backwards is important. Jack's dad didn't do any of that stuff. So I think they're specifically different situations.
I'm not saying they're the same thing.
Yeah.
What I'm saying
I'm sorry. Finish your point.
What I'm saying is they're both supernatural occurrences.
Yes.
And so I guess what I was saying is maybe it just fits in because my original point was supposed to be like this is a crazy supernatural occurrence that I think explaining by science would be very difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Like, which by that I mean like real, actual science,
yeah,
not some sort of weird crackpot theory. You know, because it seems like the others are like, you know, they seem a little supernatural sometimes, but when you really get close to them, they seem pretty not supernatural.
Yeah.
You know, but this specifically...
They're future natural.
Right.
I don't like that one that much, but they're future natural.
That sounds really gross. Wait, it's Fooper.
Fooper natural? Oh, sorry. What did I say? Future?
Future.
I don't know.
That's why it sounded really weird.
Yeah, Fooper natural. That's even... Fooper natural's worse.
That is worse.
Fooper natural? Ugh.
Yuck. I don't know. I guess I'm kind of losing my own point, but
yeah,
I guess the idea is I wonder if it just fits in with all the dreams and visions and stuff that other people have had. It's just a weird thing that happened on the island, and it's not going to be explained literally.
Well, see, I think some of the other supernatural things, as far as like Jack's dad, I think can be explained by Smokey. You know, I think Smokey fits in with what's going on with that stuff. Okay. I don't think when we saw Walt that was Smokey, you know, or anything.
I agree. It doesn't.
Like that didn't make it. And I think Walt had a very specific purpose. Jack's dad, you know, he saw him once in the distance, and I think the second time he actually sort of followed him. Yeah. And then, you know, but it was like a very specific thing that was happening. It seemed like Walt was trying to communicate with Shannon for a very specific reason. And it didn't seem like that was happening with Jack and his dad. Like, his dad was just sort of there. And then he's not there anymore. We haven't seen anything from him since. So I feel like Walt was doing something specific, trying to communicate with Shannon for whatever reason, you know, to tell her they're coming or whatever. You know, I believe one of the other times she says I don't have a transcript here, but I believe I read that he said something about not opening the hatch or don't go into the hatch. I believe that's what I read one time.
Yeah. No, the first time he appears in Man of Science, Man of Faith, he says, if I remember correctly, don't push the button. The button is bad.
That's what he says. See, he's coming for very specific reasons, which makes me think, you know, he's on the island somewhere. He's got this ability to project himself somehow, and he's coming for, you know, a very specific reason. I'm just saying, yeah. What do you mean?
Not pushing the button, bad advice at this point.
I think it's good advice. You know how much trouble they would have been saved if they didn't push the button or didn't go into the hatch?
And the world destroyed itself? I guess so. I guess that would have saved a lot of trouble.
Well, obviously the world didn't sort of destroy itself, so
because of the failsafe, but they don't know about the failsafe.
Did you see the end of season 2?
Yeah, but that was the failsafe. They didn't let at this point, if they didn't push the button, they wouldn't know about the failsafe, and the magnet would have just kept getting stronger and stronger.
But is that really true? I mean, first of all, let's put a little bit of science, common science sense in here, something I just made up. There's no such thing as infinite energy. So, you know, I really don't believe the magnet would have got stronger.
It doesn't have to be infinite to destroy the world.
True, but I just don't believe that this magnet would get stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger and destroy the world. I mean, that just doesn't... I will never buy that unless somebody says it in the show and we see it for real. Like, I will never buy it. If it doesn't matter,
then what was the big fuss about? If it's harmless, then what's the big fuss about?
I'm just saying, I don't know. The failsafe could be part of the whole thing that's going on.
Stuff, right?
It was definitely charging up. It was definitely attracting things. But it's just like the countdown. It's like, oh no, we got to press it at 108 or else. But then you had a little leeway there when the hieroglyphics came up. You know, yeah, it was charging up, and it seemed like it was really going to do something. But who's to say that 5 minutes later it wouldn't have just dissipated? You know. Like,
if that's what happened, why even have a failsafe?
Hey, there's so many things going on. I can't explain everything. They went back and forth between, is it real? Is it a psychological experiment? Is it real? Is it not? And I'm just saying there could be another level there to where if they don't push the button, you get the hieroglyphics, and then if you still don't press the button, it starts charging up. And if you know about the failsafe and then you don't do the failsafe, who's to say that it won't just end and it won't say, "Congratulations, you've passed the Dharma Swan test." You didn't believe us at any step along the way, and even in the end, when it looks like all hell was breaking loose, you still didn't, do the failsafe. It crashed
the plane.
It crashed the plane.
I mean, that's pretty strong.
It's pretty strong. I will totally buy that. I mean, it's really my natural skepticism. I mean, I really should just believe what the show has sort of proven this far and just believe that, it really would have destroyed the world. But I don't want to wholeheartedly believe that. I think there's too much going on to just say that. So
right.
I'll agree that that it is bad advice, I guess, because from what we've seen, the world would have been destroyed. But I don't know. I feel like Walt sort of knew the truth when he said that, but maybe he didn't. So I don't know.
Well, okay. Even if the world wouldn't have been destroyed, like, let's say they didn't press the button, and what happened in the season 2 finale happened.
I mean, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm bad about that. Sorry.
Where, metal stuff starts flying, and then eventually the magnet's so strong it destroys the computer, the counter, all of the equipment, and everything. Basically everything in the hatch it could destroy. Like, could you at least buy that based on what we saw?
That it could have destroyed everything in the hatch.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the thing I was going to question. Like, it destroyed a plane that was however many thousands of miles up in the air. It brought that plane down. But it didn't affect anything else on the island. Like, none of the magnetic stuff, none of the, their little huts and stuff they built out of parts of the fuselage, none of the watches that they're wearing, none of that stuff was affected, yet it brought the plane down.
I'd also like to mention that when Desmond didn't push it, that was when the plane came down, but during that time, it didn't hurt the computer equipment. It didn't destroy the clock.
Yeah.
It wasn't as bad as when Locke didn't push it, and yet it did bring a plane down.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe the magnetic energy is sort of, pointed upwards or something. I don't know, but I'm just saying there's a little bit room in there. I'm still on the fence. I mean, how many times did they go back and forth with is Henry another? And they went as many times as that with is the button real or not? And I think there's still a little bit of room to say it seems to be real, but would it really have destroyed the world? Dharma could have been wrong. I mean, yeah, they put the failsafe in there or whatever, but they could have been wrong about how big of an effect it would have had. So that's all my point is.
If that were true, that'd be extremely disappointing. But I think it's one of those things, just like with Henry Gale being another, where after Saeed came back and said, I dug up the grave and blah, 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 everybody was rushing around to say, oh, well, he's still not another. You see, the guy there was blah, 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 and blah, Yeah, if you want to, you can wiggle your way out of it. But I think what's in the show points to that. And furthermore, what the creators are saying points to that.
True, so, I totally buy it. But I'm just skeptical about, and it's like who's the one who said it was going to destroy the world? Who said it? I mean, Rosinski told Kelvin, who told Desmond, who told everybody else. I mean, that's all we've got to go on. Is someone said it's going to destroy the world? No sort of scientific proof has been shown that it has that much power and that much energy. And I just don't. And that's the thing. The amount of energy it would take to literally destroy the world in the way of a magnet so strong that I think the circumference of the Earth is 24,000 miles, and it's like something on the other side of the Earth, 12,000 miles away. A magnet so strong that it would pull that towards it. The amount of energy that that would need is astronomical. And I know it's a TV show, so I really shouldn't put too much.
Yeah, I know. I was going to say, I don't think it's realistic. But I feel like in the context of the show, that's supposed to be true.
True. I just think you have to ground when you talk about something. I don't know. I think you have to ground it somewhere, and when you're dealing with forces of nature, I think you have to draw the line somewhere, but it's a TV show. I shouldn't really do that, but I think you got
Yeah, I think maybe good writers believe that, but I don't think all writers do, and so
you say I'm a good writer.
Well,
I like that. Let's just agree that that's true and move on.
I guess I did. I mean, I'm not saying they're not good writers or whatever, and I agree. It's not 100% concrete. It just seems intuitively true, and like everything the creators have said has sort of confirmed it. And if you sort of learn to read between the lines with them, what?
Can I just say, JJ also said season 2 was the best finale ever. I mean,
right.
They say stuff just to say stuff sometimes.
All right, but I will point out, like, when Damon dropped that thing about Henry being another, that was true. And he, on the season 2 DVD, is describing, he describes this magnet as being, something that is sort of extremely powerful, and that the hatch is this sort of pathetic attempt to control it. And so, I just think it's not an unreasonable.
I agree. And for the record, I'll buy it. The skeptic in me is just saying that it shouldn't be true, but it's a TV show. What can I do?
I have to say, I think it's good that you're that skeptical, because I think most people will just buy what they want you to believe, and then they'll deceive you, and they do that a lot.
Yeah.
And I'm the first person to fall for that stuff, so. I mean, it's good that you're doing that, whatever. I still, obviously, I always think I'm right, but
I will
whatever.
agree. I will agree that, I haven't seen that thing where Damon was talking, but I will agree that that's where the show is leading us, and that's the conclusion they want us to have, and it seems like the reasonable conclusion based on what we've seen. So I'll agree that that's probably true, but I'm just saying it shouldn't be true, but that's
okay.
Neither here nor there.
Yeah. Fair enough.
So
back to Abandoned.
Abandoned. Thanks for letting us go on a tangent, guys.
Yeah, that had nothing to do with Abandoned.
I don't really remember how we got on that. I think
it was because of Walt's appearances.
Yeah, okay. My only point about that was I just wish from a show creation standpoint that they would not have let us see Walt run away unless, they were trying to say that third appearance he was really there. That's all.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was going to mention something about that. I don't think that he like snuck out and like showed up. The others were around during that time. So I feel like if he was there, I feel like he was with the others. Like Alex is with the others sometimes.
Why would he be with the others though?
Like they brought him.
Why? So he could escape?
They brought him to try to make Ana Lucia shoot Shannon. I really don't know, but that would be my explanation for why he was there. Not that he escaped.
But even if he was there, he escaped their custody. You know what I mean? Even if he was there, they wouldn't let him just run off in the jungle by himself. There would be as important as he seems to be to them, there would be somebody watching him unless they engendered this whole thing, which I don't think they did. It doesn't really make any sense, like how they could know that she was going to shoot him and all this stuff. And I don't really think the others were physically there. Sometimes you hear the whisperings and they show up, and sometimes you hear the whispers and they don't show up. And I think that was one of the times when they weren't physically around. We heard the whispers for whatever, and we could have heard the whispers because Walt was around. Or Walt.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm done. Sorry.
I didn't mean to remember. The reason I say they're really there is because they took Cindy, like, immediately before this.
They did. And that goes to my next point. Why take Cindy now?
I have no idea.
They didn't take her in the beginning. They didn't take her all the many times. But then all of a sudden, they just... I mean, I think they only took Cindy to have Ana Lucia be up in arms about what's going on so she could shoot Shannon. I think Cindy's disappearance is totally a show thing. And because it makes no sense that they would wait that long to take her. Obviously, she's not a good person or whatever reason. They didn't want her the first 48 days they could have taken her.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, when she got taken was really weird too. It was like Cindy's there.
Yeah.
Cindy's there. And then the next shot,
Yeah.
she's not there.
And we've never seen a situation like that where the others sort of come out of nowhere and take somebody. I mean, obviously, when we saw them take the tailies that night, we saw them come into the camp.
Yeah.
We saw them take, and it was pretty obvious when they were taking people.
Right.
I mean, you could hear screams and muffles and people being taken. But when Cindy disappears, it's absolutely out of nowhere.
Yeah. Well, same story with Walt and Claire. I mean, when they were taken, it was clear who was taking them and, what was going on. It's never been that weird thing where they just disappear out of nowhere. That thing was weird. It makes me think that actress was just going to leave or whatever, because it just seems like such a crappy,
Unless Cindy was another.
Writing device. Yeah, I know. Lots of people believe that. She was a flight attendant. I don't think she's another. I don't buy any other was on the plane.
Maybe she was Smokey. I don't know.
Oh, God.
Cindy died in the crash, and she's Smokey.
Anyway, that was supposed to be my defense for why the others were really there.
I see. I agree. It seems like they were there because they did take her, so I'll buy that. But why I don't buy that they would have Walt with them. I just don't understand why they would do that.
Yeah, they were traveling with those other kids.
And that doesn't make any sense either.
Well, I agree, but he shouldn't be with them. I'm just saying, that's how I would explain it if I had to.
Yeah.
I don't want that to be true, but because it really doesn't make any sense, but I do like the running away just because it makes it sort of ambiguous.
You would.
Yeah, I know.
So the other thing I wanted to mention was a weird incongruency. Is that a word? I keep using that today. I hope it's a word.
Right.
I'll take it. Right after Cindy gets taken, Aunt Lucia's like, okay, we gotta go find her, and Echo says, no, if we split up, we're gonna give them what they want. Which I assume means, I don't really know what he meant by that, but I assume that means if we split up, they're going to be able to take us easier. Right? Is that the correct assumption that we're supposed to have?
I really didn't think that's what he meant.
Well, what did you think he meant?
I guess I took that comment like when people say, well, if we don't go to Starbucks and get coffee, then the terrorists win. That's what they want. They want to disrupt our lives or whatever. I feel like he's saying if we split up and start running around and whatever, then, since they're our enemies, whatever, that's what they want us to be, disorganized and spread out and sort of, I feel like that's the way I took it.
Well, I don't want to buy that explanation because it didn't seem like he was meaning because that would be true. I would buy that if the assumption was they were going to split up forever. They wouldn't be split up forever. They'd be split up for a very short amount of time. Either they find Cindy, soon, or they're not going to spend that much time looking for Cindy. Nobody cares about Cindy. So I just, I don't buy that because that'd be a weird assumption for him to think that, okay, Anna Lucia's going to go run off to find Cindy and we might, and we'll never see her again and we'll be split up just like the others want, I really think the only thing he could really mean is that, if they split up, I don't know. My assumption was, we split up, we give them what they want means, if they're alone, that they are, I don't even know. But she goes, anyway, because Aunt Lucia goes, I'm going after her. He goes, no, we stay together. We split up. We give them what they want. Then she says, this is all your fault. We should never have gone through the jungle. You risked our lives to save him, and he's already dead. This one's on you. Anyway, my point, I don't know what my point was. My point was, if he meant, if we split up, it's going to be easier for them to take us, then I thought that was a weird assumption because Anna Lucia had already made the point earlier that they can take them whenever they want. Like when they took Cindy, what I call the one gun, one bullet speech. And if you think that one gun and one bullet is going to stop them, then think again. So shut your mouth and keep moving. They took a lot of things.
I'm going to say this slow because it means I mean it more.
I love it. Anyway, I guess let's
Yeah.
move on because I don't even know what he meant by that, and I think it's just a throwaway line.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, they didn't really want any of the people that are left besides Echo himself.
Yeah.
It's weird that they didn't want Bernard. I want to know if he's not good.
Man, Bernard, you don't know what he did. Maybe Bernard is the real Sawyer.
Oh God. Oh no.
I'm not a doctor, but I'm a con man.
Oh God.
Oh jeez. So
the con is on Rose, and it's a really long con where he makes her believe he's a dentist, and then like
God.
20 years later, he takes her money.
Bernard, I've never seen you go to dental school. What are you doing? So I just wanted to mention again that when we see when we hear the whispers, it says disembodied whispering voices again.
Whispering voices this time, huh?
Well, it said that last time.
Oh, okay. I thought you said it was just disembodied voices.
Now, who remembers?
Okay.
So,
sorry.
Oh, the other thing when Walt appeared that third time, why did he tell Shannon to be quiet?
I don't know. He did the first time he appeared too, in Science Man of Faith, and like, to me, it's just one of those things that people do.
It's kind of creepy.
Yeah, exactly. It's just kind of creepy. I don't feel like it means anything. I don't feel like he was really telling her to be quiet.
I thought he was sort of telling her to be quiet because, like, he had some inkling that she might get shot, or that Ana Lucia and them were around or something. I don't know. I just that thing about shush, and then she gets shot because she starts making a lot of noise. That was just a weird coincidence to me.
Yeah, I mean, I would believe that more if he hadn't done it the first time.
I'll buy that.
It just seems like something he likes to do. Like, shh, I'm a vision.
Maybe like, shut up, I'm trying to tell you something. Stop talking to me.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, I kind of thought the same thing, but it just doesn't, I don't know.
All right, buddy. What you got for this episode? We need to move it.
Oh, I don't know. What do I have? Boone, he's back. Whatever.
That whole thing with Shannon's BS and like the mom not giving, that was horrible. Oh my God! Like, nobody help me, Shannon. Some people need to work. You'll be better off for it. Like, that was awful. I mean, the fact that Shannon's stepmom obviously knows that that her dad would want her taken care of, especially since it's her dad's money.
Mm-hmm.
And to specifically not help Shannon, at least somewhat, was really just despicable to me. Just really, even, whatever problems you guys may have had in the past, that's just so despicable. And especially in a dire, a situation like that where her dad just died.
Yeah.
And she's left without any sort of real family, biological family at least. And, and to say, hey, you know what, you're on your own. Literally, she says that.
Right.
I just thought that was horrible. I felt really bad for Shannon at that point. And I really want to give a little applause to whoever plays Shannon. I don't remember her name.
Maggie Grace.
Yeah, to Maggie Grace, because she's graceful. I thought she did a really good job playing the younger Shannon. She came off very differently in this flashback than she does normally. She's sort of pre-bitchy Shannon and because I think you can tell, like, if you put the pieces together with her backstory, she was sort of, young and sort of, very sort of, good, well-mannered and good-natured type of person.
Yeah.
And not the bitch she became, and then, of course, her dad died. She's left without nothing. She had this, aspiration to go do the dance thing, and her, her dream was shattered. And then, of course, the other part of her backstory that we've seen before is that she, in order to get money, she sort of cons Boone out of money.
Right.
And you can see that that progression pretty clearly. And it's really the stepmom's fault that she becomes the person that she becomes, this sort of seemingly useless, bitchy, self-centered person,
Right.
And it's sort of out of necessity. It's almost noir, It's like her dreams were shattered and she became, this sort of, despicable person because of that.
Right.
So I thought it was really interesting. A little, sort of subtle, but they didn't hit us over the head with it. But that was nice. I thought it was nicely done.
I partially blame the dad for not having a will, but
You blame everybody for things, you know. It's Anna Lucia's fault that the baby died because she shouldn't have been working and like.
Well,
no, I mean it's the dad definitely should have had a will, but he was in a car accident, you know. So.
But when
he
you're
didn't-
really rich like that, you gotta have a will, even if you don't think you're gonna die.
That's the thing. She said they didn't have a will; they had a living trust.
Yeah.
Which is obviously something different. So he did have a way. He was thinking about, you know, his future, you know, the future after he's dead, but he just didn't specifically leave anything for Shannon. I guess he thought that the mom would take care of him.
Yeah, if he thought that and he didn't pick up that she hated Shannon, like that, to me that was just a bit of an. I mean, I don't like really blame him 100%, but I just feel like if he really wanted to take care of Shannon, he should have taken more steps than just putting in the hands of this woman that he really should know doesn't like.
I
Shannon.
think I can imagine the stepmom convincing him not to do a will and convincing him to do a living trust and saying, you know, I'll take care of Shannon. Of course, I love her. She's my stepdaughter. I can see her being that way and basically convincing him not to do it. I mean, of course, it's speculation. We didn't get that flashback.
Yeah,
but
okay.
I could see Sabrina doing that.
She was a bitch.
She was a bitch.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, that stuff is, well, yeah, it's.
I just like the way it was done, and you could. I don't know if you picked it up, but she was, you know, she was acting younger. She seemed like a different person in those flashbacks.
I agree. I agree. I mean, it didn't occur to me consciously, but
yeah, that's the thing. It was very subtle. It was. I think it was really nicely done.
Upon reflection, that's true. She really was quite different from the island, the current island version, and like the original island version.
Yeah,
where she was the total bitch.
Total bitch.
And yeah, it was the old innocent Shannon before she
got corrupted. You know.
Yeah.
So what else you got, buddy? You ready to move on?
I think so. I'm gonna say yes.
Episode 7. We're almost done, guys. The Other 48 Days. Probably the best episode next to what, Man of Science, Man of Faith. At least in this first 8.
Oh, okay. In the first 8, sure, yeah.
And of course, you gotta love Orientation for the Orientation film.
Yeah, definitely. That was a good one.
I mean, the first 3 episodes are pretty like one long episode.
Yeah, they really are. With the same scene.
Exactly, a few times. So, The Other 48 Days. A tranquil tropical day is shattered when the tail section of Oceanic Flight 815 crashes into the water. The 23 survivors from the tail section endure attacks by the others that lead to paranoia and infighting. After finding Jen, Michael, and Sawyer on the beach, the tailies trek through the jungle to their fateful encounter with Shannon. That's all they have to say about this episode.
Wow. That's it? Yeah, that's pretty bad. I love it. What was it? Tranquil
tropical day. Like, the sand was doing just fine before they landed, you know? Like, the trees were swaying happily before their day was interrupted by the tail section of the plane.
I love that phrasing. It sounds like a kid song or something. It's a tranquil tropical day. I don't know. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I was gonna jump on that with you, but I had nothing.
Okay, fair enough. I really don't have anything either, but it sounds like let's move on.
I did want to say I did love that opening scene. When I guess it's really describing how you feel, because it is sort of tranquil when you're watching this beach scene, and then you see something moving, and that moving thing's going pretty fast, and then splash, like it hits, and I thought that was really cool. I did. This is probably one of my favorite episodes, just because it's just like the pilot but different.
Yeah,
like there's different perils, different things are going wrong, and different, obviously different people and different ways of handling things.
Right.
So this episode was, I think, there's a lot to talk about here when we hopefully come back and do a real retrospective.
Oh yeah.
But I loved Echo, grabbing all the bodies out of the water and all that stuff, and because someone sort of had to do it. you know, and it was
Yeah.
that was just sort of a hard thing to sort of decide to do, and there's a lot going on here. But I guess I should just start with my notes.
Just before you do that, just real quick.
Yeah.
This. Yeah, I just want to say, yeah, like this first part, I thought the same thing. It was like we're reliving the pilot, but with different people and different situations. But it was all very similar because it's a plane crash on a beach, and it starts out sort of nice and tranquil, and then it gets horrific really quick.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was weird. It seems like a new beginning. This episode was really them stepping out of the norm, not dealing with any of the main characters from the first season.
Yeah.
And so, this is the kind of episode that could just be awful or really good. And
Definitely.
Luckily they pulled it off. So anyway, I just want to say that from sort of a critical standpoint.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it. So go ahead.
I think it helped that we, some of us remembered Ana Lucia from before.
Some of us, yeah.
Some of us remembered Ana Lucia. I mean, I remember her because I know the actress. So when I saw her again, I'm like, oh, okay, she's on the show.
Yeah, I didn't because I didn't.
But so one of the things I wanted to mention, this is probably going to be a long conversation, this episode, because there's a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
And our old pal Goodwin.
Yes.
So I wondered, basically, Goodwin comes running out of the jungle. Hey, this guy's stuck in a tree. Come help. And Ana Lucia and Goodwin go, and they find Bernard stuck in the tree. He's sitting in his plane seat next to somebody who's apparently dead.
Mm-hmm.
And Goodwin kept trying to make Ana Lucia go up and get him, but Ana Lucia wanted to talk, Bernard into grabbing the branch and hanging on until the thing falls or whatever. So I just was wondering to myself, like, was Goodwin trying to see, like, to try to test to see if she was a quote good person, like if she would be willing to risk her life by climbing up there, because he kept saying
Yeah.
go up there. And she was like, no, we'll get him down a different way. So I just wondering why he was so adamant about her going up there.
Yeah, that's weird. I actually didn't even notice that when I watched that scene.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I didn't notice how much he harped on telling her to climb up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty odd. It's pretty odd when you consider this is him he just got there, like, and you know what? How the fuck did he get there that quick? Like
I am under the impression that, I mean, I don't buy it, but that the others were waiting for him. I just don't understand any other way. I think the idea that they were waiting for him, the idea that coupled with the fact that they sort of know who's there, and they really shouldn't at certain times know who's there, I think feels like this was. I mean, it doesn't seem planned, obviously, because they didn't know Desmond wasn't going to push the button. But I don't really know, man. He was already sort of waiting, and he was already sort of dressed in, normal clothes. I mean, I guess maybe that's what he was just wearing anyway. I don't know.
Yeah, it could have been. It's not the standard other, Island Billy garb.
Yeah, but you would think, okay, let's do what we always do and take it logically. If he's just sort of roaming the jungle in his regular clothes, right, which shouldn't be the case, but if he, I can't really give any reason why he would just be roaming in his regular clothes, doing whatever.
Yeah.
If he's roaming and he sees the plane crash or he hears the crash, and he, at some point he's got to quickly decide, am I going to go, let these people see me interact with them, or am I going to go back and tell, whoever, the bosses, Henry or whoever, what's going on? I mean, maybe he has a radio, and obviously he maybe hid the radio before he, came to where the beach was. Maybe what I'm basically saying is maybe he was able to radio back to home base and say, hey, this plane just crashed. What's going on? They're like, well, we don't know, or whatever, and go infiltrate them, be a mole. Obviously, the decision has to be made very quickly, even given the fact that he's just sort of unrealistically hanging out in that area. So I'm just thinking, like, how could it even be that he was instructed to be a mole? Because he's got to decide, if he wants them to see him, and if he wants them to see him in those clothes. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because obviously the only other times we see the others before the end of season 2 is when they're in their in their crappy get up or whatever that's.
Except for Ethan.
Except for Ethan, when he's obviously a mole.
Who was doing exactly the same thing, but Ethan didn't show up for a while. Like I don't think we saw him until the episode before he actually takes Claire.
That's the thing. We didn't see him for a while, but I feel like he was there before we saw him a little bit. I don't think he was there like Goodwin at the very beginning, but I think he was there quickly because I think he would need to be. I mean, if you show up, I mean, when was Claire taken? What episode was that? I mean, it was
10.
A couple weeks. 10 to 1 or 2 days, that's almost 2 weeks or something like that, depending on how many, days each episode was.
Yeah.
That's 10 to 14 days, I guess, or 10 to 20 days at the most. And I feel like he would have needed to be seen by people before that.
Well, even though the whole point of that episode not the whole point, but one of the points of that episode where he takes Claire was that they don't know each other.
They don't know each other, but that's different than recognizing people's faces. I think that's a totally different thing.
Okay. So you think they all recognize each other?
I think being on an island for 10 to 14 days with the same people, you know who's there. You might not know their names or where they're from, but I would just hope, I guess, that you would know, you would know who's there. You would be able to recognize a face. And if, 10 or 14 days after you guys have crashed, you see some new guy who stands out to me. I mean, Ethan he's a memorable, his face, and he's a big guy. Like, he's memorable, you would sort of remember that guy, I think. And if he waited that long to show up, I think it's a little preposterous. But
I think with 44 people in 10 days, I wouldn't necessarily remember every face. I could definitely see him showing up and acting like he's supposed to be there.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the other thing. I mean, you see somebody, you would assume, hey, I don't remember seeing that guy, but what other explanation could it be that he's here?
Yeah, he's sitting there gathering wood or something. Yeah. It's like, why would I ever think, oh, he must not have been on the plane because I don't recognize it.
Because he wasn't wet. No.
Because he... Oh,
so we're off track. Well, we're on a different track, I should say.
Yeah.
We were talking about Goodwin or...
Right. Yeah, we were talking about Goodwin trying to insist that Anna climb up the tree.
Yeah.
I don't know if I don't know if that's a test or... I don't know how to take
So here it goes. I'm just trying to find the word specifically. This is the scene. Bernard's like, help, please help. Goodwin says, we should climb up there. I'll hold him steady, you pull him. And Anna says, no, wait. And then she's talking to Bernard. What's your name? He goes, Bernard. He goes, you're going to be all right, Bernard. I need to buckle your seatbelt. So she's explaining to him. And then Goodwin says, we should climb up there. And Anna says, no. Again. And then that's it.
And that's it.
So he says it twice.
He says it twice. Yeah, right.
I just don't understand why he's obviously another. I don't understand why he would want to do something that dangerous to climb up there and try to rescue him, unless he was trying to see if she would agree to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't. Maybe it was some sort of test, or maybe he really thought that was the best way to. I don't know.
That he was just being a good guy and really wanted to rescue Bernard, and so that was I guess that's really the only two things, is that he was either being sincere and he thought that was the best thing to do.
I don't even necessarily think he was being like purely sincere, but just that he wanted to appear sincere because he's trying to fit in.
Yeah.
So he's like. I feel like if he were in that situation and he really wanted to save Bernard, I don't know that he does or not, but he's thinking, if I wanted to save this guy, what would I do? I would say we have to climb up in a tree, and maybe that's just informing his behavior.
Well, I'm trying to go with what Ana Lucia surmised, is that he basically Goodwin was walking through the jungle, about to show himself to the tail section people, and Bernard spotted him. Maybe seeing him not come from the beach, and obviously Goodwin has to deal with that.
Oh.
Which I thought was very interesting. So maybe Bernard did spot him, and Goodwin had to deal with it. Maybe Goodwin wanted to kill Bernard, so that Bernard wouldn't say anything. I mean, Bernard obviously never seemed to say anything, but maybe he was his idea was to kill Bernard and maybe kill Ana Lucia. I mean, just in terms of like.
Yeah.
He needs someone to help get him down, and then he would take care of both of them or something.
Yeah.
Or at least, or maybe his idea of climbing up there, he was gonna do, accidentally push the seat or something, and then
right.
So I think that may be part of it too. He wanted to get up there so that he could sort of kill Bernard in some way. Now
I really want to know if Bernard saw him like that.
I just sort of have to, but Goodwin didn't deny it when not that it means a whole bunch, but Goodwin didn't deny it when Ana Lucia said that.
Yeah. Yeah. That's true. So yeah, maybe we'll just assume that's true. But I can only imagine Bernard. God, he saw him and he wasn't wet and he's walking in the jungle and he never even.
Yeah, because I could see Goodwin not noticing Bernard's up there or something.
Yeah.
And at least for a little bit, and he's walking, and Bernard's like, help, 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 and Goodwin's like, oh shit, where'd this guy come from? He just saw me.
Yeah.
But it's funny that Bernard never seemed to say anything anyway.
Right.
You'd think he would have said something when they thought Nathan was a mole. That Bernard would have been like, well, I saw Goodwin walking through the jungle. Or maybe Goodwin, Bernard didn't really see where he came from and didn't really notice anything. That's why he never said anything. But Goodwin thought he might, and blah blah blah, and misunderstanding. But
yeah,
I'll buy that too.
Okay, maybe.
And then that was my other little note: is why were the others seemingly ready for the tailies?
Yeah, no shit. They were really ready.
It seems like they were ready.
Like, yeah. I mean, the first night they show up and are ready to take people. Like, they just didn't do that with the main group.
Yeah.
And is it simply because the tailies landed closer?
I was going to say that. The others seem to be on the north side of the island, so maybe they're closer. But I mean, still, like, Goodwin showed up, 5 minutes after they...
Yeah,
well, not
I know.
5 minutes, but,
really soon.
Very soon after, because, she landed in the water, she had to swim to shore, get her bearings, help a couple people, and then there's Goodwin.
It's astounding to me that the others would be able to hatch this plan. Like, what do they do? Like, these plane crashes on the island, does this happen all the time and they have a standard thing they do? Or did they really just come up with, okay, all right, you're going to be a mole and you're going to find out stuff about them and then we're going to start taking people and they just came up with that and
that's
5 minutes?
That's why I always go back to this prophecy idea that they knew they were going to get people or something, or they knew someone, Walt, or they were looking for someone with powers or something that was going to come eventually, and and maybe they even know when the button isn't pushed or something, or they have some way of knowing that, or maybe they felt the effects of it not being pushed. I don't know. And they could have a radar for all I know and knew a plane was around. I don't really. I mean, there's so many different ways, but obviously in reality, or at least in terms of the show, logically, it just doesn't seem likely that they would be ready for these guys that prepared to say, okay, Goodwin's going to be a mole. He's going to go and gather information, and then come back to us, and then let us know what's going on.
He'll make a list, and then he'll say who the good people are, and then we'll take the blah blah blah. But we'll have to dress up because we want him to think we're natives on the island. And did they have this standard go-to plan? I mean, it just okay, what would they have been doing? What would they have been doing if the plane hadn't crashed?
Well, apparently Goodwin was out for a stroll.
Yeah.
I don't know if there was no plane crash. I mean, I guess we're going to find out what they're doing anyway.
I guess so.
Which really what I think is I guess I used to think they were trying to find a way off the island, but they apparently told Michael where to go to get off the island.
Yeah, I don't think that's it.
Unless wherever they're telling Michael to go isn't really out of the effects of the island,
Yeah.
And, it's still sort of in the interspatial bubble or wherever they're in.
Right.
But apparently, the sail face going off made the island visible again.
Right.
So that's
true.
not exactly a problem anymore. And you would think that they would just make the failsafe go off anyway. If they were trying to get off the island, then they would just make the failsafe go off to get out.
If they knew about it.
If they knew about it, which I sort of seem to think Henry knew about it.
Oh, I think so, too.
Especially if he's Rosinski.
Yeah, right. Well, he better know about it if he's Rosinski.
So, yeah, there's a lot going on here. You know, I was trying to concoct a theory on if Nathan was really an other too, and he was working with Goodwin. And the only thing in this episode that makes me think it's not true, barely, is that Goodwin says Nathan wasn't a good person.
Right.
But it makes me think that, because even when he sort of seemingly lets Nathan escape, but then he kills him.
Yeah.
Let me pull up the transcript, because I thought that was a very interesting exchange.
I agree. Yeah, we definitely need to bring that up. Let me see. Okay. Well, it wasn't really much of an exchange.
Yeah. Here it goes. You know, Goodwin, tells him, "Guys, I'll pull you up." And, they have a couple weird looks. The looks never help in this show, but the looks, they kind of had a couple of funny looks to each other. And he goes, I think we all think that she's going to hurt you, which we, obviously makes us think it's, the Tailies, but it could be the others. He's saying we, as in the others, think she's going to hurt you. Now you need to get away from here. And then he hands him a package, which we don't know what. I guess that was. Oh, he says there's fruit. Okay, sorry. I was like, we'll never know what's in that package. But he says there's fruit in there. And then now just go. And then Nathan says, which way is the beach? And Goodwin says that way, 85 miles. Now, I'd like to think that when he says, under my unofficial Nathan was also another theory, I'd like to think when he said which way is the beach, he meant the beach where the others are or something, or close to where they are. And that's why it's 5 miles away, which is pretty far away. And, I think with this exchange here, it's still not certain whether or not Nathan is another. Now, of course, he kills him. Then you have to explain, well, why did Goodwin kill Nathan if they're on the same team?
Right, that was going to be my first thing. I agree with that.
Well, I can't give a hard explanation. All I can say is that Nathan did something or knew something or got in the situation that they agreed that he should die for or whatever. Like maybe there's some sort of hierarchy and Goodwin is above Nathan, and so they already suspected that there was a mole, and so somebody needed to be pointed out as the mole. And so they didn't want it to be Goodwin, so they basically said, hey, Goodwin, well, you go kill Nathan and hide his body, and then therefore they'll think he escaped and really think he's another, or something like that. So maybe they just wanted to do that. And like he says later, when I heard the line, I was like, oh, I guess he's not another because, Goodwin says he was a bad person. But maybe he was an other, but he just wasn't a good other. Maybe they made a mistake when they took him, or maybe he did something, or, there could be a lot of reasons, why he sort of wasn't a good person, at least at the point when Goodwin said that. So
he could be lying.
And he could just be lying.
He also says Nathan was not a good person. That's why he wasn't on the list.
The whole list thing. I forgot.
Putting others on the list would be pretty silly. And also the other reason I don't think Nathan is another is this line that Goodwin has where he says, if you had cut his finger off and he still told you he was on the plane, I think maybe you would have started to believe you had the wrong guy.
Oh, I forgot about that.
If Nathan's another, in what sense is he the wrong guy?
Well, maybe, but that's the thing. If Nathan is another and he cut his fingers off, he might have still said he was on the plane. So maybe good. And the other side of that line that Goodwin says, I agree. That seems to be a line that says, hey, he really was on the plane. But the other side of that is maybe Goodwin knew that his convictions were strong about pretending to be on the plane, and that even if his fingers were cut off, he was still going to say he was on the plane. Because that's sort of what happened with Henry. Even Henry, got beaten up and tortured and still said that he, wasn't another. So I think that line that Goodwin says is still not clear cut, because obviously the others, at least from what we've seen with Henry, is that they will hold true to that lie no matter what, and keep lying and lying, to the bitter end. And so, like he said, if you would have cut his fingers off, he would have still told you on the plane. You might have think you started to have the wrong guy, and then you would have started looking for somebody else, and then it would have turned the good one or somebody else. So that, even though I think that line kills it, and I really don't think Nathan was an other, it still seems to me that it's funny because it just seems to me that they made him seem like he was an other, even when we find out he wasn't.
I agree.
Like they could have, he still never was very clear about what he was doing on the plane. I was in the bathroom for 2 hours.
I know.
Some of that stuff just didn't really add up. And he's
that
from
part
Canada,
was very ridiculous.
and like we talked about off podcast, the Ethan and Nathan thing, and Ethan saying
and they're both from Canada.
And can you really trust Canadians? I mean, I don't know.
Absolutely
It's
not.
too cold up there. They can't think straight.
Exactly.
We love Canadians.
Of course we do.
Molson's a good beer. Yes.
And Crown Royal.
Hey, what are you gonna do?
So I don't think he's another, simply because, once again, I believe the show is presented, and those lines I pointed out. I think the thing that makes Nathan, he behaves very oddly. He shoots a lot of weird looks, and he never seems innocent.
Yeah, he never seems. I was looking at that like when we first see him, I was looking at his face, and I'm like, you have the face of someone that you can't trust. Like they cast him very well, because you look at him, you just can't trust a person who looks like that. Like some people, like Jack, he looks trustworthy. If they cast Jack as Henry, you would almost not even believe it, because you look like you can trust Jack. The actor Matthew Fox. But the guy who plays Henry, you can't. You just look at that face. You can't trust that face. You just can't. And the same with Nathan. Like, you can't trust that face.
I agree. But I think it's just deliberate misdirection. I think.
Yeah, I think so too. I was so caught up in the misdirection that I don't want to believe the truth.
Right. Yeah. And I actually read the episode thread on this, and a lot of people were saying the same thing. I feel like the Goodwin Nathan exchange should have been more meaningful if he really was another also. Like, I thought there was more to it than what there was, and it was very, clear cut. There was no sort of inside type talk.
True, but I think it's also in the point where they're still doing the misdirection thing, And I don't think they would, it would be really obvious, because we still at this point haven't found out that Goodwin is another. It'd be really weird if they had any sort of abnormal conversation.
Well, but we pretty much know once he breaks Nathan's neck.
Yeah, that's true. We did find out very soon afterwards.
Yeah, so it's like they could have revealed it.
Actually, what I thought, when I originally saw this, I didn't think Goodwin was necessarily a mole because of that. I thought he was convinced that Nathan was guilty. That's the reason I thought he broke his neck.
Really?
He was convinced that Nathan was the guy.
Like, really convinced.
Yeah, like he's like
death penalty convinced.
Yeah.
Yikes.
But anyway, yeah, it's hard to go on.
I'd like to bring up, right after that scene, when Anna Lucia wakes up and looks over and Goodwin's like staring at her.
I love that.
Oh,
what
my
was
God.
that about? That was right after he killed Nathan too, right?
Yeah, it was
and he's
immediately
just like
after.
staring at her.
Yeah. While she's sleeping, just like staring at her, and he's like, "Morning." It's like, oh my God.
It's fucking crazy.
Like, how do you not want to seem suspicious like that?
Oh, man.
Like, that was ridiculous. Like, you can't stare at someone while they're sleeping and not seem creepy.
So with Goodwin, let's talk about him some more.
Please.
Okay, so they're on their little trek, blah, blah, blah. Fun. And they go to the Arrow Hatch. And Goodwin says, "This looks like a storage facility."
Right.
And there's a lot of things about that. Namely, first of all, do you think Goodwin has seen this hatch before? Or a hatch before? Let's start with that.
Has he seen an A hatch before? Absolutely.
Okay. Obviously. And what's your reason for saying that? I know my reason for thinking that.
My reason for thinking that is based on who I think the others are.
Okay.
Which is defected former Dharma members.
Defective former Dharma.
Yeah.
It's a defective
It's hard
former
to-
Dharma.
Former Dharma.
Former Dharma.
Started selling Madonna. Okay. So,
It's for Madonna.
Yeah.
For Madonna.
for Madonna. Ugh. So, what does Madonna have to do? So, God, I've totally lost my train of thought. What the
I was
fuck
saying,
was I talking about?
why do you think that he's seen one before?
Oh, okay, right. So I think he's a former Dharma member, which means I believe he was working in A Hatch at some point.
Okay.
Which is why I think he has seen A Hatch. As for the arrow itself, I can't be sure, but I would say if he hasn't seen it, when he says it's a storage facility, he knows about it, and so he's correct. That would
Okay.
be my
Well,
theory.
I think I don't have a really big theory about who the others are, and I sort of want to just assume they're former Dharma members, but I'm sort of open on my general theory about what's going on. I like to
Me too.
nitpick specifics, but I was gonna say they should have definitely seen a hatch because they replicate one, at the end of season 2. They do that. They do the thatch. So, they sort of would have needed to see another hatch just to replicate a thatch.
They wouldn't do a fake hatch with a fake Dharma symbol if they didn't know what they were.
Exactly.
That's a good point.
So that's my...
Although, I would say that, if they're not Dharma members and they're on the island for some other reason, they could have discovered the hatches, but then in that case they would have seen them. I'm sorry, that's a bad point. Go ahead.
Okay, I agree with you. I wanted to say, okay, I think he's definitely seen a hatch. I don't really think he's seen the arrow, but I could just be won over because he's a really good. If he's been to the arrow before, he's a really good actor because he's looking around and ooh, what's this? And ooh, like he, obviously he has to act that way because he's pretending. And for the audience's sake, we don't know he's bad yet.
Right.
Or wait, he's killed Nathan by then, right?
Yeah, I was just looking that up.
Yeah, I think he's killed Nathan. By
yeah,
then.
he has killed.
Yeah,
Nathan.
so we know he's bad. But anyway, we don't know he's another, right? But we know he's bad.
Yeah, yeah. I kind of assumed, but yeah, there's no confirmation yet.
Yeah. Like I said off podcast when I originally saw this, even though, the whole question is one of them, is there a mole in the group? And, we think it's Nathan and, Goodwin kills Nathan. I thought, that maybe Goodwin was killing Nathan because Goodwin thought Nathan was another and he just wanted it over with. So, like I said off podcast, maybe, it was either Goodwin's another or Goodwin's not another, and he thought Nathan was and killed him.
Right.
But, so it wasn't clear until obviously the end of the episode when we get confirmation. But anyway,
I agree. It wasn't clear, but I assumed that he was.
Yeah. Okay, I'll buy that.
But yeah, I knew. I know that wasn't definitive evidence.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't say anything. I think it's really weird that he packed him a bag just to break his neck, like that.
Yeah, I think that whole part of that was just for show. He let him sort of walk away a little bit and then got him behind the he could have really just hit him with a stick when he was in the thing, but I guess he would have to drag him out and all that stuff.
Yeah, he didn't want it to make noise and stuff. Like I understand sort of why he did what he did. He didn't want him to know.
Packing the little fruit was a little more than he needed to do.
Yeah, it seems sort of ridiculous. Like he just packed him a little lunch.
It'd be really interesting, and now I'm rewriting the show, but it'd be really interesting if he gave him poisoned food or something, and then just let him go get a day or two out and then die, from the poison. That'd been interesting too. But and then later, they stumble upon Nathan's body, but that's another episode that they didn't write.
Right.
In an alternate universe, maybe that happened. So anyway, I think it doesn't seem like he's seen this hash, but, obviously he could be faking. He's a good actor, good one, not just the man who plays him.
Right.
So whether or not he's seen the hatch, whatever, he says it's a storage facility, or it says it looks like a storage facility. So of course it's coming from another. You want to sort of think, well, maybe it is. Maybe he knows what it's for. It does look like it could be a storage facility, although there wasn't, that much stored there. We didn't see boxes or crates of a lot of stuff.
Right.
But I guess it could be a former storage facility.
Right.
It didn't look very hospitable as the Swan Hatch looks, so you wouldn't really expect people to be there long term.
Yeah.
I mean, the medical hatch looked pretty, industrial too. Obviously, besides the room they built for Claire, but even that was kind of not very warm environment.
Antiseptic.
Yeah, and so, but anyway, my point is, I wonder if it really is a storage facility. If that was a little bit, a sort of a little nugget that he was giving us because he knew, but.
Right. I want to believe that.
But and the other thing is, even if it was a storage facility, why would or I should say, if it was a storage facility, why would it say quarantine on it?
Yeah, that's a good point. I thought of that myself.
Like to sort of, I mean, because you would, I guess you would think, okay, if this was a storage facility and the people who are on the island are only outside, where if they're going to wear these suits, these hazmat suits, contamination, suits or whatever. That's how they're walking around, and if they have to go to the storage facility, is it just to remind them that, hey, remember when you go out of here, it's quarantine? Or do you think that was just for us?
Yeah, that's what I'm starting to think. Or that not what I'm starting to think, what I started to think when I saw it. That not just for us, but just for us.
Just for us, and just to sort of tie it with the Swan Hatch too.
Exactly, and a bit of a if the writers who wrote this episode, of course it was David Carlton.
Of course, who else would write this big episode?
Yeah, I know, that was silly of me to ask. The writers, wow, that's the thing. They wrote it. They know what it is.
Yeah. Oh, they know what it is.
And so if they know what it is, then they really shouldn't be making an error like that. If it were a different writer, I would say, oh, they just messed up. They thought it'd be a good idea, and they just threw that in there, and they didn't necessarily even know what it was. But David and Carlton know what it is, so why is the quarantine there? Yeah, maybe it's just for the audience, and there isn't any good reason for it to be there. Or maybe it's just standard issue Dharma doors come with quarantine.
Dharma doors. DharmaDoors.com.
Oh God. Oh, that's what the whole
show's about Dharma doors.
Yeah.
Really, it's a company. Widmore went into business to do a door company. And lost a lot of money. Hanzo came in, and they were like, hey, we can do a big fundraiser. We've got the DeGroots who want to do this zoological research and stuff, and we'll put it on the island. We'll charge people to come to visit this science colony. It's like Jurassic Park, but instead of dinosaurs, it's experiments. It's psychological experiment. And the Pearl was a viewing station of what's going on for all the visitors to the. Dude, we just cracked Lost.
Now it all makes sense. That is the all-encompassing theory.
Now it all makes sense. And Smokey.
I was just gonna say.
Smokey is.
Where's Smokey fit in?
He's animatronic.
Oh, of course.
He's animatronic and half dinosaur.
And half.
And see, there you go. That's why. Oh my God, I love this theory. That's why in the pilot you hear the stomping. It's Smokey because he's half dinosaur. He's half T-Rex.
Of course, he's half. Wow, half T-Rex, half what?
I don't know. Next question.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I guess that theory doesn't fly.
Wow.
Yeah.
I like that though. I've actually read worse theories.
Hey, I've read worse theories too.
I've read worse serious theories.
Yeah, well, who's to say I wasn't
Sadly.
serious? Okay, now I'm sad.
Um. That was. Oh.
Oh, no.
So. Okay. So can I mention something else?
Yeah.
Goodwin mentions that, or he says that he was in the Peace Corps.
Mm-hmm.
And my question for you.
Oh, God. You know, I majored in Peace Corps in college. I'm a little rusty.
Okay. That's a weird thing to say.
Well, I feel like you're going to ask me something about the Peace Corps.
I majored in Peace Corps, so I'm rusty.
I guess I'm saying college was a while ago. I don't know.
Okay, right, okay. It's just like, I'm a big expert, so I don't... Okay.
So I don't know anything.
It just seemed weird. No, my question for you isn't about the Peace Corps, although I don't really know very much about the Peace Corps.
Yeah.
But my question for you is he telling the truth?
I feel like it. It's a very weird thing to say if it's not true. Because, she says, "What are you, a Boy Scout?" And he says, "Grown-up version, I'm in the Peace Corps." If that's not true and he just wanted to say something, then I think he would have just said, "Yeah, I used to be," or "No," and then get on with the conversation. But the fact that he brought in something, otherwise meaningless if it's not true, and very specific, I think it's true. And I think the fact that he was in the Peace Corps sort of lends himself to being a good person. So I think it's got that going for it. And then she says they still have that. Just have somebody here who actually knows what it is. I mean, he can't be that much older than her, but...
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I mean, come on, she knows what it is. So no, I think I think he was actually telling the truth. I think just like Kelvin used to be in the Army,
right.
Goodwin used to be in the Peace Corps before he came.
That's what I was thinking, like some kind of connection like that.
Yeah.
But I will say, I think for anyone who's undercover, details are what sell your story.
Definitely.
And so I think not answering in yes or no's and coming up with specific different kind of answers that it makes it seem more real. Mm-hmm. So I could see if he's a really good liar, I could see him sort of coming up with that as a way to answer the question and not just make it seem like he's just going with whatever she asks him,
Mm-hmm.
So I could see him making that up, but I tend to agree that he was.
This is also a clear-cut writing thing. This is I guess you could call it begging the question or begging the answer if you want to use it both ways wrong. A lot of this, God, I hope I'm not boring people, but when you're writing, there's a lot of times you want a character to say something very specific, like "I was in the Peace Corps," and the way you do that is by having a character ask a question that's going to lead to that answer. And my point being, Ana Lucia only asked, were you a Boy Scout because he's starting this fire. Right. And obviously, it's not illogical for her to make a connection to starting a fire to being a Boy Scout. But there's a lot of other things she could have asked him if it wasn't going to be about him saying, "I was in the Peace Corps." Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, if it wasn't important for him to say that, I think there's a lot of other questions she could have asked. She could have said, like, "Oh, how do you know how to start a fire?" Or what were you? What are you, a survivalist? One of those nut jobs who hide out in bunkers or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of things she could have said in reference to the fact that he knew how to start a fire. But I think this is an instance when they specifically want, especially since it's a multiple line exchange about the Peace Corps. I think they specifically wanted that in there, and they specifically had her say Boy Scout, so he could say no, grown up version, and then So that's my writing thing.
Okay.
Because you do that a lot when you're writing. I mean, obviously, there's many times when characters need to say. And obviously, this isn't that big of a deal, but there's times when characters need to say big things, and you don't want them to say, Jack, did you ever marry a woman and did not really love her and then like she left you? Like, you don't want them to ask a question like that, so you ask a different question that leads to that same answer. So
right.
Anyway,
to try to make it seem more natural.
Exactly. Yeah.
Even though you can still usually see through it.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I agree, except I feel like they do put in pointless details sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think every detail is important.
Exactly. I would say this is a pointless detail. I mean, it doesn't really matter that he was in the Peace Corps. But I think it helps to round out his character, and I think they specifically, it just seems to me they specifically put that in there just to round out his character. Obviously, it doesn't really mean anything in the long run.
I mean, I think, at the very least, it's some sort of tenuous connection as far as the path from, assuming he was in Dharma at some point, the path from the real world to Dharma.
Yeah.
They seem to maybe recruit from like military type organizations.
Yeah.
So anyway, I just stuck out. Okay.
Can I say that I don't think the Peace Corps is military?
Okay.
From what I know about Peace Corps, it's almost like Habitat.
I did say military type.
Yeah.
In my defense.
Yeah. I think it's more like Habitat for Humanity, but just worldwide. They just go and do things like that. Not necessarily building houses, but sort of peace missions. And it's usually, I know it was pretty big in the 70s, I think, and it's usually a lot of, people out of high school and college students and all that stuff go do that. Because I think a mutual friend of ours was, well, I guess we shouldn't mention, it doesn't matter, but a friend of ours was going to go do that in like Haiti or something, so. Anyway, yeah, I agree. I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, I guess I should say government organization. Maybe that would be more accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm reading. I'm not going to read a Wikipedia entry. We don't do that here at the Last Lowdown.
I wish we did.
But if you want to look at Wikipedia, there's plenty.
I really wish you'd tell me what you're reading, though. That'd be nice.
All right, I'll tell you what I'm reading, but I won't read it.
Okay.
Nah, I'll read it. The Peace Corps is an independent federal agency of the United States designed to promote mutual understanding between Americans and the outside world. The Peace Corps was established by executive order in 1961 by John F. Kennedy and approved by Congress as a permanent agency within the State Department later that year. The program was an outgrowth of the Cold War, designed to oppose the Chinese and Soviet challenge to Western influence in the widely open Third World arena of superpower competition.
There you go. So they basically send Americans to go do goodwill missions to foster goodwill.
Right. Towards America in particular.
Yeah. Oh, believe me, yeah.
Well,
that was interesting. I'm glad you read that.
Yeah, I actually had no idea that it was that new. That's interesting. And there's plenty more. I'll stop reading there. I think that's enough to get the idea.
Yeah, we got
All right, so they're not military. They're part of the State Department, but I think I had a vague idea, and I was pretty much right. I just thought of them. I thought of them as like the peaceful part of the military, but they're really
no.
Okay.
I think there is a hierarchy. I would assume a certain hierarchy. That's instilled. But anyway, the other thing I wanted to mention about the Arrow is the little box of stuff they find, the little crate that's got the radio and the glass eye.
Right.
I totally forgot about that, and then
Me too.
I saw this and I'm like, why the hell is there a glass eye in here?
Excuse me.
Could you tell me how's going on with this glass eye? I've got a theory about the Bible and the blankets it was blankets, Bible, and the radio and the glass eye.
You've got a theory. I think real quick, I want to bring up that I think we know maybe, hopefully we know from the season 2 finale that Radzinski was the one who edited the film and hid the edited portion.
Uh-huh.
So presumably that Bible thing is his.
Okay.
I just want to throw that in. Go
That
ahead.
is definitely, that should be the case, that Radzinski is the one who hid the film. Why? Well, so people could find it later and watch it on TV.
Yeah.
Like, that's pretty much the only reason.
I know. Well.
Well, my theory, it's hard to pull together. But I was thinking, I don't really think this anymore, that that the glass eye and the Bible and the blankets in particular, less so the blanket, came from the Black Rock. Well, because I mean, I guess that really doesn't make any sense. I was thinking about who would need a glass eye, and I was thinking a pirate would. I guess I don't know I don't know when glass eyes were invented, and I don't know how sophisticated that eye was. But I was.
Wow.
Yeah. Right.
Nor do I.
I thought maybe the whoever was left from the Black Rock, ventured into there. But I guess that would mean that the hatch was there all that time ago. Oh, okay.
The hatch couldn't have been there that long.
Yeah, let me be a little more sane and say that box was taken from the Black Rock. Then
the box,
the crate that it was in, all that stuff was in, that it came from the Black. I mean, I don't buy this. I'm gonna stop.
Did it? Like, why wouldn't they? Oh boy. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop. So I just
should I even bother to challenge that? I guess
no. There's nothing to challenge.
Okay,
I never said it.
Okay.
Why a glass eye?
Why a glass eye? What do you mean? Why? That's a weird question.
I
sir.
love that question. Why a glass eye?
Why a glass eye? That should be a title of something.
I know.
Maybe
I'm gonna go title something like that.
Wow, I like that. Why a glass eye?
I just come up with them, and I don't know. It's my gift.
It is. The problem with it is I have no idea how to answer it because I don't know what it means.
I don't know how else to say it.
Why a glass? What do you mean? Why?
Whatever you want that to mean, that's what I mean.
Why is it there?
Why is it there? Why a glass eye in terms of that they wrote that into the show? What does it mean in terms of the show? Why a glass eye?
Oh boy. That really hurts. I got nothing on that because, I mean, what could there... I mean, the only stuff that occurs to me... Okay, so if we go with Henry as a Radzinski theory, he doesn't have a glass eye.
As far as we know. He's got big eyes, though.
Or should I say he doesn't have the absence of a glass eye.
Okay, that's more specific, thank you. I know what you mean now.
Because, yeah, if it were his, then he shouldn't have it. But, who could have a glass eye? Okay, the other thing that occurs to me, I think Marvin Candle had a fake arm in the Swan orientation video. And so it makes me think of that in a very loose way. It makes me think, like, could Dharma members, like, be missing various body parts for some reason?
He did have a weird thing with his eyes, too. Didn't he, like, wasn't one eye always bigger than the other? Or did he just have his eyebrow raised all the time?
Yeah, I think he just had a weird expression, or he just has a weird face or something. I think his eyes were normal.
Okay, I just picture him with like one big eye, one small eye.
he does. His eyes were sort of interesting. But I feel like I don't think they were glass. God, I cannot speak. Either one of them was a glass eye. I mean, they looked real.
Glass eyes. Okay, you would only have a glass eye is a prosthetic, right? And you would only really have it if you are missing an eye. Now, the fact that this eye was in there makes me think either it was an extra, and so there's somebody walking around with a glass eye, or that was the original, and there's somebody walking around with just one eye.
Right, or somebody died maybe that had a glass eye.
and the people kept that eye as a souvenir.
That's really ridiculous, but okay.
I mean, I guess I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean,
the others apparently like to kill people and take their names,
and their eyes.
Leave ID, yeah. Oh god, that should be their slogan.
Yeah, we'll take your name and your eye if it's glass. And if not, we'll take it anyway.
Glass eyes are weird because I mean they're not functional. They're just sort of
they
like
just stay there. They're just placeholders.
What's the word? Cosmetic.
Yeah.
They're just to make your face not look bizarre.
Yeah.
You know. So who would have a glass eye and why? I guess I'm just gonna assume some Dharma member or somebody had a glass eye and they took it out or lost. I mean, I have really crappy. I can't come up with anything good.
It's hard because they didn't make a big deal about it. They just said, "Oh, a glass eye. Okay, what else is in here?" Like they didn't really, they didn't really care.
Yeah.
It's the same when Kate found the costume and makeup. Oh, look, costume makeup.
Right.
Okay, what's going on over in this corner? Like nobody seemed to care. Didn't seem to make a big. Obviously, we knew it was a big deal, but
yeah, that's the thing. That at least had some implications. Like we can say, okay, we saw the guy with the beard. We saw him in the hatch earlier. In the flashback.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that means he's probably dressing up because he wasn't dressed up in the flashback.
Yeah.
And we saw him dressed up at other time. There's at least something you can like do with that. But this glass eye thing, it's like. There is a glass eye.
There is a glass eye. Why a glass eye? That's
exactly.
You can do.
Exactly. Now you fill in the rest.
It's like sometimes there's a glass eye.
Exactly.
A little Lynch for you guys.
Yeah. Oh god. Yeah, exactly. And then you're just supposed to somehow fill in the details. And I'm not a writer. I mean, come on. You should be. What do you got on that?
Don't put the ball in my court.
I've waffled here for a few
minutes. You were flapping around like a fish that gin catches.
That was
that was a very long analogy. Not analogy, but I guess that was an analogy, metaphor. I don't know.
It was a simile.
Because it used
right?
like or as, yeah.
Yeah.
As you don't get a chance to use too many similes.
Yeah,
it's always metaphors.
Too bad. Yeah, I actually use similes more than metaphors. But I don't use either very often. But neither of them are lost. So anyway.
Okay, my theories. Okay, like I said, there's either someone walking around missing a glass eye, and obviously we haven't seen them because we haven't seen anyone without a glass eye, or without an eye, I should say.
Right. Yeah.
So.
Oh wait. Didn't one of the others have a patch? Am I crazy?
Hey, was there a patchy guy? There was a patchy guy.
I feel like I remember an other having a patch. Now.
Uh-oh. I think there is a person who didn't have a patch, and if there is, then that's his eye.
Then I can say it's that guy's. Although why he doesn't have it and why it's sitting in a box and hatch, I don't know.
Well,
but
that's the thing about
maybe
this.
he lost it in the war with Dharma. That's really ridiculous.
God, yeah, that's the thing about this show is that one answer leads to more questions.
Yeah, but I have this picture in my head of an other with a patch.
Doesn't he have a beard too?
A lot of them do. So I want to say yes, but I don't remember more than that.
Yeah, if there is a guy with a patch, that just makes me think they're trying to go with the whole pirate thing.
Yeah, me too.
But maybe there is a guy with a patch.
Even though, like, I think the guy with the patch was late season 2.
Yeah.
And, like, by that point, we know they're faking.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. He's not faking missing an eye. If he's missing an eye.
That's true. That's a good point.
It's not. Yeah. That was the thing. Like I thought the glass eye was part of the whole dressing up thing, but that's the kind of dress up thing you really can't fake.
Yeah, I know.
In order to use it, you got to be missing an eye.
And why would you take out an eye just so you can
put in an eye? Then it's gonna be like That's like,
what we here at the others call job dedication.
Yeah, it's like I'm gonna put this fake beard on top of my real beard. Like, okay, that's weird, buddy.
Oh god.
So let's just assume that there's a guy with a patch. why is it important that we saw that though? I just don't get that.
Yeah,
Especially for an other who, at least at this point, we haven't seen that much of to even remember that he's around.
Yeah.
Why would we find a glass eye this early in the season? I think it's going to come to something. That's one of those things that just seems too specific. It's got to come to something.
With no further mention.
No further mention.
I mean, it makes me think of like the people. You remember the people in the caves?
Yeah, Adam and Eve.
Adam and Eve, and they found the rocks.
The rocks that nobody cared about yet.
And yeah, that's the thing. They'll drop things for a long time,
Yeah.
and we might not hear about it for like a couple of seasons.
I think they must have hierarchies of information and importance. There's things at the top that are really big. The others and people's backstories and things like that. And there's things way at the bottom that I think they think about, like, okay, well, we'll have Adam and Eve, and then we'll put this black stone and white stone. And that'll be, that's an underlying thread about the good and evil and black and white and stuff like that. I think they think about that stuff, and they're really good about putting those little nuggets there. But since it's so low on the hierarchy of what's going on, or the important, at least in terms of what's going on now in the show, that we don't get any further information about it. It seems to, especially with the black and white stuff, there's too many occurrences for it to be random, like, oh, we'll just throw this in there. It doesn't seem like that. It seems like they're consciously doing it. And I feel like, with the glass eye, that was a conscious decision. Okay, well, we'll put this glass eye in here. And I think the payoff will come later. I think we'll find something about that a while from now.
Yeah.
And they're going to be like, remember the glass eye in the hatch, the glass eye in the arrow hatch? The glass eye we found, that's just like,
oh God.
It's such a small thing. They're going to have to really be specific to remind people.
Wow.
Remember the glass eye? Remember the one they found? Remember the one they found in the box? Remember the brown box?
It was in the box that was in the hatch. Remember the box that was in the hatch that was on the other side of the island? The box that was in the hatch that was on the other side of the island that was called the Arrow?
Yeah, remember the one that NLC and them found? Remember it was next to the Bible with the black cover? The Bible with the...
It's like the 12 Days of Christmas song. Like, you have to just keep adding to it.
You gotta keep adding. Oh, God.
Yikes.
And people are gonna be like, "Oh yeah, I remember that glass eye."
it'll be like the 7th or 8th thing.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah.
Oh yeah. What about it? Oh, I don't know. Just remember.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, if the big secret is, oh, here's another that doesn't have an eye. Like, I mean, I don't know what to do with that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
You make a very valid point. It's like, even if he is missing an eye, okay, what we're supposed to do with that? Unless there's some connection with him missing an eye and
or there's some like crazy reason why he lost the eye and it ended up in that box.
Yeah, like, well, why would he lose it? Okay, first of all, they gotta explain why he lost his eye, and then have to explain why he's missing his glass eye.
Right.
And then how would you even get a glass? Like, where would you even get a glass eye from on this island? The same with the airplane mobile. Like, where would you get a glass eye from?
Or the furniture. I don't know. Oh boy.
Unless he came to the... We're spending a lot of time on the eye, but unless he came to the island with that glass eye, I just don't want to buy they can manufacture that on the island.
But you know what? How did they get that mobile specifically with the plane logo within like a couple of weeks of them crashing?
Oh,
that's astounding.
That might be one of the... Forget what's going on the island in general. If I had Carlton and Damon or JJ or whatever in a room, I might just ask them that question first. Explain why a plane mobile? Like
and not only is it a plane mobile with the plane, the right plane that crashed, but it plays the fucking song that Claire wanted them to sing to her kid. Like,
I forgot about that.
That's so extremely specific. Like,
You know what? Maybe, oh God, dude, maybe when she had that dream about it,
yeah,
they knew it because of the dream.
They got it from the dream. Okay, but wait a minute. They knew about it because of the dream, but how did they get it?
Now that's another question: is how did they get it? Maybe Claire has mystical powers of manifestation. Maybe she created it and it landed in Ethan's lap. I don't know.
Oh my god.
No
okay.
kidding. No, I don't. I mean, I don't. I could almost buy it, but I don't know how the others would get it. That's the thing. Like, even if she created it, why would they have it? So I don't buy that.
Right.
But I think. God, I don't think we'll ever figure that one out because it's so preposterous that they could go somewhere and get that unless they have powers of manifestation, like
right.
They can, but damn, they're powerful if they can do stuff like that.
I know.
If they can create nothing into something,
right.
that specifically, they got some serious powers, dude.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's that's the thing. That's why, like, if they can pull that off, they can pull a glass eye off.
They can pull yeah, exactly. Yeah, and they don't gotta leave tracks. If they can create, I mean, matter is neither created nor destroyed, or energy
right.
at least in the form of matter. So that means they'd have to take something, physical, some sort of accumulation of molecules and stuff, and make it turn into a plane mobile.
Right.
Which would be an awesome feat, and they should market it and sell it and become the richest people ever in history. God.
Yeah, I can't even.
That's too much. That's too much.
It is. It's too much.
The ability to create just I want to play mobile. Boop. There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no way.
If they could just create a plane mobile, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
They created an oceanic play mobile that plays the song Claire wanted to play to her kid. That's so specific. There's no way there's really something like that in the world.
No.
It's too ridiculous.
It's too specific.
Yeah, I can't... Wow, why is that the biggest mystery on Lost?
That is the biggest mystery! We have uncovered the biggest... It's bigger than what the others are doing, or why they took Walt. We can come up with theories about that, but we can't pinpoint why a plane mobile.
I know. That's
Although, here's a theory.
Oh boy, wow, okay, great.
I know, just said we couldn't do it. Now here's one.
I can't wait.
It dawned on me when you said nothing like that exists in the world, but I'm thinking in their world, Oceanic is a real airline. Maybe that company actually has a plane mobile that they sell as a stupid, crappy. You know how Walmart and a lot of trucking a lot of companies will have a little miniature 18-wheeler truck of their company. You've seen those little toys, and maybe they have a plane mobile, and maybe now. That's only the first step in the fact that thing actually exists in the world. That's the first step, and that maybe the company made those.
Okay.
Now, how they got it to the island, I think, is another big question.
And it plays the right song. I mean, that's a big.
And that's another big thing, that it plays the right song. Maybe it's something from Claire's childhood or something. Maybe that's, and she doesn't necessarily remember, or. Maybe it's something very specific from our childhood, that song with that plane mobile. I don't know.
Okay. All right. I'm barely willing to believe that a mobile like that exists because I've never seen
an American Airlines plane mobile.
Yeah, I've seen they do have those things. I mean, I happen to know someone who works for American Airlines. I've seen a bunch of American Airlines merchandise.
Yeah.
But I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean it couldn't exist. It could exist, but yeah, that's exactly the problem. Even if it does exist, which I think is already a little bit of a stretch.
Here we go. You ready? I just came up with the second part.
I can't wait.
They had some of them on the plane that crashed, and the others found it or whatever, and maybe Claire. And so, but now why they would use it, it's either coincidence that they had it and it was in her dream, or they read her mind and knew it was her dream and used it then. Now, of course, so I've answered two of the big questions, but the third one being why that song, and I don't know. Okay,
and the fact that she dreamed about it is weird because
it is.
She didn't see it, at least not that we know.
Yeah.
She really shouldn't know about, unless it's like you're saying, it's from her childhood or something.
Yeah, maybe they've always made those or something, and she had one when she was little, and then there's things like that out there, where it was in your childhood, and by the time you have kids, it's still around, and you get it for your kid or whatever, and so
yeah,
that's kind of why she had it in her dream, because it was for her baby kind of thing, but
right. And how the others knew about that, maybe that's the only part of it that's a little weird.
Well, we went from there's no way that we can explain this to getting pretty close to explaining.
Yeah. I mean,
it's still a big mystery, but I think those are fairly reasonable answers.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, they're very disappointing.
Yeah, I know, right?
That's the thing, and I don't want to believe them.
Yeah, I don't
because
I like
because
the manifestation.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
I don't want to believe them, but they could definitely use that, and I'd have to say, okay, fine. There's all kinds of shit on the plane. There's fucking plane mobile.
Yeah, thank God for plane mobile smugglers.
Thank you. That was obligatory.
Yeah.
I was gonna say it if you didn't.
Wow, and you were gonna say that if I didn't too, right?
I know.
You love that phrase. I was gonna say it if you didn't.
Well, I only say it when it's true.
I believe it's all. Every time you say it, I know it's true, but you always say it.
I know it's required.
So should we? Are we? Is there more to this episode?
Yeah, I mean, we're way off. I definitely want to bring up a few things from the final Goodwin conversation.
Can I just say, besides this episode being one of the best, that last whole thing with him and Ana Lucia was very good.
Yeah,
I love that scene.
I do too.
Yeah, go ahead.
I do too. This is one of the scenes where season 2 lives up to season 1.
Oh, definitely.
Because it's really good. Like the first time I watched it, wow. Okay. I wish I could say it better, but it's good. Okay, so I want to bring up some specific lines. The first line I want to bring up is this little exchange they have at first where Anna says, "Why do you think they're doing this?" Goodwin says, "Why do I think who's doing what?"
I love that. Yeah, if he wasn't an other, he would have known what she meant.
Yeah,
I mean, obviously he knew what she meant, but I mean, he would have been wouldn't have asked that question unless he's an other.
Right. I love how he used why, who, and what all in the same.
Yeah, all he needs is where
sentence.
And sometimes how.
Why do I think who's doing what? Very nice. Anyway.
Why do I think who's doing what, where, when?
Yeah, I know. I feel like if he pushed himself, he could have worked them all in.
He could have. Damn it.
And then Ana Lucia says, "Them. Don't you ever wonder why they attack us?" And then Goodwin says, "Maybe they're not attacking us." And so I just wanted to say, I mean, there's a lot to say about that, but I just wanted to comment that every time. It just made me remember Henry Gale when he's like, these people who you think are your enemies, and it just seems like the others just don't see it that way.
And I love the next little line when she goes, "Yeah, they just drag us into the jungle every now and then. No real harm done." He goes, "Good point." I sort of felt like he was just saying good point, not that he really agrees with her, but he's just saying good point,
Right.
But I think to a certain degree, he's understanding it from their perspective with that line. Like he's saying, well, I can see from your perspective how it does seem like we're attacking you.
Right. But I think, based on whatever their plan is, from their perspective, it's nothing like that.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll understand that at some point, but just the fact that him and Henry sort of denied that in exactly the same way.
Yeah.
It's not an attack. It's that, we're not your enemies. We're actually good guys,
Yeah.
It's weird that they all think that. And it's if you look at it from our perspective, it's I can't imagine what they're doing where it doesn't seem that way.
Well, one of the things I wanted to just say is that I'm losing it. What was it? I don't remember. Oh yeah. Why can't they? I mean, this is one of those questions that obviously wouldn't be good for the show. But why can't they just tell them what's going on?
What do you mean?
Why can't the others come out? Why can't Henry and Goodwin come to Ana Lucia and Echo and say, hey, you know what, guys? We're doing A, B, and C here on the island, and we're going to need these people.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
God.
Like, I mean, obviously that'd be weird and crazy, but I'm just sort of wondering what are they doing that's so whatever that they have to resort to kidnapping people?
Right.
You know? I guess that's really the big question,
I'm hoping that in season 3 it will actually make sense.
Okay.
I'm hoping. Because I agree, like, from a real world perspective, if they're thinking we're good people, we're doing the right thing here, these people don't understand, and if they did, then they wouldn't mind. Well, if that's really the case, just explain it to them.
Why can't you let one of the people, one of the tailies that were taken? How come they can't let them send a message or even come and say, hey, you know what?
Yeah,
we're with the others. We're okay. They're not bad people.
Right.
I mean, if they believe it, if the tailies come to believe that that's true, that whatever, that the others are good, just say, hey, you know what? We're safe. We're fine. Don't worry about us, and leave or run back or whatever. But like,
right.
I mean, I guess obviously that's bad for the show, but
yeah, it is. It's very bad for the show because that just ruins the whole mystery
crappy.
About him.
But so here's the next thing.
Yeah.
Do you think that his explanation, because she says, why do you think they took some of us and not the others? And he said, that night they took the strongest of us, our quiet friend, referring to Echo, and 3 other guys. They're all athletic, tough threats. Mm-hmm. Now, do you think that was the reason that they took those, the 3 people and tried to take Echo was because they were tough and threats?
I have 2 answers. My first answer is...
Yes and no.
Yeah, exactly. My first answer is, yeah, I guess I believe him. My second answer is no, I don't want to believe that. Mm-hmm. I don't want to believe it, but I do believe him. I guess yeah. I guess I believe him, but I wish I didn't.
Well, and what's funny is she says they didn't take you, which is sort of a compliment. Oh, you're big and you're a threat.
Yeah.
And then he goes, guess they changed their plan after 2 of them got killed. Which obviously, obviously he was never going to be taken, so they didn't change their plan.
Right.
So that sort of logic obviously doesn't work. But, I don't know. I'm trying to remember what happened with the fuselage section. I'm trying to think if any people taken at the beginning were threats at all.
Well, people weren't really taken.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Didn't they take anybody?
The only people they ever took were Charlie and Claire.
Oh, that's right.
And tough threats they're not.
Oh, Charlie. Hey, he's no threat.
And that's why I don't want to believe him, because it's just not consistent. They didn't do that with the fuselage section at all. Mm-hmm. Like, if they were going to, take out the threats, they would have gone after, I don't know, Saeed or something.
Yeah.
Didn't mess with him. Locke, Jack, any of the guys who, could sort of come after him.
And I guess that leads me to another question is, why didn't they take people from the tail section?
You mean the main?
Do you think? I'm thinking that they didn't really know about the fuselage section for a long time.
Really?
Yeah. Well, simply because it took Ethan a while to infiltrate them.
But I thought you said.
What did I say?
I thought you said he was there early, and
well,
we just
what
didn't
I'm saying
see him.
what I'm saying is, it would make sense for him to be there early. But now I am sort of backtracking to say, well, our evidence says that he was there late. I'm saying I would assume for him to be there early, and we just didn't see him. But obviously, evidence-wise, I can't go against the fact that when we do actually see him. So maybe they didn't really know about that section for a while. That explains why it took a while before Ethan was infiltrated, and it explains why it was a while before they had any contact with the others. Because maybe they didn't even know they were there for a while. I mean, they're on the other side of the island, presumably. If the others are on the north side, and the reason they came so quickly to the tailies is because they're near their area.
Yeah, I mean the tailies experience was very different. I mean they were attacked the first night by the others, and then the second time they were attacked, they took 9 people.
Yeah,
I mean that's a lot of fucking people.
That's a lot. 9 out of 23 is a lot.
I mean, Ethan took Charlie and Claire, but he didn't even really take Charlie. He just took Charlie because he was there.
Yeah.
It was he just came for Claire, really.
And he really only came for Claire because of the baby.
Oh, wait, you know what? They took Walt. I guess I should give him credit for that, as far as from the main section.
Well, but they took Walt a long time after the whole thing was going on. That's true.
It was much later.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like they took the... I mean, I wonder if, to a certain degree, they took the Losties... the Tailies... simply because we don't need that many extra cast members. You know what I mean? Like I wonder if it was one of those things where, okay, well, we'll have the tail section land on the north side of the island where the others are. We'll have them get ravaged by the others to, lower the numbers.
Yeah.
And it's just sort of a practicality in that you don't want 23 extra people, making their way down south.
Even though, I mean, it would have been okay. I mean, because we have 40-something people from the fuselage, and most of them are just standing around in the background.
Yeah, but then you got 60-something people, though. I mean, it's not that much more than 40, but that's still a lot of people. And I don't know. Just from a writing standpoint, I can see how it just sort of made sense to do that. And plus the fact that they did get ravaged, it helps, with what's going on. And
right.
But anyway, I guess I'll just not try to think it from a writing perspective and think about it from the show perspective.
But I mean, I think that's a fair point, and I think sometimes it might be sort of a compromise where they need to do this for a writing reason, and then it gives them the opportunity to do something else, for a story reason.
Yeah.
So
because and also you can't have the others coming to take Walt and people. The first night of the show.
Right. I mean, that'd just be ridiculous.
It'd be ridiculous if in the pilot that night, the others are there. Like,
oh my god.
Yeah, you got to spread that out. And I think, I think, I mean, for whatever reason, they either waited to attack them or to at least infiltrate them with Ethan. They either waited or they just didn't know for a while.
Yeah, that's the thing. I want to believe they were just farther away and it just took them longer to figure out what was going on over there. And Ethan came and he didn't get to make the list. Goodwin did make the list. So, they knew more about what was going on.
Yeah.
However those lists work, don't ask me. But Ethan never got to make the list, and it made me think they didn't know about Walt until later.
Yeah.
They didn't figure out that they needed him until later on.
And of course, I gotta just throw in the question, not that we should even try to answer it now, but why do they think they need Walt is beyond me.
Why? Wait, what did you say?
Why they think they need Walt, or why they wanted to take Walt in the first place.
Oh. Well, I mean,
it's obviously because they think he has powers. They tested him,
yeah.
Right? But why do they think that he might, is the question.
Right. No, I mean that's a very good question. And we've come up with maybe they just take kids and hope for the best. They know some kids gonna be like this. Like you said, maybe some sort of prophecy or
Yeah, I don't want it to be a prophecy either, but
I hate saying the word, but and so they just take every kid they find and and when they took Walt, they somehow discovered, that he had potential or whatever, and that's where all those lines came from about him being whatever, Because I think before, I mean, when they took Walt, they just said like, we're gonna take the boy. Like it didn't seem like it was specific. It seemed like they were just taking him because he was a kid. Now, I don't know if that's true, but they didn't refer to him by name, and and even Danielle said they're coming for the boy, and so it makes me think.
True.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I don't know if they necessarily knew his name. Like you said, Ethan didn't get to make the list. The other thing I was gonna say is, it doesn't seem. I think the only thing about they were just taking him just because he was a kid is that I feel like they were out there looking for him specifically. Now maybe not because they're looking for Walt, but they're looking for the boy that they know is on the raft.
Yeah.
But I feel like they wanted him because but I guess it just goes back to maybe they thought he might have powers and they take all the kids, so they needed this kid. I agree that it was very sort of general. They just sort of took. But I do want to make it clear that I think they were specifically out there for him, though. They weren't just hanging around and here's a boy. We'll take him since we're here.
Yeah, if a kid happens to float by, we'll grab him. But we're just out here,
Yeah, looking at the stars,
having a little other whatever boat party. No, I agree. That's the thing. They're out for him specifically, but not for Walt specifically.
That's a very different, small distinction, but I know what you mean.
Yeah, like that's the impression I got at least, and that they didn't figure out Walt until later.
Yeah.
But then again, maybe they did know somehow. I mean, that by the time the hunting party comes around, which is pretty soon, they know Jack and Locke's names.
Yeah.
And could they know this from Ethan? Sure, but I don't know. He didn't make the list, and why couldn't he tell them other people's names? And I don't know.
Yeah, he didn't make the list, but he could say, Jack is the leader, and he looks like this, and I don't really know. And then if we
and they had Sawyer and Hurley's real names too.
Yeah, I mean, we can go to our de facto telepathic thing.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Why sort of make a list if you can read minds? I don't know.
I know. And that's why I don't understand the vital importance of the list. Couldn't he just tell you
Yeah.
I guess the idea is blowing cover, but then I wonder, if Goodwin's writing a list, he's sitting there at night, I don't even know how this works, but he talks to people and figures out their names and decides if they're good or not, I guess, and then he at night he's writing these names and he's writing down, okay, this is Billy and he's blah 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 and he's good. And this is blah blah blah. They're bad, and then what does he do with that list?
Well, I think he only writes the list of people who are good. I don't think he necessarily. And I believe Ana Lucia mentioned the list detailing what people were wearing. Of the one that I believe she killed with the rock, it had a list of people and what they were wearing. So I think that's how, at least in this instance, they knew who was who. Was because it said, Brian, he's good, and he's wearing the baggy cargo pants and the red, which at night, obviously there's still a little problem with finding those people quickly and, discerning who's wearing what. But I believe that's how it was supposed to go. Was Goodwin had a list of people to take. Those 9, the second time it was those 9 people, and it had their names and what they were wearing.
Yeah. So I guess He writes the old list, and then he passes it to somebody at night. He sneaks off and passes it, But if they're really telepathic, like you said, it seems like they shouldn't have to do that.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe physically writing it down has something to do with what's going on too. I'm tying a very loose connection to remote viewing, to where there's things you write down, and there's this number thing. There's these. It's all about right. I'm bad at this, but there's a specific thing about writing when it comes to remote viewing that I was thinking maybe having these names written down has something to do with their powers or telepathically knowing who people are or something like that, or I don't know. Because it doesn't make a lot of sense to, if they are well, and that's the thing, how does the telepathy work? How close do you have to be?
Right.
I mean, obviously, if you've got 9 people and you need to say what they're wearing, it makes sense to write it down and pass the information, but also, if you're telepathic, you can just tell the person mentally, and they can write it down, and you don't have to give them the paper. They can write it down.
Right.
And maybe that's what happened. I mean, we don't know who wrote the note. We just know that guy had the note on him, and he was obviously on the receiving end of the message. So, technically speaking, Goodwin could have mentally told them, okay, it's this guy, this guy, this guy, and then they wrote it down so that they would know and remember and can tell everybody who was gonna, be a part of the assault team. So that could have happened.
I guess I assume he wrote it because, I mean, maybe he didn't write, like, the list the guy was carrying.
Yeah.
But I feel like he wrote the original.
Yeah.
And the reason I feel that way is basically because of maternity leave.
Which we haven't got into yet.
When Tom tells Ethan, you were supposed to make a list and then take her. And so,
Did he say write a list, or did he say make a list?
Oh, geez. Do you want me to look it up? I don't remember his wording.
Because although I believe he said make a list, which, what you would normally think that means write it down. If you're telepathic, then you don't really need to write it down to communicate it. So, making a list, at the very least, means, organizing in your head who's who.
Yeah, he says make the list and then bring her in.
Yeah.
So,
So at the very least, that means Ethan was supposed to, organize who's who. It doesn't mean he had to write it down, but obviously that would be the logical thing to do. But I'm just saying
that's the. I mean, that to me, if you're the one who comes up with what goes on in the list, the fact that you're not the person who writes it down is sort of, it doesn't really matter. I mean, what I mean is, he's the one creating the information that contained in the list.
Exactly. But what I'm saying is, I don't think it necessarily has to be a written list. He just needs to go in and figure out who's good or who's bad, and in his head, know these 15 people are good. And that's the list. That's the list in his head. So he knows that those 15 people are good, and he needs to be able to communicate that in some fashion.
It seems like if they were attacking, and Goodwin's there, it seems like if they had telepathy, he could say, take that one over there by the tree, and take that one over there in a sleeping bag, and that one there, and, it seems like that would be very easy to do.
And that's why I think their telepathy isn't conventional, if you can say that about telepathy.
Wow.
Yeah, new territory here. I don't think it works like that because it doesn't. Because I agree, he could have, and when he was getting attacked by Lucia, he could have said, "Hey, help!"
Yeah.
There's many instances, when Ethan was getting beat up by Jack. Hey, help!
Mm-hmm.
I think there's many instances where they could have used their telepathy, and I don't think it works like that. It seems to be. Here's another weird thing to say: a more real-world approach to telepathy.
Mm-hmm.
Where they have to sort of
wow.
They have to sort of work harder to make it happen,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe, because the original idea was telepathy was the whispering, and you obviously hear many voices, so it's a sort of like a chanting thing or a concentration thing, or it's not just the way we speak, they can just do it with the same amount of ease mentally. They have to concentrate, maybe it has to be a group of them, maybe it has to be whatever, in order to get, this very impressive mental power to work. So I think their telepathy, if they have telepathy, is more along the lines of that, to where it's not so comic book type, easy to do telepathy. It's the harder. You got to concentrate. It's a learned skill. It's a maybe even technology assisted type thing. And maybe
not like just talking.
Yeah, not like just talking and
but with your mind.
If Goodwin isn't, near them or whatever, or doing something specific, he can't hear them. He can't talk to them telepathically.
Right.
Because I agree, he could just be sitting there and saying, "Okay, take that one, or take this one," or even like, "Hey, don't come tonight because plans have changed," or whatever.
Yeah. Right.
So
Okay.
back to 48 days later.
Well, we're talking about it.
Yeah, we are kind of.
I mean, we got a little off. Another thing I want to mention from this scene is this knife
Oh,
that she took.
I was just gonna bring up the knife. I was just gonna give an explanation about it.
Okay. So, all right, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say it was I just because I was reading the transcript and I saw the knife thing and there it is. Ana Lucia, took the knife from the other that she killed, and thought it was weird because they don't wear shoes. How did they get an army knife? And I love God, it's so funny. She's like, yeah, it's an army knife, and he goes, really? How do you know? And she's like, here, I'll show you. And I always think she's gonna show some little tiny thing or. There's some weird thing about army knives that no other knives have, but of course, it's just it just has a stamp on it that says U.S. Army.
U.S. Army.
If you look at the knife, you can tell it's an army knife.
Not very subtle.
Not very subtle. But anyway, she says it's U.S. military. Here's a stamp, a Tang stamp, whatever that means.
Yeah.
And she says it's probably 20 years old. And
right.
I thought 20 years. I just thought to myself, 20 years ago, Goodwin might have been in Peace Corps then. Maybe, and then obviously she says it's an army knife, but I'm thinking maybe one of the others was in the army 20 years ago, and that's why they have the knife, and I was thinking maybe, it could be Kelvin's knife for all we know.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. That to me, that's yet another actually legitimate military connection. Because could be Kelvin's knife, could be, I guess, anybody else who either was in Dharma or whatever ended up on the island, who was in the army.
Yeah.
Now,
I guess
it just seemed to me to further sort of solidify that link.
Well, I guess the next question is, what would be the significance of that? Why point that out with this army connection and 20 years ago army connection?
Right.
And I also want to ask, I don't know if you remember, do you remember Kelvin's rank when he was in the army?
No. And I just watched that episode yesterday.
Oh, really? Because, I've been recently doing this job where I'm working with the Army, and I have a good sense of what rank you can get after being 20 years in the Army. And I'm just wondering if he was close to that rank or not. I mean, if he was like, a staff sergeant after being 20 years in the Army, that's not. I mean, obviously it can happen, but it's not very realistic because you can sort of get to a sergeant status in less than 20 years, obviously. If he was like a master sergeant or something like that, I'm assuming he was enlisted. If he was a master sergeant or something like that, I would say, okay, 20 years, I might buy that. Or if he was an officer, if he was a colonel, obviously that could work. I'm saying a lot of very esoteric things to some people. But I'm just wondering if because I think his rank in that episode when we see him in Saeed's flashback could help denote how long he's been in the Army and if this could maybe be his knife or not.
Right. Oh, okay. Wait, do I get it? Okay, I get it, I think. So, when that flashback is the Gulf War, essentially.
Okay.
So, you're talking like, what, 91, something like that?
About 10 years ago, yeah.
Yeah, so that's about, well, from Lost Time, I guess that would be, maybe 12 years or so. So for that to be, for him to have a 20-year-old knife,
I guess there's the problem. For the knife to be 20 years old, I was thinking if it's his knife, it'd be 20 years since he got out. But if the knife is 20 years old, then that means 86, right?
Yeah.
And
from Lost Time, 84.
84. So if he was in the Gulf War in the 90s and then got out after that and joined Dharma, then that means he was only in at the earliest, 84, if that's his knife. So he was in for like 10 years if he got out around the mid-90s. So I still need to know his rank to see if that makes sense. But
yeah, he was a weird like sort of. I don't even think he wore a uniform.
He didn't have a uniform on?
I don't think so, because he's like the shady guy they bring in to teach Saeed how to torture people, and I think he's just like wearing like sort of a green shirt. I don't think he has. But, I mean, you might detect something I didn't, but
I thought. Okay, I thought I'm specifically remembering the scene when they were letting Saeed go and Kelvin was standing, you know.
Oh, he might have had a uniform in that scene.
Yeah, I thought in that scene he had a uniform on.
He very well could have a uniform in that scene. I'm talking about the earlier scenes.
Oh, okay.
Because I actually feel like I remember him in a uniform in that scene, which I guess would be the place to look if you want to know his rank.
I'm on Lostpedia right now. Hopefully they'll tell me.
Yeah, I actually remember at one point seeing the stripes of someone, but I think it was actually Kate's dad, not Kelvin.
Oh, okay.
Which isn't very helpful. But, yeah.
Apparently, they said he joined sometime between 91 and 2001. I guess the Gulf War ended in 91, I guess?
Yeah, started and ended.
Yeah, it was very quick. So...
They said he joined the army?
They said he joined Dharma sometime.
Dharma.
Between 91 and 2001.
Now that's true. Wow, they definitely covered their tracks with that one. Because, yeah, it's like, he was on the island for, however long he said, until, 2004 when Desmond showed up, and then, Oh, wait. How long was Desmond there? Now I don't even remember.
I don't know anymore. I'm trying to find this picture.
I think it was a couple years. So, yeah. So, I guess...
they don't even
however many years he was there before that.
I'm looking on Lostpedia under Kelvin, and they have all these theories about him. And one of the things I don't know if we ever said was, how did Kelvin know Desmond was out there?
Oh yeah. That's a good question.
Because they were saying,
I think we talked about that in our finale podcast.
Really, what did we say?
I can't remember what our theories were though. I think I said like, oh, he was just, but it doesn't even make any sense. He was like,
it doesn't. There's nothing we can say.
He was by himself. Like, he could not leave for more than 108 minutes.
Yeah.
So, how would he just discover... I mean, I don't think that place is right next to the beach.
Oh, no.
I'm surprised he even had time.
He came out there. I mean, he came out there. He was coming to get him. It was fairly obvious that he was coming to get him.
Oh, yeah. And I'm just surprised he had time to, like, you know... I guess he pushed the thing and ran out there and dragged him all the way back. To his credit,
the first version of what happened, Desmond says, it was already beeping when they got back, so he barely made it back.
Okay. Yeah, we didn't actually see the arrival to the hatch in the finale.
Yeah.
We just saw him being dragged from the beach. So, okay. And so the idea is he barely made it. But that's crazy. I mean, how would he know? How would he possibly know? I can't even... Unless... Who could have told him?
Yeah, unless the others told him. Like...
Yeah. Oh, man. And if the others told him, like... That's the thing. If Henry's Radzinski, then at some point he left and joined the others... And, like, what does Kelvin know about that? Like,
yeah.
He
calls them hostile, so he doesn't, unless he's just lying. And,
he does.
But why would he call them the hostiles unless he thought they were hostile?
Exactly.
Or I should say, why would he want Desmond to think they're hostile? Unless it's just another reason to keep him in the hatch.
Yeah.
I looked at a picture. There's a shot from the scene that I'm thinking of with Kelvin and Saeed, and he's not wearing a uniform.
Oh, he's not? Okay, good.
So I guess there's nothing to be learned from that. I don't think it even matters anyway. I don't think it's his knife.
Yeah, I don't think it's his knife either, but I like to believe that it is.
I like to just wonder, why did they even... That's the thing I hate about this show. They just bring up stuff, and it's like, why would you even bring that up? Like, who cares about the knife? If you guys are going to make a point about the knife, make a point about the knife. You know, I'm getting fed up. This is my last podcast, okay? I'm done with this show. I quit. You know, I can't take it anymore.
Wow.
I just can't take the meaningless things that seem very important because they bring them up.
They lost you with the knife. My theory is that they're just dropping little clues, and that it's not, the knife isn't like important in any like real sense. It's just sort of a pointer to whatever's going on.
Yeah. Like,
we're supposed to say, okay, it's U.S. military, it's on the island, someone from the U.S. military is on the island, maybe the military's on the island at some point. I feel like it's just supposed to be a pointer to something, not like, well, since there was the knife, that means the others are, you know.
Well, that's what crackpots like us are gonna think. It's like, okay, well, there's a knife, so what does that mean? You know,
yeah.
to leave it at, well, I guess it means there was U.S. military on the island. I mean, that's still big. That's still, I want to say, okay, well, in what respect? You know,
yeah.
were they part of Dharma? Were they fighting Dharma? Were they just exploring and had never had any contact? Like, 20 years ago was right in the heart of Dharma activity on the island.
Oh, yeah.
You know? So, to have a military knife, and I don't know how she knows it's 20 years old, but anyway.
I know. It reminded me of all those things about clothes being old and stuff. And this knife is just the right amount of decay for 20 years.
Yeah, exactly. The way the knife is decayed, I would say 20 years. I guess we can put that aside and go back to another similar thing with the knife and say, it's a little weird that the guy was carrying a knife, don't you think? Or do you think?
Yes, I do think that's pretty weird.
Yeah. It seems like he was only carrying it so she could find it.
So she could find it? Yeah, I know. Well, maybe... Okay, how about this? Maybe he was just carrying it because, you know, when the others go out in the jungle, sometimes it's useful to have a knife for various reasons.
Exactly. I mean, obviously there's some utilitarian value to those tools. And I was thinking maybe since Echo beat the hell out of them and killed two of them the first time, they went a little bit more prepared the second time.
Okay.
Maybe.
There's that. Yeah.
I mean, a knife is a pretty straightforward tool to have. I mean, I would want one if I was there.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be very useful.
Yeah.
In a lot of situations.
A watch might be useful. Shoes might be useful.
Well, you know.
But I guess not in the same way.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They're not, I don't think they're really survivalists because, you know, we kind of know they're not. But I guess, like, sometimes they do have to kind of go out in the jungle.
Sometimes
and
there's a knife.
You know, sometimes you just have to go out in the jungle. And when I go out in the jungle, I always bring my army knife.
You always bring your 20-year-old army knife. Wow.
That's right. You know it's an army knife by the Tang stamp.
The Tang stamp. God, Anna. That's why you're dead.
Oh.
So obviously, Goodwin and Anna talk, and she's... Well, what's really funny is that she talks about the knife, and she says, it's really weird, huh? And then she leads from that to basically saying, you're a fraud.
Yeah.
And I was trying to see, I guess she was connecting the two things somehow. You know, or maybe she was just sort of wanted to get the knife out of his hands before she said that, so she came up with a reason to ask for it back.
Yeah, that was weird when he asked for the knife.
Yeah, I love that. Can I have the knife? I just want to peel this fruit.
Yeah.
It slices delicately like your neck would if I tried to kill you.
Oh, God.
I love that. And the looks, whoever directed that did a very good job, and the acting was, because it was like, he's like, it was so plainly, can I have the knife, you know, can I see the knife? I just want to peel, you know, she looks very strangely like, I don't trust you, but I'm looking like I trust you, but I actually don't look like I trust you, because it's hard to mask distrust.
I definitely don't trust you, but for now, I'm not going to show any, like, I'm not going to let that affect my actions just yet.
Because I don't know if I should trust you or not, but let's see if you try to kill me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was very well done. And then she asked for it back the same way. Oh, let me show you the little Tang stamp.
Yeah.
And but anyway, she sort of goes from that to the "you're another," and like we said earlier, did you see Bernard? Is that why you pretend to be? I'm sorry, did Bernard see you? Is that why you pretend to be one of us?
Right.
So excuse me. Oh, she's on there. You pretended to be. Sorry.
Oh.
I'm not tired. I just pretend to be tired.
Right.
You know, she says, you know, did Bernard see you? Is that why you pretended to be one of us? So apparently, 10 minutes after they crashed is when he came out. Well, approximately. Obviously, she wasn't timing him.
Right.
But she says 10 minutes after crash, you know, you weren't wet. You were never in the ocean. Where were you? You know.
Oh, yeah. Where are they?
Yeah, that's what she said. Sorry.
Uh,
I thought it was weird that she says, you know, did you kill Nathan? I mean, I guess that's for the people at home who aren't following along too closely.
Yeah, did you kill him? Did you kill Nathan? Did you kill Nathan, the guy who I thought was another?
Did you kill Nathan, the guy who's in the bathroom for 2 hours on the plane?
Oh, but he said he was in the lavatory for 2 hours, but that's really ridiculous.
You know,
So we thought he was.
I feel like she's being very accusatory, or accusatory.
Yeah, accusatory.
Sorry, accusatory. I just put
accusatory.
some extra stuff in there for spice.
Yeah.
I'm surprised she didn't just say. And I'm surprised she didn't just say, you know, why did you kill him? You know, she's already accusing him of everything. Why not just say, why did you kill him?
Yeah.
And then he can still say he wasn't a good person. Blah blah. Anyway, not the.
He still says why.
Yeah, he still says why. So, anyway,
but, yeah.
I'm out of stuff to talk about. I just want to bring up that and that it was very well done. So, nothing to really discuss, I don't think.
Yeah, I wanted to mention her very last line here. What about the kids? Did you kill them too? And he says the children are fine. They're better off now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it occurred to me that, you know, of the people they've taken, they really haven't hurt any of them that we know of. You know. People that they took that we saw later, they were in fine shape.
I'm spazzing out. Who did they take that we saw later?
Well, Walt and Claire.
Okay. I guess Charlie doesn't count.
Charlie,
he wasn't really. I mean, he was taken, but he wasn't really supposed to be taken.
Yeah, that's the thing. He wasn't taken the way they were taken.
True. No, they didn't. I mean, who knows what they did to Claire's baby, but
true. They were giving her shots and stuff, but they didn't like hurt her explicitly. I mean, of course, Alex would have us believe they were going to, but still, whatever they're doing doesn't seem like it's sort of violent.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, what sense would it be to kill these people, to kidnap them, to kill them?
Yeah, that would be really silly.
You know, just kill them there or something or whatever.
Yeah, that's why we take kids, Anna, so we can kill them.
Yeah. Oh, I wish he would have said that. What about the kids? Did you kill them too? Of course. What other reason would there be to take kids but they kill?
Yeah, why would we just kill them on site? We take them somewhere else and then we kill them.
Yeah.
It's so much better that way. Oh God. Yeah, it was really nice how like we saw Goodwin like a couple episodes ago. You know, they like pass him or something. And they make a couple of references to Goodwin too. And I love how when you know what they're talking about, like I don't know. It all
like when they were basically it was about trusting Michael and Jen and Sawyer. And yeah, she says something about Goodwin, like, is that something about Goodwin, but you assume at the time that Goodwin was one of them who got taken, but it's just the opposite.
Right.
You know, it was like, no, Goodwin was a bad guy. I thought it was funny how during the fight scene, he like leaps like 10 or 15 feet in the air on top of her. It was just so comical. He like, You know, but I mean, he's sort of off of a slope of a hill. That's really why he gets so much air clearance. But he leaps pretty high.
Yeah.
And, like, was he just going to body slam her? He was going to body slam her. And I'm like, wow, I guess some of the others are former wrestlers. Like, what the hell was that about? He's going to body slam Ana Lucia, and then she just happens to have the stick, which was good. And
yeah, lucky her.
Him,
God.
so.
That was, yeah, it almost, yeah.
Can I say the odds of finding Goodwin? You're Jin and Echo, and you're tracing through the jungle. The odds of finding Goodwin's body has to be relatively low. I'm just gonna say that, okay?
Hey, you can say it, but people just keep finding
I
things.
can say it, and apparently it's not true.
Yeah.
They're finding him all the time.
People always discover things in the jungle. They just walk upon people in
Locke
remote areas.
Locke said, how'd you find the plane, Locke? Oh, we just spotted it. We're just walking there. It was,
yeah. We're just looking around. Oh, look, there's a board. Hey, there's a plane.
Oh, beechcraft. Are you ready to move on?
Yeah,
I think a good 13 hours on this topic.
I think we're done. But you know what, Goodwin, I'd like to say, much like Ethan, he's given us, by giving us so little, we can dissect his every line and wish we knew more about what he was.
He's definitely
talking
a topic
about.
for discussion.
He was a good character, and it's too bad he was only around for one episode.
Yeah.
Oh, I wish we'd see him again, and somehow I have a feeling.
I was gonna say it seems like more than one episode, but I guess it was because I love the structure of the other 48 days. The way day 1, blah blah blah, day 2, blah blah. I just love that time lapse structure, and it seems like we spent a lot more time with those people than we really did. Because it was just one episode, and he was only it was only for one episode, but it was 48 days. And I love the very end of the episode when we get the last couple days real quick, like flat, like a couple seconds each day, I love that. I really wish the whole show was like they could do a whole season like that, in 2 or 3 hours. Just tell us the whole thing that happens in season. Obviously we'd miss a lot of details, but you still catch a lot in those montages.
Definitely.
About what's going on.
Definitely. Of course, it helps that you've seen most of that stuff already.
Oh yeah,
but yeah, it does seem to sort of make it clear. They filled in that one little detail about what went on behind the scenes. When they first threw Michael and Sawyer and Jen in the thing, and
yeah.
Like they filled in that little detail, and then they sort of and it was like, and then you remember all this, and then this happened, and then there was that, and then we're back here where we were the previous episode.
Oh.
And it's all full circle, and it's sort of reminiscent of what they did with the Hatch too, where they had that sort of like revisiting that scene with Desmond, again, but. Instead of this, first time it was from sort of Shan and Saeed's perspective, and the second time it's more from their perspective.
Yeah.
So. Anyway, very good episode, and I wish they were all that good. I mean, another reason why it's good, any episode that stays on the island the whole time has a better chance of being good.
Oh, there we go.
Because it doesn't happen very often, and the other ones I'm thinking of that are like that are usually very good. So, anyhow, we can move on.
I'm sorry. I was looking over this thing. When they find the radio in the Arrowheads, Goodwin says the hills are blocking it. If we want to get a signal, go to higher ground. I'll do it. Never mind. I was going to ask why he would try to get a signal, but I just realized he wasn't trying to get a signal. He was going to go destroy the radio or something.
Or, take it away from them at least.
Yeah, sorry, I was like, why would he go do that? But
yeah, that wouldn't make any sense. But that's the whole lead-in. Then Anna goes with him, and
yeah, I love that when he's like, "No, you stay, help, and get it set up as a shelter." Oh, we can all do that. We'll be back in a few hours. It'll be quick and a lovely adventure. I love her when she Michelle Rodriguez when she gets that look on her face, like that devious grin.
Mm-hmm.
It's really good. All right,
Yeah.
what also is really good is Collision.
Mm.
But by good,
Oh,
I mean, let's not talk about this episode too long because it wasn't that interesting.
by good, you always mean something else.
Yeah. Episode 8, Collision. 2 L's, people. The grief-stricken Saeed is captured and tied... The grief-stricken... I don't know what that meant.
2 L's.
The grief-stricken Saeed is captured and tied up by the Tailies when he seeks to avenge Shannon's death. A flashback sheds light on Ana Lucia's past. Whoa, that was a quick summation.
Wow, that was it?
Yeah. As the rest of the party leaves to rejoin the other survivors, Ana Lucia is left behind with Saeed and a loaded gun. I can't believe they did that. They did a hyphen and a loaded gun. Wow, that was nice. That was nicely done. They kept the suspense in there. I love it. Yeah, well, this episode, dude, I don't have a lot, so, I mean, like you said, or like I said, good meaning, not that good. We should breeze through this pretty quickly. We spent a lot of time on, one of the best episodes of the season, the other 48 days, so, what's to be expected, but, what do you have for this? I'll let you go first, since you never go first.
Oh, no.
And here's why, folks. Oh, jeez.
Don't throw it to me. I don't know what to do with this episode.
Okay, so how about this? I'll start with my little stuff.
I can't think of a thing to say about it. I suck.
Well,
I'm sorry.
the first little tidbit, as I've been liking to do, that's a weird thing to say, in this little retrospective stuff, is to point out the little details. I don't know why I have to preference this every time, but my point is, Ana Lucia was in counseling for 4 months before she got back on the force, so there's a little number connection there.
Okay, very good, very good.
That's all I got in terms of little factoids. So I have another note here about Echo.
Okay.
I don't know what it means.
All right. Let's hear it.
I hate to say it out loud and not really to be able to back it up. I'm trying to decide what to say. Oh, okay. So here we go. My note is, maybe you'll know what this means. My note is, Echo's doing all these good things for others, but it's really for himself.
Oh, I do know what it means.
I'm trying to come up... I know what it means, but I'm trying to come up with examples so I can understand what I mean.
Sawyer, he said to somebody, I'm not doing it for him, I'm doing it for me.
Yeah, and that's exactly why I thought that about Echo. Because, who did Sawyer say that to?
No, Echo said that.
Oh, he said that about Sawyer.
Sawyer.
Yes, I'm really confused. Yes, that's exactly why I was saying, okay, the other good things that Echo has done wasn't necessarily for those people, but it was for himself in terms of making up for the bad stuff he's done in his life type thing.
Right.
And I think that might go to explain why he's seemingly a good person in terms of the others. Because, they originally wanted him.
Right. Okay,
I felt like I'm on the island talking to Kate. The bottle that they have the messages. The bottle with the messages on the raft. Oh God, I thought you would get it quicker than that.
Sorry.
Okay,
Jack, you remember last week I told you that I thought Michael was a mole? Well,
You get what I'm saying?
Think I get what you're saying.
Okay.
But wait, it seems to me like it makes him see... Is it better to do something for the person or for yourself?
Well, that's the thing. As Phoebe on Friends said, there's no such thing as a selfless act. Or maybe she thought there was a such thing. Yeah, she did. Anyway, sorry to bring that reference in.
Please.
It's worse to do something good for somebody, but just to make yourself feel better, obviously, because it's not really a selfless act. If you're getting, because that was the point in Friends, is that if you do something good for somebody, you're going to feel good about it. Therefore, it's not selfless. So, and that was the point in Friends. Phoebe was trying to find a wholly selfless act, and it was sort of hard to do because, at the very least, if you do something good for somebody, you're going to feel some enjoyment out of that. So how could it be 100% selfless if you're getting enjoyment out of it? So I don't know. I think.
I think it depends on what your intentions are when you do it. If you do it just to get the feeling, then there's a problem. But if you just do it for its own sake and then afterwards you happen to feel good, I mean, I think that's. I don't think the fact that you feel good after doing a good thing is somehow means you're selfish.
Well, I think it's in terms of the general like take a step back from it. I think the point is, you know, if somebody helps an old lady across the street and they're just doing it to help the old lady, then that was selfless. But if they feel good afterwards, if you take a step back and look at the situation, it's not selfless from an overall perspective because they did feel enjoyment after it, even though it was after the fact. Now, his intentions, I guess you can say, his intentions were selfless, but in the act as a whole wasn't. You know what I mean?
But it doesn't make any sense.
I know
that it's selfish.
It's nitpicking. It's yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, like,
well, no, not selfish, just not selfless.
Okay,
is that the opposite? Are those two things opposite? I feel like they're not opposites.
Yeah, no, I think they're pretty much opposites.
Selfish means for yourself, and selfless means not for yourself. I guess that means they're opposites, but
yeah, I guess I'm saying, like, I mean, for a show like that, like, you know, it sounds funny and it, like, sort of makes sense, but I think if you think about just the fact that you feel good about, like, if you just go out and do good things for people just because it makes you feel good, that's when you cross the line, I think. But if you do things for their own sake and then you just happen to feel good after them, that doesn't make you, you know, that doesn't mean it was
I agree.
not selfless.
I agree if it happens that way. I think the people who, like, I'll bring Habitat for Humanity back, they get enjoyment out of helping these people and, you know, building these homes and doing something good for other people. They're getting enjoyment out of that, and they know they're going to get enjoyment out of that, especially if they've done it before. And I still don't think that it's not selfless, but it's not 100% selfless, though, because they know they're going to get enjoyment out of it. I mean, even though it's hard work, even though they're taking time out of their lives to do this thing, they know it's for a good cause, and they get enjoyment out of that. That's the thing. I mean, from what you're saying, like, if they never, you know, they're just doing it and they're saying, oh, I'm going to go do this thing, and oh, I just happen to feel good about it afterwards, then yeah, okay, 100% selfless. You didn't know or you weren't thinking about it. But I think in most cases when you're doing something good for somebody else, you know, it comes across, you to some degree, don't you think? I mean, think about the good things you've done for people, if anything. Sorry. Don't you at least have a small inkling beforehand that, well, I should do this will make me feel good, or I'll feel good about helping this person. You know what I mean? Like, if you see somebody homeless on the street, you know, and they ask for money, I know in my head I'm thinking, this is a good thing to do. You know what I'm saying? I will feel better about helping this person who needs help. Like, I think that. I'm not doing it to make myself feel better, but I do know that I'm gonna, after I give this guy money, I'm gonna feel like I've done something good. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I don't deny that happens.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's possible for it not to happen.
I agree.
The idea that there's no such thing as a selfless act is ridiculous to me.
I think 100% selfless acts are hard to come by, but I think they happen. Especially maybe in more dire situations, like in the plane crash. You know, when Jack is saving all those people, he's not thinking about what's going to happen afterwards. He's running on instinct at that point.
Right.
So I agree, it does happen.
Right. Or the tail people too, when they were saving kids and stuff.
But I think, okay, back to Echo. I think he's specifically doing a lot of good things for people. And he does have a bad past that being a religious person, he knows about, repenting and sort of doing good deeds to make up for bad deeds. And he even says, I'm doing this for myself.
Right.
Which I want to connect to the fact that he had a bad past, but the others think he's good. So, I'm just trying to connect those two things, that he is doing this for himself, because he had a bad past.
Right. But I feel like that makes him not as good.
I agree. Oh, I totally agree.
So, and that's the thing. I don't like that line. I don't think that suits Echo.
Yeah.
Because it just doesn't seem like it. Just from his like philosophical point of view, that doesn't seem like the right thing for him to say.
Yeah.
So it kind of bothers me. But if you assume it's true, I mean, he's doing these things for selfish reasons. But I feel like in the emergency situation of the plane, I feel like instinct takes over, and you're really not thinking about the great feeling you're gonna have when you got drowning kids and stuff. I mean, at that point, it's beyond worrying about that sort of thing. You know what I mean?
Well, maybe he means when he says for himself, maybe he means because he knows it's the right thing to do type of thing. Not that I'm getting enjoyment out of this or this is going to make up for bad things, but it's like I'm not doing this. What did he say? I'm not doing this for Sawyer so much as I'm doing it because I know it's the right thing to do. Maybe that's what he means.
Yeah. If he means that, I'll buy it. Because Sawyer, he's not really a good person.
He's funny, though.
So, well...
Oh, that reminds me of when they get... I guess they were thrown down in the little ditch, the little hole. Mm-hmm. And Sawyer... And I think somebody says, what do you think they're going to do with us? And Sawyer's like, they're going to eat us.
Oh, God.
I love that. I think they're going to eat us. I don't even remember that. Yeah, that was in Lost and Found. He goes, I think they're going to eat us. I just love that, Sawyer.
Oh, literally.
Oh, jeez.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Little inside.
There.
Oh, man.
So that's all.
Yeah, I noticed that line, too, and I guess I just try to ignore it.
Yeah.
Because I don't feel like it's appropriate for Echo to feel what I thought he meant by it. But I guess if you reinterpret it, you can sort of make it work.
If you change what he meant, you can make yourself feel better that he said it.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah.
It was a weird thing to say. It was very sort of poignant line, one of those like, "Oh, I'm gonna change your opinion of what you thought I was doing, Mister. I'm doing it because of this." Yeah. But it was like, wow, Echo, that's a really weird thing to say. And I just sort of want to assume he meant he's doing it because of his morals and what he thinks is right. Not in terms of pleasure for himself, but just in terms of what his views are, his morals and stuff.
Right. Or I wouldn't even want to think he's doing it just so he can,
make up for the bad stuff?
Yeah. Or so he can get into heaven or whatever. I feel like if you do anything, I mean, I think those are all selfish reasons. And I feel like if you're doing things for those reasons, then you don't get the rewards because you're doing them for the rewards.
Well, that's the weird thing about Christianity, and specifically, it's the Bible tells you specific things. If you want to get in heaven, they tell you specific things to do. It tells, you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to not do this, you need to not do that, and if you do those things, I mean, obviously that the whole point is you get into heaven if you do those things. So, if he's doing this because you're supposed to help your fellow man, and if he's doing this because of all these other reasons that are good in the Bible, then he's following the rules, so he should get the reward,
But I think I'm no expert. I think
what about your theology degree?
Oh yeah, it's been a few years since I got my theology degree.
Reverend Justin, expert. Tell your congregation that on Sunday, okay?
Oh God, that'll be the title of my new sermon.
I'm no expert.
I'm no expert, but I had to say that before people attack me. But I think, at least in some aspects of Christianity, if you do things just so you can get into heaven, like if you do, the list of things, whatever you're supposed to do, and you do them only so you can get into heaven, it won't work.
Okay, yeah, there is the big part of faith in God, faith in actually believing in your heart that you're doing these things for the right reason. Yeah, that's the thing. If you're just going about it in a very, mechanical way, okay, well, I'm going to do this. I'm going to be nice to this person, not because I want to be nice to this person, but because the Bible says I should be nice to this person, and, and
if I don't do it, then I'm going to go to hell.
Yeah, I think there's a fine line there, there's a very fine line there, but yeah, I think the other thing is it's not only about what you do, but it's about what your actions and your beliefs. If you don't have faith, God, we turn a religious podcast.
I know, God,
We're not, just so our audience knows, we're not advocating any religion or we're just, we could be talking about Buddhism, we could be talking about anything else.
Well, the thing is, Echo is
a
Christian.
So that's
specifically,
the only reason we're talking about it.
Yeah, specifically Catholic, I guess.
Yeah, he's Catholic.
So it's appropriate.
It's on topic. I think it's a little tangent, but it's yeah. So hopefully our atheist or agnostic viewers won't get peeved with us.
Far from what's the proselytizing?
Oh gosh, what a cumbersome word.
I know.
They put that L in there for no reason.
I know. It's really hard to say. I have to think for a second.
So I think we may have or may not have made a point. Let's just move on.
Okay. Let's assume we did.
Let's assume we did, and it was a good point, and everyone agreed. I think there's a lot of people who are busy with their Excel spreadsheets right now who are waiting to go to lunch. They're waiting for their lunch break, and they want us to hurry up.
Oh, God,
they're on their morning commute. I gotta love that. I can't wait till I have a job where I have to do a commute, and then I'll listen to us on the way.
Yeah.
Is that a little narcissistic?
Yes, but I will too.
Okay, good. Then it evens out.
Somehow, if we both do it, it cancels. They cancel each other.
Cancels it out.
It's yeah.
Back to collision.
It's like two wrongs make a right.
Two wrongs make a right. If wrong means left, because two lefts, you've turned around 180 degrees. Sorry.
All right. So
that's a thing I came up with a long time ago. Anyway.
Oh. Really? How long ago?
Like, but does it matter? A long time ago.
I'm sorry. I just got really curious. Anyway.
Well, do you get it? It's just like, okay, two wrongs don't make a right. Okay, they're saying, wrong does not equal right. Right meaning the direction right. So wrong doesn't equal right. Wrong equals left. So two lefts don't make a right. Well, what do two lefts make? Well, you turn left, then you turn left again. You've turned around, and that third left you will be facing right. So two wrongs don't make a right, but three wrongs do. Sorry.
Wow. How old were you?
I know, right? I was probably in high school, so I was a young little boy, stupid and crazy. Yeah, that was a long time ago.
That's just that was very elaborate.
Yeah.
You could write down equations for that.
You can write an equation for that. You can. And we should. Solve for wrong. Oh man.
Solve for wrong, kids.
Okay.
Wow. Sorry.
Let's leave my craziness aside and go back to Lost.
All right. Oh dear.
So worst subplot ever. Can I say that?
Yes. About what?
With Saeed being held hostage by Ana Lucia.
It
was so
worst
crappy.
subplot ever. I disagree, but it wasn't very good.
It was horrible.
I'm thinking Tree Frog.
Oh, god damn it. That so wins. Oh, that wins. Oh, man, that wins so bad. So easily.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Oh, man.
Worst subplot of the season. How about that? So, thus far.
Oh, thus far. Okay. I was going to say, that is this season. I know. But it's late.
I just hate it. It was so crappy to have Ana Lucia hold him hostage. It was just very, illogical and sort of what are you going to do now? It doesn't make sense, and I understand why she did it. I just don't understand why she did it for so long. I think she should have realized it was a no-win situation sooner. I just would have wanted her to, but she did sort of realize, okay, well, I can't do this forever. Okay, Michael, you'll give me some blankets and some clothes and some food, and then I'll leave. She gave herself an exit plan, but it was just crappy to watch and be a party to.
Yeah. I agree.
Okay, wow. After my rant, that's all you got.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, it was like when I first watched it, it was okay because I didn't know what was going to happen. So it at least had some amount of suspense. Because I didn't know how the situation would resolve itself, but I think when you know what's coming, it just seems like
it's more plotting.
Yeah, exactly. Just sort of a lame exercise you have to get through, and it just goes on, and we have to learn about your past, and then that'll explain why you do this on the island.
Well, I think Shannon's whole death was pretty contrived anyway.
Yeah.
I didn't... Oh, man, a fatal gun... I don't know. I mean, obviously it's pretty easy to kill someone with one bullet, but...
I like the idea that this is how the tail people were introduced.
Yeah, I like that too. I like the instant tension that's mounted.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's like instant conflict
because you would want any sort of survivor from your same plane crash. You're gonna have this instant bond with, and so when you first, it's like, oh God, what are you guys doing? And what was it like for you guys? And but then it's like, oh my God, those are the people who killed Shannon. Like,
right.
It's totally different than would be expected. And I do love the scene at the end when Jack finds out it's Ana Lucia, and of course she's got a very interesting name. So when he hears Ana Lucia, it's not like the name is like Jody or that's even sort of specific, but like Kim or something. Where he wouldn't put two and two together so quickly. But he hears Ana Lucia and he knows it's the same girl that he had this sort of flirtation going on with, and I really like that. And then of course the last scene when he comes up and they just stand there. It's not a lot to say, but I know you, you know me, and what the hell is going on here?
Right. Yeah.
It was nice.
Yeah.
So we're done. I don't have anything else to talk about for this episode. What do you got?
Oh boy. Yeah, you might.
Bernard reuniting with Rose.
Oh yeah, that was adorable.
I love that line when Bernard asked Echo. I guess it was in the other episode. He's like, when kids Echo pulled all the bodies out of the water, and he was like, were any of them African American? And I don't know. I thought that was just a little too PC for me. I don't know. Can you not say black?
Yeah, it's weird because he's talking to an African.
Yeah, exactly. And I just thought, I don't know. I mean,
and the other thing is, I actually heard about some news person who was referring to a black person who was English and called them African American.
Oh,
and I realized how silly that term is because it can only apply to Americans.
I don't know what you call. I think a black person from England is English.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing.
I've always wondered if they made those differentiations, but I really don't think they do.
No.
If anyone is from England in our listening audience, Kieran maybe.
Yeah. If you're out there,
listening, if anyone is in the UK, I guess, or anywhere in Europe.
I know there's some people. I've seen you.
If you guys are out there, email us loftlowdown@gmail.com and let us know what different ethnicities, or if there's any sort of derivation, if I can use that word. I don't know what that means. I think that word fits. Or differentiation, I know that works, of ethnic groups in your country. I'd like to know if you, if you're a black person, I guess a black person in England, you're not a African Englishman, I don't think they would say that.
Yeah, I know.
But I just wonder if there's any difference. I don't think there is, though. Because they don't squabble over petty things like that.
I think it's just sort of an American phenomenon, but it's like that cannot be a universal PC term. It's not going to work.
Yeah.
It just sounds silly when you start applying it because all black people don't live in America.
Yeah. Unless he said African American specifically, because I guess I was trying to make it with the idea that there was other, people of African descent, maybe, but he was trying to specifically say an American of African descent. But of course, how would Echo know that if they're dead?
I know, that's the thing.
So,
You
yeah.
wouldn't be able to tell if they were American.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Well, they look
I
they
agree.
look haughty and stuck up, so they must be American. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. I agree that it came across kind of weird.
It came across very strange, especially since he's married to her. I feel like he can say black.
Yeah,
It's okay.
I know. Nobody's going to think you're racist for saying that.
Yeah.
I mean, no one would anyway. But
I mean, if it was a white person that he was talking to and his wife was white, would he say Caucasian or Anglo? Like, do you really think he'd say that?
Yeah, no way.
Yeah.
No way. That I mean, yeah, it's just European American. I mean, it's
Ugh.
yeah, it's all very silly,
Yeah.
you know. And I feel like when you're talking to an actual African, I mean, that term just seems like it just doesn't seem to work at all.
Yeah, it's very weird, especially coming from Bernard. He was already a tentative person, so it's just a very strange thing.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
what else you got, man? What else you got?
Wow, that wasn't in this episode. Oh boy. Jason's name changed.
Who's Jason?
Oh, the guy who Anne Lucia shot, the guy who killed her baby.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. His name changed from this episode to her next episode.
Oh, that's good.
Which is kind of weird. We brought that up though at the time in our first podcast.
Yay!
So now we come full circle. If that were you, he'd let you die. Yeah, he said that too. God. Sawyer really didn't handle himself very well. I'm so rambling.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, you're just not making. You're not. Can I just bring something up since you have nothing apparently?
Obviously, look at me. I'm scanning the transcript, hoping something will jump out at me.
I honestly wasn't. I was barely paying attention because you weren't saying anything.
No, I wasn't.
Okay, I just thought it was interesting that Saeed, Anna Lucia asked Saeed if she should kill him, and he goes, "Almost 40 days ago on this very island, I tied a man to a tree and tortured him." And then he goes on to say, "Maybe you should kill me. Maybe you were meant to." And I was thinking that was very interesting because Saeed doesn't seem a big man of faith. He's very more pragmatic than that. But he was like, maybe you were meant to kill me. I thought that was very interesting for him to say.
Yeah. Now they did, I agree. He's pragmatic. But they did show him praying in the season 2 finale on the boat. So he is at least somewhat religious.
Huh? What boat?
The boat he was on with Jen and Son going to the other's camp.
Oh, I forgot.
Yeah.
I was thinking of like the very end when they captured Kate and Jack and them, and I'm like, Saeed wasn't there.
Oh.
And they didn't get on a boat.
Yeah, you're right.
I thought about that. I agree, and he also was at the mosque with what's the guy's name. I sort of thought he was pretending then, but
I thought he was pretending then too. But he did actually pray in the season 2 finale, and I think he actually prayed some when Danielle's trapped him in solitary in season 1. I think he
well, to
prayed
be
some
so
then.
religious, he's very immoral.
I think he's more pragmatic about most things.
Yeah.
And his religion is not something that's like informs his every decision. He's not like Echo.
Yeah.
Where like everything he does is somehow rooted in that. I think it's something that he sort of believes in general, but about most things he's very pragmatic, and he, just does what he thinks needs to be done for the situation and doesn't necessarily think about that. He was sort of in danger in that situation. I don't know why he was doing it on the boat. That seemed really weird to me.
Yeah, that, and how did he know which direction was? I think he has to pray towards Mecca, right?
Yeah. I don't know how he could ever even begin to figure out.
I mean,
but He knows the compasses don't work.
Well, the position of the sun is the only real thing you have.
Yeah, I guess so. There you go. Use the sun, and you want to go north.
I love you were like, you're like, I'll never understand how I figured that out. I'm like, well, the sun. You're like, oh yeah, well, the sun.
Yeah, I love saying I'll never understand, and
then like it's like, oh well, yeah, okay.
2 seconds later, it's blazingly clear. Oh well. But I think if I had to put Saeed into the man of science or man of faith category, I'd definitely put him more on the science side.
Yeah.
Because I think Jack has faith in certain things too, but to me it just depends on where your general which side you land on more.
Yeah.
So.
And I think the fact that Echo's Christian and he's Islamic, I think might have to account for maybe some of the differences too. And I wonder. Here's a question. Islam doesn't allow its followers to eat pig, right?
I believe not.
Not pig, but what's it called?
Pork?
Yeah, pork. There you go. So I wonder if he had any boar when they were catching boar.
Well, does boar count?
I mean, it's not the same animal, but bigger.
I wonder if they make any survival provisions.
They might. If there's any Islamic listeners out there, who, or people who studied it or know, if
we have to call upon.
Yeah,
if
you guys know that if there's any survival, you're on an island and you have.
Yeah, are you supposed to starve rather than eat the available, animals, even if they happen to be, forbidden? Are you supposed to just sit there and die? I mean...
Well, obviously he had other stuff to eat, but...
yeah, he did. There's fish and...
wow, if Jin catches it for you, because he doesn't catch it for everybody.
I think Jin catches it for all the regular cast members.
Yeah, he does catch it for them. Not for everybody else, huh, Arns?
Oh, no. Steve, no fish.
Steve, you no fish. You catch your own fish. Okay, I turned him into American Indian.
Yeah, you did.
Or, I'm sorry, Native American.
Oh, please. No, wait. American Indian.
Oh, it's American Indian, sorry.
Please, yes. That's the latest.
I like Native American better.
God, American Indian is just... Wow. Anyway.
And then if you're from India and come to America, you're an Indian American.
I know. I guess that's it. You flip it.
You just flip it. That's cool. Whatever.
That's so weird because usually the second one is what you are now, but with American Indian, it's sort of like here's what you are and here's what you were mistakenly called.
They just put those two things together.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. It's like we wanted to change your name, and we did to correct the mistake of why you were called that. But then we'll just call you an American version of that original thing.
Yeah, I know. That's just so. Oh well.
I think Indian almost works because it's similar to indigenous. So you can, I'm making the connect. I think I'm just pulling this out of my ass. But an Indian is someone who's indigenous. Can I say that? I think that's a okay connection to make. I don't think so though. Now that
I don't think those words.
Well, because they had Mexican Indians. The people in the Aztecs, and those are all considered Indians too. But is that
right? But they don't call them Indians.
They do.
They don't.
What do you mean?
They don't use the word Indians for they have different.
Don't they? I think they call them by their culture, right?
They don't. What I'm saying is they don't have the same. They don't have the same term. I mean, they don't use the English word obviously, but they don't use the Spanish word for Indian either.
What do they use?
If that makes sense, like they have a term that is the equivalent of the way we use Indian, but it doesn't mean Indian.
What do they use?
If that makes any sense. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't think you did. I saw a documentary about people in Mexico, and some of them were like descendants of the Indian. Like they used the term Indian. Mexican
Well, if you saw a
Indian.
documentary, it was an American documentary. Of course, they use those terms. I'm saying they.
No,
don't
I'm
use those
saying
terms.
when these Spanish-speaking people were translating, they were the subtitles. They were claiming to use the word Indian.
Yeah. The subtitles are going to say that because that's what we. Okay.
Okay.
Here, let's see if this makes sense.
Hey, you don't have to. I'm not stupid. You don't have to go from square one to explain it to me. I get it. I just don't see why. I mean, I didn't listen for what word they were using that they translated into being Indian, so I don't know. I'm just confused on how you don't know what word they use, but you know they don't use the word that means Indian.
I've heard it before. I just don't. I can't remember.
Okay, then now buy that. Thank you and namaste.
That is not the ending. No way we can end on that.
Yeah. Well, let's finish it up, buddy.
Okay.
People have food to eat.
So let's see. Yeah, number one, enjoy your work day. Number two, because I hope you listened to this whole thing before you went into work.
Oh God. You woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and wait. That means you're still late for work.
Yeah, I know. God.
You started at like 2 a.m. then.
You really need to just pull an all-nighter and then go in.
I hope some of you called in sick to listen to this podcast.
Yeah, I do too.
You're on your way, your morning commute. You realize it was a 5-hour plus podcast, and you were like, I can't go into work. I gotta listen to this whole thing. They're rambling about Christianity and Islam. I gotta hear this.
Yeah, God, I don't know anything about those subjects, and I'm just talking like,
hey,
like I'm some kind of expert.
You could be on CNN with all those other crackpots who get their own shows. Don't know anything. But,
I know.
Who's that? God, that one guy that I hate. I can't stand him. I don't remember his name. But anyway, thank you and namaste.
Hold on. You're just gonna throw it out there and hope I stop.
I'm trying.
I just I don't know. Yeah, I can't make it clear enough how little I know about those subjects. So I hope nobody takes what I say too seriously. The other thing I want to say is join our Frapper map.
Please. There's a lot of you out there who are not on our Frapper map, so please join because I don't know why it's important to us, but we just like to see physical evidence of our listeners.
Yeah, exactly. Even though I have a tracker thing that shows me whatever, but to me it's better because everybody can see it and it makes us look better if we have a lot of people on there. So make us look better. God, this sounds crappy.
You sound really desperate. I'm gonna not agree with that. I think we are fine. We don't. You sound really pathetic and desperate.
I'm sorry.
Please make us seem better. Please. No, we're fine. It's just cool to have people join the Flapper.
I'm just saying, given the choice between you joining our Frapper map and not joining, I'd rather you joined. That's
true.
All and
it's not hard. It's easy. I said the opposite.
Right. And also, comments and emails are always welcome. And what else? Are we gonna finish this season?
Yeah. So this is the first season 2 quick and dirty retrospective, and we will hopefully have part 2 and part 3 done before October 2nd. So hopefully we'll have those finished, recorded, up and done. I know.
But Claude, that's really soon.
Yeah, don't tell them what day this is.
How will we get it done in time?
They can easily figure it out. We'll do it. We'll get it done because I think all of us need to think about and relive Season 2 before Season 3. It's very important. So hopefully you can do that along with us. So I think we'll be good. We'll get it up, and the third part of our Season 2 Quick and Dirty Retrospective, or QDR, as I like to call it, just now, as I made it up, will be our gear up for Season 3. So we'll start talking about Season 3, what we hope will happen, what we don't hope will happen. Maybe some rumors. I don't know if we'll get into that, rumors and spoilers. Because if you listen to our last podcast, it gets sort of crappy for us to be spoiled when we don't necessarily
Yeah.
like to be spoiled.
I really turned a corner on spoilers recently.
Yeah, he flip-flopped on spoilers just like he did on the illness.
Yeah,
You're like
I
a
know.
pancake.
See, but I like to say that means, I'm willing to change.
Oh, but change is bad.
Oh, okay, well, I guess I won't do it anymore. Oh, wait, but that means I'm changing.
Thank
That's
you,
not
and
good.
namaste.
I can't win.
No, okay. Yeah, so I think that's all the little things we need to say announcement-wise. Thank you guys
Is
for
that
listening.
just your way of getting me to stop talking?
It is now.
You just... Because how can I keep talking?
You
when
can't keep talking. So, thank you guys for listening. We really appreciate it. We know these podcasts are long. We hope the majority of you like them long. That sounded dirty, kind of, but...
I'm talking to you, Kurt Yanko of the BlackRock podcast.
Hey. Let's talk about that next time.
All right.
And we hope that you would rather than be long and give you something to listen to than short and us leave out all the petty details that we'd like to talk about. So yeah, that's it. Anything else, Justin?
That is all I got.
Well, then for the real time, thank you and namaste.
Namaste and good luck.